What's the most legendary work meltdown you've seen? I used to work in a kitchen in an old folks home. I had a manager named Edward who was a know-it-all piece of uninformed cheat. I had a co-worker named Dee who had a very serious medical condition and required a certain medication at certain points of the day. Edward didn't like E or the fact that she needed to keep her medication on her person. One day he forgot her medication and begged to run home and retrieve it. Edward smugly denied her and told her to finish work. So she tried and ended up briefly collapsing. She was okay, but very weak and disoriented. Edward grabbed her by her arm, escorted her to her car, handed her the keys, and told her to leave. Then he left to go tell anyone that would listen that he was on drugs and he smelled booze on her. He was in the parking lot and called her mom to take her to the hospital. He was only 20 and very scared. He was discharged that night after some fluids and came back the next day. Upon hearing what Edward told everyone about her, she stormed into ours screaming for them to bring Edward's as in the office immediately. As soon as he was called in, she whipped her hammer tag at him. I obviously lingered close by like a nosy beach. She was screaming at the top of her lungs that Edward denied her to go home to get her medication that was on file and ours was very aware of, and how faking that he accused her of being a drug addict. And if he really believed she was under the influence of something, how stupid was he to put her in a car on the company's property, leaving them liable for her damages? At this point much noise can be heard as all three of them are screaming full force at one another. She threatened legal action and stormed out. Well, she did take legal action for a ton of shit, including putting a clearly ill person behind the wheel. Not too long after this I also quit. And a few months later Edward was no longer employed by the kitchen, but rather was working as a deli boy in the local grocery store. I don't know what happened with this lawsuit, but I hope that place and Edward got everything they deserved. Also, honorable mention to the maintenance man that threatened to shoot my old boss in the face for being such a dickless weasel. Not so bad. I was about 7 months pregnant and had just recently been moved to a different office. The new office had all kinds of rules no one informed me or my fellow coworkers of, and I kept getting hauled into the office to be told off for things I didn't even know I was doing wrong. Now, if it was just friendly reminders I wouldn't have had a problem, but my supervisor was this high and mighty beach that kept belittling me and trying to make me feel bad and kept commenting on how I wasn't fit for this job, keeping in mind I had been doing it for over 2 years at this point with no problems. Time before the blowout she said I'd be written up next time she has to talk to me. So I'm working away, trying my damnedest to not fuck up cause I really don't want to be written up and I honestly couldn't handle any more stress. Well, I get called into the office with her and our union rep and I see a notice on her desk. I lost it. I started yelling and crying and listing off all the horrible things she's been putting me through and how it was unfair for her to treat me like this and how half the shit I wasn't even told about. I think I actually started having a panic attack during the whole ordeal and told the union rep some of the comments she made to me over the past few months. It felt good to get it out and finally put her in her place. She was so taken aback that I stood up for myself, freaked the fuck out that I ended up being sent home early cause they were worried about my baby's well-being. The notice turned out to just be a list of expectations, only 6 months late, which I had to read and sign, but she left me alone after that. We had this like 400-year-old substitute teacher in high school named Mr. Price. He was one of those I am not a sub, I am a real teacher and you are going to learn types. One day he comes in and our teacher was going to let us watch The Patriot. It was a volleyball coach teaching history in the regular class, so it makes sense. Our class was super rowdy and Mr. Price always tried to crack down and get all tough, so as punishment for being noisy he took The Patriot out of the DVD player and made us all read from the book or some other shit busy work. He locked the DVD in the teacher's desk and then some kid called him a fuckface for it and Mr. Price dragged the kid to the office. In a Shyamalan level plot twist, some kid actually had another copy of The Patriot in his backpack. I think the teacher had told 2 kids to bring a copy and puts it in the DVD player, fast forwards it to where we were, and gets back in his chair. When Mr. Price came back he literally blew a faking gasket. He staged a 25-minute inquisition on who had broken into the desk and taken the DVD out, but since that isn't what happened, nobody copped to it. He proceeded to call us all little sheets, and I think he even threw the N-word in there. He started literally writing up every single student in the class. I finally made a deal with him and bargained that if the DVD was in the desk still he would have to drop the whole thing and tear up the write-ups. The look on his face when he opened the desk was fucking priceless. The bell rings. We all run off. Finn. I studied on a master's degree in finance, which was known for being extremely high pressure and stressful, and both had my own non-entertaining breakdown as well as saw others. I'd seen things like a girl break down in tears during a lecture because of the sheer number of assignments we already had when another got assigned, a guy break his pen and just leave the lecture, and several screaming fights among students. Apparently over group projects. The best was actually pretty calm, though. We had some guy get invited in to talk about some financial security, I forget the name, and have totally left finance with no intentions to return, which effectively allowed you to profit if another person defaulted on their mortgage. About 10 minutes into the talk, this one student who everyone respected basically stood up and spent about 5 minutes completely talking this guy and his career into the ground. The guy kept looking around desperately and looked sheepish as shit, and after that, continued with his talk with the most awkward atmosphere with obvious disrespect just emanating from the students. He completely lost any authority in that room. Every question he got after was basically a snide, and people were openly laughing and booing at him. I think it was in part the unethical nature of the security pissing off a bunch of students who grew up with a recession, as well as him becoming the focus of everyone's collective stress. My ex-co-worker, we work in an office, and this one day she must have just been in a bad mood. We were due to have a staff meeting, and she was supposed to arrange it all, hand out agendas, prepare the conference room, lock up, etc. It was about 10:05 and the meeting was at 10. My boss, who was also in a bad mood, came down to reception and asked what the hell was going on. She just flipped out on him. She threw a bunch of paperwork at him and just started shouting about how she's fed up of him and he's quitting. She then storms out of the office. My boss just stood there, then turned around and went back to his office. The rest of the staff made our way to the conference room for this meeting, and as we were sat there, it was really intense and awkward and deathly silent. We were all just looking at our boss waiting for him to react. Surprisingly, he stayed super calm. Next thing we know, we hear someone unlock the front door and come in. We assumed it was this lady. We then start to hear furious typing. I mean, she must have been slamming her fingers on the keyboard because we could all hear it from upstairs. So we all just sat there listening to this noise, still deathly silent. Eventually it stopped, and this lady storms up the stairs and throws her quitting notice at my boss and leaves again. My boss just looks at it calmly, then finally addresses the rest of us and just said that he will not tolerate being spoken to the way she spoke to him, and that was pretty much it. We carried on the day as normal. Still makes me laugh to think about it. That was a good day. I have one that'll get buried, but I'm telling it anyway for those that sort by. I worked at Target while in college for about 3.5 years. It was wild. I saw coworkers get arrested, get in fights, get caught having sex, and yes, melting down. There's two in particular I consider worthy of the thread, though I worry whether or not one counts as a meltdown. First was an Egyptian man we put in electronics and toys. Dude was massively overqualified with a master's in computer science in Egypt. Great guy, really had product knowledge, but just wasn't trained well and couldn't understand the stupidity of pushing red cards that customers didn't want or need. Well, one day some redneck gentleman tried switching price tags on some items so he could get something expensive for cheap. Our guy caught it and told him no, and this redneck guy, just faking, loses it, starts screaming Islamophobic insults to which our guy doesn't react. Redneck guy decides to escalate and comes around the counter to push him, and that's when our guy, who came from Egypt during a lot of civil strife, just lays this guy out in 1 or 2 punches. Management starts berating him after, despite it being self-defense, so he screams back at management about the stupid policies they have, like being punished for defending himself. takes the electronics keys and places them out of the shorter manager's reach. Guy was tall and walks out. Has managing a car dealership now, so it was probably a good career move all things considered. Second had a fellow cart attendant. Guy wasn't the best worker, but he did his job well enough. One manager really didn't like the guy though. Constantly made comments wondering how Walker afforded the things he had. Old BMW, nice shoes, watch, ECT, and frequently implied that Walker was a drug dealer. Walker was black and manager was white, so I'm sure the Walker probably felt like that implication was a little racist. But he grinned and kept doing his job. Took it 2 hours once, but was told it was just joking. Manager also got mad at him for stuff he let me and the third cart attendant get away with, constantly like listening to music, slightly overloading the cart pusher, etc. One day I guess he just snapped. The manager screamed at him over headphones while pushing carts and the Walker just nodded, went outside and took every cart we had and just scattered them everywhere. Came inside, returned the keys, checked the last couple guests out, clocked out like he normally would, knocked down every item he passed on his way out, and never came back. I worked at this retail store for a couple years. One of the assistant managers who I had to work with almost every shift was a complete creep and mentally unstable. Let's call him Eric. He did some stupid things before, like yelling at the cashiers, and also liked to make filthy sexual comments at me in the form of jokes. Keep in mind this was a 50-year-old man, and I was 22. So Eric was always a total scumbag. But oh man, he just had a complete breakdown one day during the holiday season point. Since it was December, it was very busy, and we had all the cash registers open and several managers. One of the assistant managers, call him Carl, sat a small stack of shopping baskets on Eric's register with the intention to put them back at the front, where they belong, when the line went down. Eric came back from his lunch 10 minutes later. He saw the baskets on his space and flipped out. He whipped one at the wall and threw another one on the floor so hard it kinda bounced. He started screaming about how people were making his register a mess, and how Carl did it on purpose to make him mad. Me and Cole were just like, what the fuck, you need to calm down, or we'll call the general manager. He blew up even more, this time at a black girl he's always hated because he's a racist prick, calling her a fat trashy n-word. By this time all the customers in line were all like, what the fuck too. A couple of them threatened to call corporate because Eric at this point was a train wreck. His fists were clenched and his face was red, veins popping. One dude told Eric that he was gonna beat his ass, and Eric called the cops. They came and took reports. Nothing happened though. All over some faking baskets. First job working as a host at a local restaurant. A short/stocky chef was being particularly pestered by our 15-year-old dishwasher boy. Now this dishwasher boy was annoying on any given day, non-stop talking, tons of gossiping, whining, and bragging pretty much from the start to end of his shifts. I'm standing at the host station at the tail end of the evening rush when out of nowhere I hear our chef yell, through the walls of the kitchen, mind you, that's it you little fuck. Followed by the high-pitched wail of the dishwasher boy. I only have time to jerk my head towards the racket when the dishwasher boy comes sprinting out of the kitchen, still screaming, past me, past customers, and out the door of the restaurant. Seriously, him shrieking as he ran by was the only time I've had the chance to experience the Doppler effect without a vehicle passing by. Seconds later the chef bursts out of the kitchen and follows him out of the restaurant, hot on his heels. What incited the altercation was that the dishwasher boy was being his usual aggravating self, and chef, having enough of his shit, told him to knock it off. Dishwasher boy then decided the appropriate thing to do would be to overhand throw a spoiled spoon at chef while he was working at his station. Spoon caught him square in the face, and that was that. So now every customer in the restaurant and I are staring in awe into the parking lot as chef closes the distance on dishwasher boy. Dishwasher boy appears to turn and say something to chef in frantic defense for himself. Whatever he is trying to say is cut short as chef grabs his torso with both hands, literally hoists him up above his head, takes 2 large steps towards the open steel dumpster, and hurls the dishwasher boy right into it. Chef walks back in and gets back to work without saying a word. Dishwasher boy climbs out and comes back in, crying, and gets back to work. Customers ask me Dafuk just happened. Received a lot of customer complaints that night. St. Patty's Day. Irish/English/Scotch pub in Central Texas. Busiest day of the year by a factor of 3. Live music all day, including a local famous singer. Rented tables in the lawn, in the parking lot, in the delivery driveway, the works. The menu was limited to a few burgers, 2 basic salads, a few shareable sides, the special, corned beef and cabbage, and the eponymous fish and chips. At the time we had about 1,000 customers cussing, 20 waiters waiting, 7 cooks are cooking, 5 golden rings, and 1 expediter, a singular bottleneck position whose job is coordination, quality control and communicating between the front and back of the restaurant. He'd been working most of the day without a break. Ticket times are usually about 10 to 20 minutes, but the volume of orders led to some tables taking up to 40 minutes, which would normally be unacceptable, except this was a festival atmosphere, so, fuck you if you complain. This normally unflappable capable man was getting frustrated with the fry cooks, and we heard him finally shout, "We'll suck dick for fish," to the cooks who were causing his work to back up. We still like to laugh about it, but in the moment, I could taste his frustration. One day when I listened to a call, this woman had a very slow meltdown over the phone that ended in her in sobs. The caller didn't hear something she said and asked her to repeat herself. My coworker repeated herself in a really irritated tone and then says, "Why does everyone want me to be mean today?" to the caller. The girl on the other line is obviously confused and asked her if she was having a bad day and if she needed to speak to someone else. She then says no, and that she will be the one helping her. It gets worse. She bombs this call. Like totally does not do her job correctly and makes this painfully obvious to the point where the caller says that she will help her figure this out together and to not cry anymore. This was a help desk type job for other employees. Well, they don't, and she ends up crying, and you can hear her snap at someone else in the office, which obviously has the caller insanely concerned. My coworker goes on a rant about how people are hateful and that she hates this job and that it's too hard for her to do. It wasn't really easy for everyone, and tells the caller she's going to be transferred. We had to call back and issue the caller an apology. She responded by asking if my coworker was going to be okay. We said yes, but no, she wasn't. The office manager ended up having to fire her for another call where she was complaining and abusing the caller. Before she was fired, she was told she could use her benefits to speak to a counselor because she kept having outbursts at work and everyone was getting worried about her. She said this wasn't the first time she heard that and didn't know why people kept saying it. I still think about her. This was 2 years ago and wonder if she ever got help. TLDR, lady at my old job had untreated mental issues and kept having meltdowns while taking calls and talking to coworkers. Oh boy. I worked at an outdoor museum. A bunch of old buildings had been moved there, and one of my jobs was to lock up at the end of the day. I find the door already locked, and knock. A volunteer says I'm in here quietly, so I say okay, thanks for helping close up the village, and move on. About 5 minutes later she comes out, and makes a direct beeline toward me. I'm extremely confused, and look it, while she screams at me about trying to come in on her while she was changing, something nobody had ever done in any of these buildings. Her real meltdown starts when she takes a breath and I cut in like, "Hey, sorry, I didn't know you were changing," and she just starts yelling louder. Thought I was making fun of her when I thanked her and threatened to slap me several times, and I said, "Oh okay, you just want to yell then," which she doesn't hear. My friend was there as a customer and interrupted her saying, "Hey, you can't threaten to slap anyone." So she turns on him and starts screaming, "I don't know you. I don't faking care for your attitude and I don't know you," and stomps away. I freaked out after she was out of sight and cried in my boss office for a bit. They forced her to apologize, but since she was a volunteer there wasn't really any job consequences. My boss stopped being friends with her after that. Another highlight was when she claimed that all Native Americans came from Vikings and refused to acknowledge anyone who was like us, but Bering Strait theory or anything else. Like absolutely started pretending she couldn't hear. I used to work for one of England's most well-known carpet companies at their head office and main warehouse in southeast London. Point problem being it was abundantly clear that there was a big divide between warehouse staff and office staff. Office tended to get paid at least 3-4k more per month than the warehouse did. The offices were decked out with fancy dining areas, smoking areas on balconies, pool table and chill out room, and not to mention a off big expensive tropical fish tank display next to a seating area. Warehouse staff had to go out the back or side fire exits to go smoke. We were timed for how long we could go, and if we took too long had to make it up over lunch or staying late. And even though we were doing very heavy duty manual labor, had to specialize in operating forklift trucks and carpet cutting tables as big as a medium-sized swimming pool, we always felt like we were undervalued. Anyway, one particular staff member, let's call him Dave, loved to moan and whinge about it on a weekly basis. Anytime we would be in the canteen and a group of white shirt, stiff collar, sweated, snobby office guys would walk past, he would always make some snarky comment, privileged, little cunt, vaguely mumbled under his breath. The office staff mainly rubbed it in his face by laughing as they got in the lift to go and play pool upstairs, or occasionally would say something from the smoking balconies if one of us was below on the floor level huddled around a smoking area bench. So I'm about halfway through my shift, middle of the week, when suddenly 3 forklift drivers come shooting down the aisles towards the cutting depth, all beeping their horns and waving down anyone who would see them. One of the guys pulls up beside my area and says, "The boss just tried to fire Dave." Me. "What do you mean tried to fire Dave?" Turns out that Dave got pulled into a meeting with the warehouse manager and an office manager who was rather recently promoted from second floor office staff to a head of depth on the 4th floor. He had enough of Dave always trying to have digs at the office team and his blatant disregard for respect, and wanted to make an example out of him. But when he made his argument against Dave in front of the warehouse boss, he apparently made a load of stuff up about him just to make sure he got fired. Well, Dave didn't take too kindly to that and lunged across the office table and knocked out this office manager in one fell blow. According to the warehouse manager a few weeks later, he told me that it was a punch so well executed that he wished he had filmed it in slow motion. But that's not all Dave did. We had a mini in-house radio station for the warehouse staff as it was such a large building. They pumped all sorts of music into the warehouse all day and occasionally interrupted it from one of the office girls who would announce any weekly/monthly/annual profits or staff member birthdays and so on. Well, Dave broke into the glorified broom closet filled with a sound system and a microphone right after he knocked out the office manager. He kicked out the girl who looked after the desk there and locked himself in. He then spent the next 45 minutes using the microphone to verbally abuse every single office worker who had wound him up over the years, all in between songs, boomed out into the warehouse. That was Michael Jackson with his hit song, "Beat It." Seemed appropriate choice after remembering when I saw Jeremy from accounts beating his cork on the smoking area balcony one late shift when he thought he was alone. What a sheet stain of man. Anyway, next we have Cyndi Lauper with Girls Just Wanna Have Fun, a song dedicated to Janet on sales on floor 1 for the countless men she's faked in that office while spreading her diseases across the whole team. Get tested, boys. She may leave a lasting impression on you eventually. Police were called and he was dragged out, and we all had a meeting with our managers who told us that we had to sign new forms forbidding us from entering office areas without an office manager present, and that any other feuds between warehouse and office staff would be met with disciplinary action. Dave was a legend. I think mine was the best one I've ever seen so far. I was working at a hardware store and had already given my 2 weeks notice, so I was on my last day as it was. Ended up getting a pretty nasty case of the flu, but I didn't want to bail on my last day, so I went to work anyway. I work in the outdoor department, so I decided to go inside and do sales and let somebody else reap the commission benefits, since it was my last day. We were undergoing an audit from corporate, and they showed up right as I was wrapping up a sale and wanted to know what I was doing outside of my department. I told him I was hanging out and making sales because my sinuses hurt and I wasn't feeling well. He then got really snippy with me and said in a condescending tone, "You're just hanging out. I responded with yes, hanging out and making sales. He told me I should get off my ass and get back to my department. I took off the company vest that we were wearing, rolled it into a ball, and threw it into his face like a baseball. I then told him to shove it up his ass. I turned around and walked out. My friends called me later on and told me that he went into a complete rage and demanded that I be fired immediately. The store manager started to laugh once he heard the story and told that guy it was my last day and I only had 2 hours left of that shift as it was. To this day I don't know if I've been blacklisted from that company or not, but I know I'd never work there again anyway. My best friend's dad was a tower crane operator. After 30 plus years on the job with a perfect safety record, he ended up having an accident. To this day talking about it brings him to tears. He retired because of it, spent a week in the mental ward because of it. He was moving a large piece of machinery up from street level to above the floor being worked on, a job he's done 100,000 times before. Hoisting is a team operation with people all over the site working together. The machinery is several stories up when something lets loose, and it swings and drops right into a crowded area street level. The emergency calls from injured/dying workers goes out on the radio. He's 20 plus stories up and can only watch the response. He turns off the radios and sinks inside himself. After an hour or so out of contact with the ground, a rescue team climbs up and he's coaxed down. 2 dead, 3 injured in the failure. Questions/investigations raised if he had made an error in lifting causing the collapse. The grief/doubt/PTSD wreck him fast, and after a couple days off on suspension he is blackout drunk with a gun in his hand. His son finds him like this, passed out with a suicide note already written. He's admitted to a mental health service, eventually cleared of any wrongdoing by the inquiry. After several months he cleared to return to work. But he can't. He's lost the nerves needed and takes an early retirement package. There is a happy ending. After about a year golfing he got restless and took studies up in safety related topics. After a few years he moved into an advisory/safety management for tower crane and hoisting operators, where he educates the next generation. I didn't witness it, but heard about it from the target point. When I was in the Navy I was a hospital corpsman, medic, in a Marine grunt unit. Had a friend who was gay who had a lot of young Marine friends. He was also a corpsman. Some were friends with him because he was cool and genuinely cared about his Marines, but some were young enough that they were experimenting and would have sex with him. This was early 2000s, so you could be gay, but you couldn't get caught in the act or tell anyone. But my buddy was obviously gay. There was a real douchebag sergeant who got pissed that his Marines were hanging out with my friend, and he decided to publicly berate them in front of the entire company. Anyone who has ever served knows there are some guys who are tough and some guys who just talk a lot. This guy just talked a lot. He's never seen combat, but you'd swear he was a grizzled vet. He was getting ready to pick up staff sergeant because in the Marine Corps, if you're in shape you get promoted quickly. So he starts using every insult and epithet imaginable because he's so bothered about his young Marines hanging out with a gay guy. From what I heard he seemed completely unhinged. Where he was ranting there was a sidewalk that went through the different battalion offices and my friend was walking through. He witnessed the rant, and when the sergeant saw him, he pointed at him and said that fart and laughed. Needless to say, my friend was furious. He went to the battalion sergeant major and told him he wanted to charge him. The sergeant major, who loved my friend because he was such a good medic, told him, "I'll support you, but I want you to know what they might try to do given who you are." In other words, his being gay made it risky to confront one of the highest achieving Marines in the battalion. Skip to NJP, non-judicial punishment, charged with harassment, found guilty, reduced in rank to lance corporal, promotion denied. All because he was such a homophobe he couldn't contain himself. This is secondhand, but confirmed by coworkers and superiors. One of my coworkers was having trouble at work. Apparently they suffer from PTSD and didn't want to be there anymore. It's a job where you do things the way you're taught without deviation. It's boring and you feel like a robot, but it's fairly simple. Well, he disagreed with decision made by a superior, so he climbed up on some moving machinery and started screaming at coworkers. This went poorly. Around the same time he decided his days off didn't suit him, so he took it upon himself to decide his days off. By the third week management made it clear he needed to shape up or be fired. Apparently he held it together for a short time, long enough to apply for an out-of-state transfer. So the train jumped the tracks when he decided to go out of state without telling anyone. The transfer was pending, hadn't been approved, and with his conduct likely would not have been. He was listed as a WAL. The transfer location was told to deny him access and terminate his employment. Problem is he still had access to uniforms, work ID, and made some threatening posts online directed to his employer and employees in general. Management briefed us, showed us his photo, and instructed us to call the cops if he showed up. He eventually turned these items in, which means he wouldn't be able to access certain areas, but he can certainly still go nuts in public areas. Fun. I worked for the Tennessee Valley Authority in the Two Towers in Knoxville as an intern in college. Part of my rotation was the help desk, and there were two 40-ish guys who would pull pranks on each other. Neither were happy with their jobs, but one guy was actually trying to be funny, and one just had anger issues. Funny guy poured a bucket of water into angry guy's chair, into the foam, and toweled the outside, so it looked dry until angry guy sat down. Angry guy turned bright red, while funny guy laughed, but angry guy didn't say anything. The next day, angry guy brought in a sledgehammer in under a coat. Just before lunch, he shouted, "Looks like your computer crashed." Funny guy pulled out the hammer and went to town on funny guy's PC while everyone watched. When angry guy was done, he looked up, as if we were all going to laugh, and then he got a sad look on his face, said, "I guess I quit," and walked back to his desk as the manager called security. No more pranks from funny guy or anyone. After that point, the sad thing is that we all liked angry guy because he was mostly harmlessly angry. Apparently, before I got there, funny guy told angry guy that he wouldn't do something because it wasn't in his job description, and angry guy took his pants off and said, "Wearing pants isn't in mine," which everyone agreed was funny, but where it all started. Back in the 1980s, I worked for some company that sold computers designed specifically for car parts businesses. The owner/founder and much of the upper management were very religious. I think they were Mormon, but many of the technical people who worked there seemed to be deep into drugs. I heard all sorts of rumors about those people, but I worked clear in the back of the building with about 8 other people, and we were pretty isolated from the rest of the 200 or so people that worked there. The only time I interacted with them was during lunch in the cafeteria, but then just a small number of them. I remember this engineer used to sleep in a van in the parking lot. Sometimes when I got to work early and thought I was the only one in the building, I would go to the cafeteria to use a vending machine and catch him looking high as a kite throwing up in this big metal sink. There were rumors that the upper management suspected rampant drug use going on there when even alcohol was not allowed for any reason at company events, including the Christmas party and picnics. From what I understand, the people who used the drugs were confident the management had no proof as to who was using the drugs and who wasn't, and that some of the people using were too important to fire, so no one would get fired. One day there was a new employee there that looked like she could have been a highly paid model. This older woman who had been there a while and pretty much knew everyone apparently was told to introduce the new employee to everyone who worked in the building. I only saw this new employee about once a week, but after about a month there were rumors that she was into drugs and had slept with half the males in the building. At one point she actually approached me and asked me to go to a bar with her, but I was intimidated by her. I was about 22 and she was in her late 20s and seemed to be about the most sexually experienced person I ever met, so I lied and said I had a girlfriend. She approached me a few more times and at one point said she had weed in her car and wanted me to smoke a joint with her after work. I declined and told her she could get into big trouble at this company for even using weed at home during her off hours. She left me alone after that point. About 3 months later I had to walk across the building to the other side for reasons I no longer recall. There were a lot of security people there standing around waiting. I started hearing yelling and things getting kicked from different directions. I hurried on my way, not at all sure what the hell was going on. I dropped off whatever I needed to drop off and started back. I saw one guy I only knew by sight, in handcuffs yelling at security. I saw other people crying and yelling, and one guy who would not come out of his cubicle and security threatening to drag him out. There were big time job meltdowns going on all around me. I hurried back to my area and asked my boss what was going on. He said nothing good, but it didn't affect me or any of the other 8 or so employees that I worked with every day, so I shouldn't worry about it. I found out later that the new employee was hired through a private detective agency and she went undercover to find out who was using drugs and who wasn't. She wrote a report and named names and a bunch of people were fired that day based on her word alone. I heard that lawsuits were filed against the company, but I never found out what came of those. I was just happy I didn't let her tempt me into her car to smoke weed, and I still had a job. Then about 6 months later the company laid off 20% of their workforce, and I was included in that number, so I never found out what all ended up happening. Accused sacked his lawyers and judge starts the trial anyway. Accused got an extra 6 months jail for contempt of court. Defendant: look, now listen here, mate. You don't know what you're faking talking about. Don't come blooming start your sheet. Right, mate. You weren't faking there, so don't start your crap. Read your faking paragraph or your scripts, mate. Don't start putting your faking heavy crap on me. His Honor. Now Mr. Baker, the trial will be proceeding. Defendant: I don't give a fuck. You and your trial, mate. Stick your trial up your faking as His Honor. Sit down please. Mr. Baker. Defendant: no, fuck you. You don't tell me what to do. Who do you think you are? His Honor: the next people that you see entering the court are the court security staff. Defendant: oh, what do you want me to do? What do you want? A Mickey Mouse badge? His Honor: no. Defendant: stick it on your fat chest. Hey, what do you want? A Mickey Mouse badge? Come on fatso, what have you got to say for that? Bailiff: on their way up, Your Honor. His Honor: thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Defendant: oh, the mouse has gone quiet. His Honor. Security: can I ask you to take up positions immediately behind the accused? If he moves from that chair, if he makes any move from that chair, you are to assist the corrective services personnel in restraining him. Do you understand? Security: yes, Your Honor. His Honor. Thank you. You are not to move. Do you understand me, Mr. Baker? Defendant: no. Listen here, Lardas, no fuck you. I don't give a shit what you fucking say. I'm telling you now, you can get faked. Alright, His Honor. The law requires. Defendant: are you stupid or what? I don't give a shit what you fucking say. Hey Lardas, can't you fucking hear me? His Honor. Is there anything that you want to say in relation to me making an order? Defendant: yeah, I don't know what you're faking talking about, you silly. His Honor. In which case, thank you for that submission. In which case, I order that XXX is a protected witness for this proceeding. Defendant: well, you can order what you like. Order me a fucking pizza while you're at it. This might qualify. The person who had the meltdown was me, but I felt it was pretty fucking justified. Also, I can't think of any co-workers who had a bigger meltdown than me, so here goes. I used to work at a Starbucks in the city. It was busy as hell, and I very quickly learned to read people who were up to shit, and by read I mean their body language, not their clothing or apparent social status. One day this guy comes in, and he is acting shifty. I'm alone at the register and my barista is busy. He doesn't order a drink, but he keeps asking for things that would require me to turn around while he is glancing at my barista. So I'm like, yeah, buddy, I'm on to you. He starts asking for pastries that aren't in the pastry case, clearly trying to ask for something that I'll need to turn around to get out of the cabinet. Eventually I had to turn around to get a faking chocolate chip cookie for the guy. Even though I turned around, I sort of kept him in the corner of one eye, and sure enough, I see one of his hands make a quick motion in my peripheral vision. So I turned back around with his cookie and put it on the counter in front of him. That'll be $1.72. Oh, and do you mind putting the tip jar back? It was gone. Of course. This guy was easier to read than Where's Waldo. He gives me a really bad impression of someone who is confused, so I continue. You know, the tip jar that you just took, the one you're hiding under your jacket? Do you mind putting it back? Guy continues to fail at acting, like he doesn't know what I'm talking about. Point at this point, I'm done with this sheet. So I lean in really close, like I'm going to whisper a secret. The guy actually does the same thing and leans in close. I'm guessing it was a kind of instinctual reaction. But, I don't whisper a secret, do you think I'm a faking idiot? Put the faking tip jar back, or you'll be in jail so fast your head will spin, dude. Almost sheets his pants. The store goes utterly silent, and every single person is looking at me, and then they look at him. Now everyone in here has seen your face. Put the faking tip jar back. Now, hey barista's name, here's the phone. Hands barista the phone, while I stare directly into dude's eyes. Call the police. So, at this point the guy is utterly stunned. Everyone in the store is just staring. Finally something clicks in his head, and in one motion he slams the tip jar back on the counter and runs like hell. As he did, I notice a woman behind him who looks scared as shit. She looks at the guy as he runs off, like she wasn't sure if she should follow. I realize she is his accomplice, maybe there to distract the barista? Not sure. Anyway, I'm full of adrenaline and pissed as shit, so I just give her a withering glare and she goes wide-eyed and runs away. My manager came out and told me to go take a break. And that was that. I didn't get written up or fired. Company policy /was you're not allowed to touch someone who steals your tips. They never said anything about yelling. Hooray for loopholes. Also funny, I'm only 5 feet 8 inches, and I was maybe 135 pounds back then. Just a scrawny early 20s gamer geek. Not even remotely scary. But apparently I get that luck in my eye when I get pissed. Seemed to work on those too. Worked at a popular US chain restaurant in a popular tourist city near all the popular things. The place was packed from May to September. I mean a waiting list from 3 PM till 11 PM. I wasn't working this day, but our head bartender requested off a 4-day period. He loved playing poker and was in some small tournament in Vegas. Somehow it got brought up 2 weeks out at like 7 PM on a Friday that he wasn't getting those days off that he requested like 2 months prior. He argued and management said basically you work or you're fired. He had management's ID card for whatever reason. He deleted every single check he had open for people at the bar, likely 20 plus checks. He told them everything was free. He poured a handful of people another beer. The bartender had 3 ice wells as we call them, just big open areas of ice. He grabbed a couple pint glasses and purposely broke them over each ice well and flipped the bird as management came out to the sound of breaking glass and walked out drinking his own beer. Now, you have to understand, the point wasn't to make people drink glass. He knew management would have to melt all that ice with hot water and get fresh ice. That's a solid 10-minute process when multiple drink orders are coming in every 30 seconds. He basically crippled the entire bar and restaurant as well. Guests were complaining their bar drinks were taking so long. Management had to comp a lot of them, etc. About 15 years ago I was working for an automotive tier 1 seat supplier. We had an office manager that was a lady in her let's say late 40s early 50s and an hour manager that was an absolute nightmare. Anyway, the office manager reported to the human resources manager. I'm in the office one morning around 6 AM. In the office manager comes up to me with a deer in headlights gaze and an envelope and asked me what she needs to do with it. I explained to her that it's already pre-addressed and has a stamp on it so it just needs to go out with the regular mail that day. Fast forward 2 hours. She comes back by my desk with the same deer in headlights gaze and same envelope and proceeded to ask me the same questions of what she should do with it. I politely explain what we could have gone over earlier and she moses on point. Fast forward 1 hour. She locks herself in the bathroom and starts screaming about something. The maintenance guys unlock the door and let the human resources manager to try to de-escalate the situation, which apparently didn't work because about 15 minutes after she was in there the local police department showed up. It had to physically remove the office manager from the building. The police then escorted her back home. That was the last anybody saw her. Fast forward 6 months. Same human resources manager, new office manager. The new office manager gets up from her desk, heads to her car, and never comes back. She left all of her personal belongings in her desk including her driver's license and a few library books. Fast forward 1 year. The human resources manager was removed from the building by the state police for embezzlement and various other workplace privacy violations. When I was teaching English in Japan, a shitload of drama went on at one of the elementary schools I worked at. The head caretaker of the school was pretty extreme, and she would scream at the kids and just act pretty ballistic at times. There was a huge ordeal with her, and the principal of the school and the district heads would come to the school to interrogate. Well, the 6th graders were having their pre-graduation party and say honorarigatao presentation, where the school staff, parents, and I were invited. This woman was arguing with someone over her phone in the middle of the event hall. While everyone was trying to watch the kids' presentations, 2 of the head PTA dads got up to go escort her out, and she had a ballistic episode. Let me remind you that this is Japan, where your manners are held in very high regard. She was screaming about how she was going to call the police and this and that. The scene was shocking and had everyone's attention. Then the kids started busting up laughing and continued their show. I never saw her after that, and apparently she never came back after what happened. One of the janitors loved speaking English with me, and his English was actually pretty amazing. He loved telling me all the school's secrets and I just kinda listened. So I work for a fire department, and I'm in charge of a single shift at my station. As most of the other firemen can attest, not all the shifts always get along with each other, as was the case between my shift and the shift we relieve. Anyway, one of the guys on 2nd shift, I was on 3rd shift, was going through some, admittedly, pretty serious personal problems that I would not wish on anyone. In this field, whether you like somebody or not, if they have these kinds of problems, we are going to band together and help you out. Just say the word and we'll be there. This is where it got sticky, because this guy didn't say anything, so we didn't know. Anyway, one of our daily jobs is to mow the grass on Wednesdays. We come in one Thursday morning and 2nd shift hadn't mowed the grass. They say sorry, we'll get it next shift. Okay. We sometimes get busy. No problem. Next shift we come in, and they still hadn't done it. The guy on 2nd shift, we'll call him Mitch, says, sorry guys, we dropped the ball. We'll do it next shift. Now, their next shift would be the day before our shift's yard day. We come in that day, and lo and behold, the grass still hasn't been mowed, and now the weeds are knee high. The lieutenant on 2nd shift was off for a few shifts, so that's probably why the yard never got done. You know, when the boss is away the children play kind of thing. So when asked about it, Mitch just says, "Hey, I didn't faking feel like it," and left. So my guys are pretty upset. One of my guys is the most senior guy in the department, and he's livid. So before we even have breakfast he jumps on the mower and mows the grass. Again, the grass is so tall now that it's twice the job that it would have been. So we finish the yard and blow everything off. This senior guy, we'll call him Bill, was driving the truck for me. He goes to check the truck off and finds the gas can for the chainsaw and generator empty. He's already mad, so he starts having a meltdown and leaves the gas can on the bay floor. The next morning he tells 1st shift not to touch that faking gas can. I'm sick of doing 2nd shift's job for them. So, 1st shift leaves it there. Our next shift we come in, and Mitch comes to me and tells me that in the future, if they miss something to just cover their backs for them, take care of it and let them know, and they'll try to do better next time. Now, this is the same dude who just straight up said he didn't feel like doing his job and told us to do it. So I told him why Bill was upset, and that was that. Our next shift we come in, and the lieutenant on 2nd shift is back. He comes to me and addresses the gas can again. I'm like, holy fuck, here we are 2 weeks later talking about a goddamn gas can. So this lieutenant tells me the same thing. If they miss something, take care of it and let them know, and they'll try to do better next time. I'm pretty annoyed now, so I said, is that what we are supposed to do with the yard, too? Mow it for you and tell you didn't mow it? This was like a spark in a powder keg. Mitch jumps up and screams, this is bullshit. 2nd shift's lieutenant jumps up and screams for him to shut up, that he'll handle this. Mitch keeps screaming that this is bullshit. Then the two of them get into a screaming match. I'm almost laughing because the only thing I had said all morning was the remark about the grass, and now this is happening. Even better was that Bill, the guy who left the gas can on the floor, was off this day. End result was we all sat around the table and duked it out. Mitch says that he's got personal things that he doesn't feel the need to share with all of us and was expecting us to have his back. I finally told him that we absolutely will help each other out, but he hadn't even said that he needed help. He just told us to fuck ourselves and do the yard for him. You're going to catch more flies with honey than vinegar, so to speak. I have never seen a room go from quiet to exploding because of one statement. It's still a somewhat fond memory. My school music teacher had an epic meltdown when I was in about 5th grade. We were a class of about 20 and almost all of us had been there since kindergarten. Unfortunately, that breeds some animosity. If there is any headbutting over the years, many of our teachers hated the boys in our class for some reason. Looking back, I think it was because so many of them were really smart that they got bored and acted out. I remember our gifted and talented program manager only took 3 boys, but I think 8 qualified. Us girls that were in the program got special treatment and stuff, and the boys got recommendations for Etalin Point. So anyway, our music teacher especially hated these certain boys because these boys wouldn't sit and listen to her old tapes with enthusiasm, watch Fiddler on the Roof without blinking, and memorize the Battle of New Orleans for fun. For the record, many girls didn't either, but the boys were singled out. She had just gotten a grant to buy these huge expensive wooden xylophone type instruments and spent hours yelling at us to be gentle with them. Only touch the ends. Don't hit them with more than a tap. Don't ever let the wooden slats touch the floor etc. We were acting up one day a bit. Not even bad emo. She was just being really beachy. We were trying to learn row your boat, and one of the boys turned to ask a question and this beach lost it. She starts screaming row your boat as she's just faking hammering this xylophone thing. The slats are flying off it everywhere, and we are just all staring in awe. For her grand finale she ends with gently down the faking stream. No one is listening, so I'm just gonna scream. I was pretty sheltered. I didn't even think teachers knew words like faking at that age. We all had no idea what to do. The music room was at the end of the gym away from all other classrooms, so she knew no one would hear her. We all straightened up and were ready to listen, but she just threw her poundy things on the ground and went over to her desk. For the rest of the class, as we all just sat there in silence. It was awesome looking back, but man was it pants-sheetingly scary at that age. My boss was an alcoholic, and she decided that an older guy who worked with us had to go. So she took him into a small conference room and started screaming at him that he was useless and should just faking retire already. This was shortly after 9/11, and we worked in Lower Manhattan. Anyway, she's screaming and he's screaming back, and it's a big awful totally inappropriate thing. Then he stomps out telling her to go fuck herself. So what does she do? Calls 911, saying a crazy man was threatening to kill her. A full New York City SWAT team shows up a few minutes later and sees that the supposed crazy man is a co-worker who had been told he's too old and should quit, which is actually sort of a crime committed by alcoholic boss. Ours doesn't like ageism. Long story short, she got 2 weeks off without pay and had to take anger management classes. He got a few days off sans pay for cursing and screaming. No one who saw those cops show up ever forgot it. It was crazy and stupid and just scary as hell. The alcoholic boss kept on drinking, but didn't do something that stupid again. I asked to work at an internet gaming cafe in the center of my city, which was fun, but 50% of our customer base were of course fat/sweaty nerds with no social skills and more often than not some underlying mental issues. One of them, let's call him James, was a schizophrenic who played a lot of WoW, but was incredibly bad at it. James often has to be told sternly to watch his language in the shop. He curses when angered by games, as do we all, except we do it outside of business hours, which we had already done a few times today, before he had started playing WoW. The best part comes though when he gets lost in the entrance to Scholat Monastery by himself, and keeps on dying. Every time he does, he swears and smacks the keyboard /himself/both. Every time he does that, we pretend to be furious with him, while silently pissing ourselves, and guessing how many more deaths it'll take him to escape finally. I have absolutely no qualms having fun at the expense of this particular schizophrenic, after he sexually assaulted my then girlfriend in front of me. I'm so late and this will probably get buried, but I will share anyway. Previous job, many years ago, working a hybrid call center desk side place. As usual, our calls are recorded for training purposes. Supported internal employees only for company that had many offices worldwide. We all worked in the HQ building and supported everyone from the janitor to the CEO. There was roughly 10,000 total with all the other buildings/campuses within the city itself. We had a list of people that, if you were having a crap day and they called, it was probably better for you to skip that call and let someone else deal with them. Of course, we never officially did this. Our number one, avoid at all costs on a bad day person happened to work in the PR department. She also has a BlackBerry with, and I'm not kidding, over 65,000 contacts. BBs are notorious for taking forever to back up and restore on a good day. Never mind a good day with the entire population of Daytona Beach, Florida on Oiwai. On the day in question, our #1 person has gotten another new BB. She always had to have the latest and greatest, and generally found a way to break them, or complained enough about its performance, to get a new one. All of this was in the notes/MLs of the ticket she was told at 8 AM by the tech, who was setting her new one up, that, if she wanted to take the new one with her on her business trip, that she needed to get us her current BB to him before 10 AM. She finally gets it to him at 1 PM, and asks if it will be ready by 4 PM. He tells her that it is highly doubtful, and that she should just take her current, working BB. She puts up a fuss about it, gets the tech manager involved. This dude was in a different department than I was, and is pretty much forced to get it done. As always, it fails the first couple of times on backing up her massive amounts of data, and then continues to fail when loading it to the new one. She calls him at 4 PM asking where it is. He explains the issues and tells her that not only is the new one not ready, but the old one is currently in the middle of a 3-hour backup. If he stops it, there is a chance she could lose all her data. This is a problem because she never backs up her phone to her laptop, because it is not her job to make sure data is backed up. That's its job. Her words. Now she's pissed, and the meltdown is brewing. The MLs start flying. Her flight leaves at 5 PM. That was a lie. It left at 9 PM, but that comes later, and now she's going to miss it. Here's where I come in. Keep in mind I'm the only one who is physically there at this time. My lead is working from home, so he's technically there. Tech comes to me at 5 PM telling me what's going on, gives me the ticket number, and says that when her phone is done with the backup, failed or not, take it to her, if she is even still in the building. Phone finishes at 5:30, and I start calling her. She never answers, so I leave a VM. Call again at 6, then 6:30. Left VMs. I leave at 7, and I'm not waiting around on her off. At 6:45, she calls me directly, 10 different kinds of pissed off. She's mad because original tech left 2 hours later than normal. She pissed because I told her that the only phone that was done was her old BB. She pissed because she left the building. Lies. She was there because caller ID and couldn't get her phone. Pissed because her flight left an hour ago and she's stranded at the airport. More lies. She goes on and on ranting and raving about how we didn't come get her phone until it was too late. We didn't do what she asked. We never get anything right. Someone will be driving to the airport to deliver her phone, etc. Typical it's always the it guy's fault kind of stuff. She hangs up, calls back 5 minutes later saying that she is now in the building and is coming to get her phone. Hangs up, calls from her desk phone again 10 minutes later because she can't get through the doors on our floor after leaving the elevator lobby, and people like her is why it's locked down. I told her I would be happy to bring it down to her or meet her in the lobby. We met in the lobby of her floor. She yanked the phone out of my hand and stormed off to her office. As I'm getting back to my desk to pack up and leave, she calls me again. It's after 7 PM and I'm supposed to be off, but figure, WTH. Might as well see what crap she has to say now. She gives it to me for 10 minutes straight. Tells me how this is my fault, that she missed her flight, how I locked her out of her BB causing her to get the password wrong 10 times, and getting her BB wiped. When asked what she wanted it set to, she wrote in an email AB 1234, when in her head she meant AB 1234. Yes, in the time it took me to get on the elevator and go up one floor, she had managed to wipe her BB. Instead of asking me to reset it through the server, she hosted it. She ended the call by saying she was giving my name and apartment to her director so that he could charge me personally for her missed flight point at 730. I called my lead, explained everything to him, and told him I was going home. He told me to log an hour of OT and come in an hour late to make up for the trouble. He said he'd get the phone guys to pull all the recording from her phone to our department and the original text department for the entire day and see what all she said. Fast forward a week or so. She calls and I get her call on my phone. I somewhat loudly lament that PR lady is calling me again. Arg. My director, whose office is next to my cube, hears this and comes out, waits until I hang up, and asks how her attitude was. I told him that it was surprisingly pleasant and asked what he did. He said if she is ever the least bit rude to anyone, let him know. Then he smiled and walked into his office. I found out later that day from my lead that my director, PR lady, her manager and her director all had a come to Jesus meeting that morning. She did not miss her flight, her phone was wiped, but she admitted to not asking us to reset it before it got wiped and pretty much admitted to everything. Which they said was sad because her director had all the phone calls queued up and ready to play the moment she denied any of it. Basically, she got written up and given a final warning all in one shot. From that day until she was transferred to another state, she was the nicest person who ever called. Wait LDR, angry PR lady threatened to make me personally pay for a plane ticket because she missed her flight, when in reality, she did not miss her flight at all, and she can't actually do that. It was all recorded, and she got threatened with her job. Angry PR lady became nicest person in the company overnight. Edit, grammar and spelling. Not really a meltdown so much as a cool way to quit. I used to work at this tourist trap in Colorado Springs called Seven Falls back in high school. One of the attractions of this place was a pool of water at the bottom of the falls that they stocked with literally hundreds of trout. Like they were almost as densely packed in there as a fish tank at a Chinese restaurant. Anyway, the attraction was that we sold fish food to tourists to throw to the fish, which were so accustomed to this that they would immediately pounce on anything thrown in there, including pennies, though they spit those out. This was actually one of the most popular things at Seven Falls, and on a nice summer day you'd usually have a crowd of tourists gathered around this pool shoulder to shoulder all day long. In Idaho, one of the guys I worked with in the snack bar liked to say that on his last day he was going to jump off the roof of the gift shop, which was right next to the pool, and do a cannonball to soak all the gawking tourists. I really didn't take him seriously until his last day, when he actually did it. I had just got there for the afternoon/evening shift and I couldn't stop giggling about it all night. The look on people's faces was priceless. It was actually a pretty harmless prank though. It startled the tourists and got a lot of them wet. But they weren't soaked or anything, and it was a hot August day anyway, so a lot of them probably welcomed the water. The manager on duty didn't see it that way though. She was livid and somehow thought it would expose the company to legal liability. But there was really nothing they could do. It was his last day and he didn't plan to come back the next summer. Their only retaliation was a bad reference. My friend works in a corporate office setting for a financial company I won't mention. It's a very demanding and high stress job for everyone, but it seems so especially for some of the female higher ups, because it's a very male dominated environment and not always particularly female friendly. One day, one of her colleagues, a usually well polished/poised professional, walks in with no makeup, crazy hair, looking like she just got out of bed. My friend doesn't think too much of it, thinking maybe she's sick or something. Then she notices she woman is wearing her pajamas. It didn't take long for her to start screaming what sounded like nonsense about the government and Secret Service. The COO of the company comes to try and do damage control, but apparently she won't talk to him because she believes he is the President of the United States and she is Olivia Pope from the TV show Scandal. She's screaming at people, as though they are each assigned characters from the show about different plot lines. If you don't watch the show, Olivia Pope is having a pretty intense secret affair with the Potters, and this can make for a pretty awkward office scene to act out in reality. I imagine this woman had some kind of underlying mental illness that maybe triggered this event, but work-related stress seemed to be some kind of catalyst for the breakdown. I'm very happy to say my friend has moved on to another company. So a few months into my job, a new girl gets hired for the holiday season. She seemed off, but my manager insisted she would be a good fit. Well, by her third shift she had explosively lost her mind, yelling, screaming, and crying that everyone was mean to her. I asked my coworkers what they did. I was consulting a customer and she just stood there asking why to everything I said and did like a 3-year-old. I told her I'd show her what I was doing later, and she went off the handle. Mind you, she was just an assistant. Her job was to clean/arrange/fix things and ring up people on the register. She didn't need to know sales tactics, so by the end of week 1 she has now gotten in a major fight with one of the lead salesmen and our manager. The assistant manager just keeps his distance from her. By week 2, it only takes about 40 minutes into a shift for her to be in a full-blown meltdown mode. She calls the grams. She called hours. She's trying to get sales guy fired, and that's when we realize she wants his job. MMMMK. Well, they keep appeasing her. She gets full weekends off with pay. She gets a raise. She gets phone conferences with the head of ours and the VP of the company. She's so persuasive over the phone, but she's insane. All the while I'm listening to her, because my job station is where private meetings are held. Point anyway, she finally totally loses her shit on the VP, and he sees she's been lying about being a victim the whole time. He says, listen, you can't be having meltdowns and fits like you do. One more and you're out. Well, sure enough, the next day she screams and calls my manager an asshole in front of some customers. He didn't even have to say anything to her. She just got her stuff and left. When her check came in, we immediately mailed it. Point about a year later, her mugshot was in the paper. She had refused to pay a cab driver, so he drove her right to the police station, where she was arrested for refusing to comply and refusing to pay for services rendered and disorderly conduct. We have that clipping pinned in the back room. Lol. Edit. Word. This one was a customer who freaked out at my workplace. I was a technician at a very popular computer store. I'd see anywhere from 20 to 30 customers every day, diagnosing issues with their phones/tablets/computers, and ultimately had tons of pressure to keep up a good pace and provide good service. This was difficult enough, but there always had to be a few customers every day who were absolutely irate and unreasonable. After a couple years at this place, I became pretty skilled in handling difficult customers, so my managers would usually call me in for the most shitty people. This particular customer came into our busy store and immediately started threatening our lead technician. She didn't want to wait for her turn. She didn't want us to troubleshoot. She basically demanded that we hand her a new phone right then and there. Naturally, our lead grabbed me when I became free and directed me to this customer. As I introduce myself and look up her phone in our system, it's clear to me that it's a third-party refurbished smartphone and it's out of warranty. We won't do anything for free in this situation, but it's totally fine in the store. She said it wouldn't charge or turn on, but we plugged it into a charger and it immediately booted like normal. I ran diagnostics and found no big issues. As I'm trying to communicate the good news with this woman, it's becoming clear that she's not all there. I'm being firm, but treating her with endless patience and respect, and she's literally screaming at me and pounding the table with her fist. She's turning red and starting to sweat, like a lot, and she's actually so mad she starts angry crying, which I didn't even know was a thing. She eventually just gets up and storms out of the store, and all the other customers near me were like, shit dude, that was rough. My old man was a cabinet maker. Probably still is, but I haven't seen him for the better part of a decade now, so I can't be sure. He was also a complete utter cunt of a man. When I was much younger, I used to work for him on school holidays and occasionally while I was at uni if he needed the help. I'm talking extortionately low wages, though less than 50% of minimum wage. It was easier than the guilt trip or anger I'd face if I didn't. One day we were loading a massive single-piece bar top onto the back of an 18-wheeler semi. I think you call them tractor trailers in the States. And as per usual he was being a massive dickhead about it, yelling at me and the rest of his tradesmen, making everyone's job harder than it had to be. I was holding the end of the bar top at the front of the trailer, backing my way carefully along so that we could safely get this behemoth of a thing laid down, with 4 other men along the length of the bar top and Myers' whole father on the other end at the back. He was pushing faster than anyone else seemed to be comfortable with, and as I started running out of room at the front of the trailer I called out to say so. Everyone else slowed down, but apparently a show of dominance had to be made, so Dickhead kept pushing. Amid calls of woe from the other guys, and faking stop for fact's sake from me, he decided one huge shove was in order. Me and 2 other guys were shoved off the side of the trailer and the bar top came crashing down and split on the trailer bed. In a last-ditch effort to try and save the thing I managed to get my hand under it as it fell and crushed it pretty bad. My father, of course, went absolutely ballistic, blaming it on me. The meltdown, however, was my own. I walked up and punched the asshole straight in the mouth and left. Never spoke about it and finished the installation with the rest of the guys, so I figure he knows he faked up. I was an intern at a software company about 2 years ago. The director of research and development lived about 2 hours away, and so they would work from home most days. I noticed that my manager would frequently get roadblocked when dealing with the director because she was very hard to reach and held an irregular schedule, never being in the office. I was confused how someone so key to the leadership of the company could always be mired and hard to reach. Near the end of my internship there was an all-hands meeting. The director was supposed to kick it off, but she proceeded to miss the entire meeting, and the CEO presented in her place. Apparently this was the final straw for the leadership. The next time she came in they fired her early in the morning. Her office was near my desk, and so I got to see the conversation and aftermath take place. After the CEO left her office she proceeded to throw a picture at the wall and lock the door. She tore everything off her desk and threw it in a hefty bag while the door was still locked and security got called. My manager was mortified that I was watching all this as my desk was feet away from her office and as I was near the end of my internship deciding if I wanted to return to the company. He pulled me into a meeting room before I got to see security unlock her door, but I can guess that it wasn't pretty. Work in restaurant where once a month we have a street party. Lots of walk-in and walk-up business. Pizza guy, let's call him Red, is making nearly 100 pizzas to sell slices out of. He is putting them on a cooling rack, which consists of a tower of upside down cookie sheets with 6 between each stack. Back kitchen guy, we will call him Stabs, comes up to grab a baking sheet. Red, get off my motherfucking rack. Stabs, these aren't yours, we need one in the back. And pulls one of the sheets off, starts walking towards back kitchen. At this point, Red drops what he's doing and starts following him to back kitchen, which is 120 plus feet from pizza point. They come in kitchen door. Red basically pushes Stabs in a corner, starts yelling to give him back his cookie sheet. As they are arguing, Red picks up a 10-inch chef's knife and at this point is waving it sideways in front of him. Then pins Stabs with him free hand and holds the big knife to his chest, demanding respect and his cookie sheet back. At the point, manager sees what's going on and yells, Red, get out of here, you're done. And 3 servers are crying that Alan's gonna kill Stabs. At this point Red knows everyone can see what is going on, so he steps back, sets the knife down, and walked out. Came back 2 or 3 hours later in middle of street party with his son, who he forced to quit the back kitchen, demanding we give him his peels, dough knives, a bunch of his own sheet he actually did bring in to use. Not included were any cookie sheets. This wasn't even Red's first freak out. One time someone he didn't like had a broom Red preferred and broke it on him. Red started screaming and shouting how he broke his broom again. Then he threw the broom head and handle across the dining room. Very stable guy. I used to work at a pizza shop. My manager and I would play practical jokes on one another. One time he and one of my coworkers put my hat in jello when I went on vacation. I thought it was hilarious and decided to prank him back. Our store had several mini tubes of super glue, and so when there was a lull of customers I decided to see what I came up with. I ended up super gluing a piece of salami on the inside of his right shoe. It was a pair of old black shoes he got from the thrift store. We frequently bleached the floors, and so all of our shoes were old and beat up. I figured the worst that could happen would be me purchasing him a new pair of shoes from the thrift store for $5 to $10. Well, I forgot about the salami for a few months, although he found it and just dismissed it as strange. About 2 months later, when I worked with him, I heard him complaining about how his socks smelled weird. With horror I realized it must still be there. Later that same night, when he finished closing and took his shoe off, I was in the back of the store with him. He decided to rummage around on the inside and found the old piece of salami still super glued on the top interior. I couldn't help but smile when he pulled it out bit by bit. Somehow it managed to hang on for a full 2 months, and it did smell pretty terrible as he was pulling it out. He lost it and cussed me out. He said that wasn't funny, but the angrier he got the harder it was to not laugh, which obviously pissed him off more. I offered to buy him new shoes and socks, but I ended up getting fired on the spot. I was headed to college in a month, so it was alright by me. I think it was worth it to see his reaction. I did feel bad about his socks. Had an assistant professor who was getting a doctorate meltdown during class. There was some build up leading to it. Ultimately, I think what happened was that she was under a lot of pressure with the workload of taking classes / writing her doctorate and teaching / testing freshmen in college. It was a math class and I can't remember exactly what happened, but I think a student suggested she was wrong with something and she just cocked her head a little and said, "If you think you know it so well, you teach us." She proceeded to sit in an empty desk in the middle of seating area and ask the student why. "Why is that? How do you know that's true?" etc. All while smacking gum very loudly. The guy actually did pretty decently for himself with teaching for the 2 minutes he was up there, and answering her questions after her questions didn't faze him. She started pretend talking on her phone very loudly and pretending to be super ditzy and twirling her gum around her finger. It was super awkward and pretty weird. She eventually just stands up and says some lame bit about how that's how we are all acting towards her and we need to be better. Again, super awkward. She finished the lesson and I don't think anyone said a word the rest of the class. She wasn't a great math prof and wasn't the best at explaining things, so as a class we asked a lot of questions. She had been wrong about some stuff before, so the guy challenging something she was saying that didn't make sense to him wasn't out of left field. I'm sure he could have been more respectful though. It was just the final straw for her. Later on in the class she accidentally sent the midterm out to the class with the title "class example worked out" or something like that, cause she didn't have time to finish the example in class. I think it was her way of extending a peace offering. Or it was just another sample of how much pressure she was under and she somehow accidentally sent it out. The 2 students who actually opened it to review the example, I was never gonna open it, or most of the rest of the class GBH, told a few people about it including me. It wasn't the completed midterm, but it had enough to be super helpful. We selfishly kept it to a few people, because 1, we didn't know everyone else, and 2, we didn't want word to get back to the prof in case it was an accident, and then she changed everything up. I was working a holiday overnight stocking job at Toys R Now bankrupt. This was back in the early 2000s, and it was pretty fun, but would have been a lot more fun if there were iPods back then. I had the Play-Doh and Lego aisle as my territory, which, trust me, is the best aisle to have. Anyway, a young guy I'll call Optimus Prime worked in the back at night putting bikes together. Literally all he did, putting bikes together. I call him Optimus because he was really obsessed with Transformers. To the point that I still have a few CDs he made for me of a bunch of Transformers series that only aired in Japan that I never watched. He was pleasant enough, and because I'm a nice guy who can strike up a conversation with anyone, we were soon buddies. He liked talking to me so much that he'd even get into trouble and have to be escorted back to his work area. He had some issues too, and wouldn't hesitate to talk about his virginity or complete lack of interest in such. As an experiment, one time I started talking about some relatively innocent aspect of physical intimacy between a man and woman and he began dry heaving. Yeah, I think he wanted to be a robot. Anyway, there was this old guy on day shift who was often leaving, just as we were showing up. I forget why, but he and Optimus did not like each other. Optimus would often complain about him to me, and I would usually give generic advice before the night manager showed up, to escort Optimus back to his workspace. Now at some point I seem to remember advising the kid that he should stand up for himself and not accept any abuse from his coworkers. Big mistake. So one night, after I just get there, I'm coming out of the bathroom and Optimus is screaming at the old guy, just losing his shit entirely. Other employees are running off to get the manager, while the two face off, tears streaming down Optimus' face. "You want a piece of me? You want a piece of me?" screamed Optimus, right into the old guy's face. I'll never forget this next part, as long as I live. The old guy just calmly narrowed his eyes, lifted his dukes and said, clear as day, "I don't want a piece of you. I want the whole thing." Thankfully then management arrived and pulled Optimus away, because I could tell from the way the old dude was carrying his hands that he was about to box Optimus into a coma. Optimus was fired then and there, and I never saw him again. Till all are one. Optimus. I worked at a website security certification company. Well, this one guy was damn good at sales and always worked his ass off. Realized that there were these 3 people at the company who were getting handed sales. They'd been there a year or so longer than us. But the sales manager just handed them sales, and then when they closed a deal they'd get to spin this wheel for all the sales floor to see. It's a money wheel. So it basically gives you like $20 or even 50 I think, and gift cards, etc. But it also shows that you are a badass salesperson. Well, these 3 spun every day, usually a few times a day or more. We were so impressed for so long, until we realized people would call the company and ask to buy our services. But we were so busy cold calling websites all over the world, as was everyone, that we never got the calls, and any messages always went to the sales manager, who always gave the sales to those 3. There was also a hunt for leads, so when people left the company, which usually happened in the first 30 days, 95% turnover rate, we would sift through their stack for good websites. Any website in our stock would be our sale. If they called and once I got a call, and it was for 10 websites. I made around $800 that day. I can only imagine how much money those bastards were making every day. But check this out. Once this guy and I figured it out, we were pissed. How could these 3 people get all the glory? How could these 3 people get so much help? We thought it had to do with just being good. So we were very good, but then we found out it was just because the managers liked these people more, or in some way they had control over his affections. Point is, my buddy starts crying, literally blubbering, outside the office, when he realizes all this favoritism. He is saying some crazy shit about hurting people in the company, stuff about his daughter, how he has to pay for medical stuff, and is broke, and how pissed he is, because these 3 are just selfish pricks who don't have much to even worry about regarding money. I've never seen another grown man cry like that. I was a welder at a factory that makes car hauler parts. There was this kid that worked there named Juan. The best way to explain Juan was a really scrawny gangster wannabe. All he ever talked about was jetting dat bussy and smoking dat weed. But he was a great worker and somehow really lovable when you got used to him. Well, we got a new guy in who was much less of a worker and a whole lot more of an ass. Long story short, he gets pissy because little Juan was making him look bad because he actually does his job, and this guy complains to the lead man that Juan's not a team player. And before I go any further, Juan was like 5'2" or something, and maybe 10 inches around at the waist, while douche guy was 6'1" and looks like he could eat a horse. Well, after he made the BS complaint to the lead man, him and Juan are standing right up on my workspace. That area of the shop was pretty cramped. They were pitching back and forth mostly in Spanish, so I'm not sure what all was said, but then Juan starts threatening to kick this guy's fat ass. Being that this guy is the size of 4 Juans, I thought this was silly and started laughing and told Juan to stop being dumb and go back to work. "Yukbo, you're not gonna do it." Then Juan just looks at me and boom. Fat as is on the ground and this kid was wailing on his face. Me and the rest of the team just sat there and watched. Juan was pretty much done for right then as far as being fired, and we all hated fat ass, so it was a good show. When I finally pulled Juan off him, this dude had the most faked up, bloody and confused look I have ever seen in my life. I really doubt I will ever get to witness a 90-pound kid beat down a 300-pound dude again. TLDR, watched my 90-pound dumbass friend from work pound the face of a 300-pounder's whole. I have a few from my only 3 years as a manager in the fast food business, but this one stands out. We hired a guy as a kitchen team leader who had previous experience at several other of our restaurants. His dad was a college professor and they moved around a lot. He was pretty pretentious from the start and often pulled out the "oh well that's not how we did it in Memphis," and would always talk about how Atlanta and Memphis were the best run stores he'd ever worked in, even if the staffs there were crazy evangelical Christians. Might give away which chain I'm talking about. He was okay at his job, not great, and definitely wasn't a team player. Finally, the operator of my store had enough of his attitude, told me we were going to have a sit down with him, and to set it up. The three of us meet in her office. The operator had no intention of firing him, but once she started giving constructive criticism he took it personally and started railing on her about how the restaurant was run. The operator kept her cool and had good responses to his criticism, but once she suggested he try to be a better team player he stood up, unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his uniform. This is where I should mention he was about 6 feet 3 inches and rather portly, peels his shirt off, throws it on the office floor, yells "I'm a team player, this is faking ridiculous," and storms out, never to be heard from again. TLDR, porky pretentious prick shirtlessly storms out of store. This was at my first job out of school. We had a switchboard operator who was a real character, who we will call Joe for the purpose of this story. He reminded me like John from The Simpsons, except he was quite tall and had a club foot. He was quite open about his sexuality, to the point where it made people uncomfortable about him talking about it. The oversharing, not the homosexuality. He also had this habit of absorbing the accent of whatever person he was talking to. In a multicultural city as Toronto, this meant he adopted 7 or 8 different accents throughout the day, and occasionally a complaint from a customer that he was mocking them. He wasn't. It was just who he was. Anyways, the incident point: I was sitting at my desk, doing whatever mind-numbing paperwork I was tasked at doing, when I heard this commotion from behind me. I turned around at just the right time. Joe stood up, ripped off his headset, threw it down on his desk, threw his hands up in the air and said, quite loudly, "Fuck this, I've had enough. I quit." He then stormed off, which was a bit of a slow hobble because of his club foot. Everyone was stunned, including the supervisors and union reps, who ran after him. They tried to convince him to stay as he waited for the elevator. I imagine they did the same as they went down the elevator and out into the parking lot. We watched out the window as they followed him to his car, tried to convince him to stay as he got in his car, and then watched as they just stood there as he drove off. They were just stunned. We never found out what precipitated this. There weren't even any rumors. No one had a clue. We did, however, find out that he was allowed to return to work in a union environment. This wasn't too difficult. He took a few weeks stress leave, then was allowed to return to an accommodation. This is where it gets interesting. We worked at an electric utility that had inside workers, office staff, and outside workers, linemen, engineers, etc. He was an inside worker, but his accommodation was with the outside workers. Traditionally, outside workers were a little rougher around the edges. A tall homosexual with a club foot and a penchant for oversharing his conquests is not the traditional outside worker. His assignment was with an underground crew, which dealt with underground vaults. A few weeks later we heard that he was on stress leave yet again. We found out about this through our union newsletter. An underground crew was suspended because they locked a new crew member in an underground vault as part of hazing. We knew right away that it was Joe. They mentioned that the affected member was placed on stress leave, the crew was suspended, and that this type of activity was not tolerated by union brothers and sisters, which was a big deal, because the union never admonished members in writing in public. Needless to say, he was back at his old job once he was off stress leave. I work at a country club that also houses the hoa for several gated communities. My office is right beside the main HOA desk, where my coworker, let's call her Jen, handles all complaints and issues residents might come across. Whenever Jen is out of the office, she turns around a sign to tell residents that if they need a barcode for the gate they can turn the corner and ask for my help. So in comes a very angry resident who had just received a $100 speeding ticket by our neighborhood security guards. I could hear her pounding footsteps coming back my way as Jen had stepped away for a meeting. Now keep in mind I do not work for the HOA, I just work right beside them and can only help residents get a barcode if they get a new vehicle. Well, that's not going to stop this lady from speaking her mind to me about how she does not deserve her ticket. Our security officer is very well equipped. Not only does he use a radar gun to clock cars flying down the neighborhood streets, but he also wears a body cam to record each interaction with residents. So this lady busts into my office and immediately starts telling me that her ticket is ridiculous and how she's not paying and yada yada. I try to calmly explain to her that this is not my job and if she want to dispute her ticket she would have to take it up with the head of security. I told her that each officer records every interaction with residents and they could watch the footage from her incident whenever the HOA meeting got out. Now this is the kicker. The lady told me that she knew she was speeding and she didn't deny that the video would show her going 20 over the speed limit. So I was like okay, so what's the problem? She then proceeded to tell me that she should be immune from receiving tickets because she allows a security officer to park in her driveway so he can clock speeders and catch people running stop signs. No joke, this lady admitted to speeding and was trying hold the fact that she lets security park in her driveway over our heads like she's making some huge sacrifice to let them park there, and it's only fair that we let it slide when she gets a ticket. I'm trying to stifle a smirk at this point because I realize how painfully entitled this woman felt she was, which didn't sit well with the woman. So she began to get irate, yelling again about how her ticket is unfair and she will not be allowing security to park in her driveway anymore, and complained about how our security guards are terrible and blah blah blah. So I just sat still with a dead expressionless face until her rant ended, then handed her the business card of our head security officer and told her the same thing I had already said 3 times. I have so many stories like this of entitled resident coming up and expecting us let them get away with shit like this, oftentimes ending with insults to our security and a slur of profanities. Some people truly never stopped believing the world revolves around them. Worked overnight at a retail pharmacy chain, not Walgreens. It was me and a coworker working front and a pharmacist in pharmacy. Coworker is lazy as fuck. Dude would take the dog beds and lay them out to nap in aisles. Once threw a toy football and hit an old lady. Just never did his share of work and goofed off the whole time. Pharmacist is Vietnam vet who will happily brag about being a sniper and was overall intense. So coworker decides to get on the intercom and blast music from his phone. Does this a couple of times. Suddenly pharmacist is stomping to the front, red-faced, yelling at coworker that he was trying to talk to customers. Instead of apologizing, coworker gets mad that pharmacist disrespected him by yelling. So he goes to the security cam because he thinks pharmacist is lying. Sure enough, pharmacist is leaned back sleeping in a chair on cam. This leads to coworker and pharmacist red-faced screaming at each other in the middle of the store at 3 AM. To make it better, we had a customer witness it all. I avoided pharmacist for the rest of the night. It honestly scared me how angry he got. When I went to leave, I had to de-ice my car and was frantically trying to hurry before pharmacist came outside. Lol. Coworker ended up getting a much higher paying federal job, family ties, and pharmacist went on to get handsy with 2 of my other coworkers. That's another story. I learned that being lazy gets you better jobs, and being a pharmacist at a pharmacy retail chain means you get away with a lot of shit. I've got a really dumb one to add points. So back in the day I used to work for a large government contractor. Rather than cubes, we had 2-person offices throughout the building, and each had a window to see into them. As the new guy I was of course matched up with someone nobody else wanted to share a space with. It wasn't due to the typical BS like having a messy space or eating strong smelling foods, but more so for having a short temper. Other than that, the guy was fine to work with. Point anyways, this guy was a man of routine and planning. When things didn't go to plan, he was likely to have some sort of meltdown. This happened on a regular basis due to the metro causing him to be late. He also really loved the Baltimore Ravens. For every Ravens win, the guy would place a small helmet on the window of our office. For the life of me, I don't recall why, but at one point I printed out a Pac-Man and placed it in front of it like the helmets were dots. It was dumb. I figured he wouldn't care. Point boy was I faking wrong. Guy sees it later in the day, some reason assumed someone else did it, and basically went on a witch hunt trying to figure out who blasphemed him. Shrine to Ravens wins. 2 hours went by, the boss lady finally told him to give it up, and he went on with his day. I, being the childish asshole that I was, probably still am, decided if one Pac-Man caused that much damage, how about 2? The next day I added 2 behind the wins, and when he saw them, it was as if a nuclear bomb exploded in his head. Another day of lost productivity, witch hunts, and the office laughing at him. And then April Fools rolled around a month or so later. Again, being the asshole that I was, I may have taken things a bit too far. Just did some digging in the Wayback Machine, and the visuals should speak for on their own. The best way I can describe the outcome was the scene where Andy from The Office flips the fuck out and punches his fist through a wall. Before he decided to go on a murder spree, I finally fessed up, explaining that I was just an asshole, but ultimately felt bad about how he was reacting. Took him out to lunch, pranked another colleague with him, and that was that. Oh man. Probably my own. Working at a hotel, card reader / maker breaks, and the backup that the AGM kept saying she would fix wasn't fixed. And it was a Saturday, so the company couldn't ship a new one until Monday. So my boss set me up at the front desk by myself, with as many backup room specific master keys we had, and a maintenance guy to help me. We worked in a larger hotel, 115 rooms, 3 floors, and very long hallways. Thankfully we were only at 23% capacity that night, and it was mostly business regulars who I knew really well at that point, because I'd been there for a while. We didn't have master keys to all the rooms though, and not all the rooms got cleaned that Saturday, because we were only at 23% capacity, and that's how housekeeping works. So I had to play this fuckery game of matching up clean rooms to rooms that had keys, which was not entirely possible for even 50% of the check-ins. So I was literally leaving the front desk to go open rooms for people. I would run down the hallway ahead of them with my master key, unlock their door, sling that door prop open, then run back down the hallway as they were walking to their room. As soon as I'd get back to the front desk, and I was the only front desk person working, there'd be another guest, so I'd check them in, and as I was doing that, 3 other regulars would come back from dinner and need their rooms opened. So I'd get half and the maintenance guy would get half, and we'd run them to their rooms and open their doors with the master key. Now I'm a runner, let me just say, running is my jams. I'm fairly fit and love cardio. But man, by hour 5, I was dying. I started sending my boss and AGM texts saying we needed help, but they sent no one. So by hour 8, I was completely wasted, my legs were jello, I was sweating, I was mentally worn from being yelled at by so many guests, and having to take it, since I was the face of the company. My shift change showed up 30 minutes late, as always, which of course made me even angrier, because that meant I wouldn't even walk out of the building until midnight. I went into the back offices, and had a complete meltdown. I was yelling, I was sobbing, I was so angry at my boss for not sending more help when I'd made it so clear we needed help. Apparently everyone in the lobby could hear it, but they were all regulars who knew how awesome my work ethic is, so they didn't say anything to my boss, but I really should have been fired for that. Pretty late here, but whatever, worked at Costco years back. One particular week I was being cross-trained in the meat department. This was happening to a lot of people because management wanted to be flexible with personnel. They wanted to be able to move people to where they needed them. Well, this didn't go over too with some people. Meat cutting is a skill and none of the guys enjoyed being called out of their depth to help box people's food. One of our meat cutters was this old Irish guy. He swore to me he had been working as a meat cutter since he was 13. Great guy and really funny. He would make up shit when people would ask about our product. One day we were out of lobster and he straight-faced told a lady he had talked to the captain of the ship and that they were 2 days out. Lady bought it. Anyways, this old timer was getting ready to retire and just had a fuck it attitude. One day the call came into the department that the front end needed help and that we needed to send someone. Usually the younger guys volunteered. The guys with the most seniority weren't expected to go. Well, this one day the old timer says I'll go. Caught us all by surprise. He takes off his kit, cleans up a bit, and heads to the front end. We watched him behind the sliding glass doors as he walked down the aisle like a cowboy going into a battle. There was a little bit of swagger as he walked. We assumed he was just going to get thrown into one of the lanes and start boxing items, but later we found the real story. The supervisor saw him walk up and asked him if he was going to help assist. He replied something along the lines of, "Son, I'm a meat cutter," and just kept on walking and never came back. That was the last time meat cutters were expected to help out in the front end. I had a breakdown at work last September. I had just graduated college and lost all purpose in life. I work in a call center for a mental health facility and had been packing on the compassion exhaustion. I just couldn't physically care about these people's problems anymore. One morning I got written up because I had been 5 minutes late to work almost every day for a couple weeks, and my boss asked me if I was okay. I hate it when people ask me if I'm okay because they don't actually give a shit. They're just being polite. At least that's what my depression was making me think. After that I went back to work. That day was surprisingly busy. We had 2 people calling in pretty much every 5 minutes because someone hadn't called them back right away. Finally I answered the phone for one of those clients. "This is client and I really need to talk to clinician. I'm going to be homeless. I need her to call me back. Why can't I talk to her?" And I just couldn't handle it. This was probably the 15th time she had called and it was only 8:30. I started bawling on the phone and she got really quiet and went, "Are you okay?" I lost it. "It's so busy today. Clinician isn't calling you back because she hasn't been able to check her messages. Don't you realize she has other people to see? She's going to call you back and all you're doing by calling every 5 minutes is clogging up the phone line for other people who need it. She will call you back. Give her more than 5 minutes." And I hung up. After that a clinician took me back into her office to talk to me. She talked to me for about 20 minutes about everything. She was so nice and compassionate. I never thought someone would care what I was going through. She totally understood my freak out and made sure I didn't get in trouble, although I was sent home. She explained to me that I was in a mental health crisis and she was afraid for me. I have always been passively suicidal, but never had a full plan, and she told me it was really only a matter of time before I followed through with my suicidal ideations. It was really a wake-up call for me. After that I started therapy and was put on some antidepressants, which are fine. They make me feel not sad, but they also make me feel nothing at all. But I haven't freaked out on a client again so far, so I guess it's helping. I would say me. When I was 17 I was working at a Subway and my manager was a faking drunk stoner. Constantly sleeping on the job, etc. Well, a co-worker had called in sick, so it ended up being just my manager and I. I had a rush, I needed help. I went to the back to ask him for help. He was sleeping. I woke him up. He said he'd be there in 2 minutes. I went back, made some more sandwiches, went back to grab my manager. He was asleep. Woke him up again. He told me to deal with it. His job is to manage, my job is to make sandwiches. I walk out. I have about 25 to 30 people waiting to order, and I yell, "Hey guys, my boss is a faking moron and he's back into the office sleeping, and I just faking quit, so you're going need to go somewhere else for lunch cause I no longer give a fuck." The crowd was pissed at me. I didn't give a fuck. I grabbed the tub of pickles, went into his office, threw the pickles at my manager and said, "You're faking drunk," and I quit. He said, "You're fired." I said, "Same faking difference. By the way, you got a lot of pissed off customers in the lobby," and I stormed out. Regional manager called me to try and get me back. I asked if the manager was still going to be the manager, and she said yes, and I called her an idiot and hung up on her. For me it was a first-hand experience. I was working as a service technician for a local HVAC shop. I just started and had like no legitimate training. But my boss was short-handed after 2 guys quit back to back. So with only a month of work under my belt, I was put on the on-call phone for after-hour calls. So here I'm working on call for a career that I have little to zero training on and left on my own to figure it out. Well, I thought things couldn't get worse. They did. Oh fuck, they did. I was giving the on-call phone during the week of the 4th of July. The hottest week of the year that year, and if you worked HVAC, heat means calls like crazy. So here I'm being called by 20 plus calls to fix things that I have no idea on how to properly fix. While, big kicker, my boss decided to take the week off to go float the river and my coworker is on vacation. I worked 15 to 16 hour days in 100 plus degree heat and mostly on roofs. I remember coming back to the shop for some parts and literally broke down there. I sobbed my eyes out realizing that I wasn't cut out for that field and I was so drained trying my hardest that showed no end in sight. I called my folks. They were scared for my life. I sounded like a madman is what my ma told me, but they helped me get through that week. I gave my 2 weeks after that and moved on to a different career, which is a part of a union and looks out for apprentices and alike from such situations. It was in high school, sophomore year I believe. It was Latin class, and we were turning in our notes on Roman mythology. She taught Latin grammar through myths sometimes, and we were expected to write down what she said. Now, I wouldn't call our Latin class a bad one. Yeah, there were a couple light troublemakers, but they always stopped after being called out. But it turns out some of us were shitty notatakers. I will admit that I was one of them. I was a chronic procrastinator. About half of our class barely had any at all, except for charts on the most basic grammar rules. Turns out the teacher had been having some trouble with some of us behind the scenes not doing our homework, which I wasn't a part of. I just did shitty note-taking, or using Google Goddamn Translate, which, for those of you who don't know about it, is horrendous at accurately translating living languages. Let alone a faking dead one. And a full half of us not paying attention to her lessons throughout the year was the final straw. She suddenly shouted for everyone to pass their notes to the front. Now, she was usually a really polite lady with a good sense of humor, so all of us snapped to attention in shock and quietly passed our notes up. She then took them all, power walking to her desk, and faking slammed our notes into the trash. Everyone's. Even those that had taken perfect notes, and even one girl who had added explanatory illustrations on many pages. She then reamed us all out how we were time wasters who better faking pay attention and catch up if we wanted to actually pass and not retake the year. We finished the rest of the lesson completely silent. The last I remember of that day is walking out the door and turning around and seeing her at her desk, head in her hands. And the horrible thing is, she wasn't a bad teacher at all. In fact, she was one of the best and most fun teachers at that school, and those of us who had slacked off all felt horribly shitty over pushing this great teacher to the breaking point. We were always respectful of her from then on, and I'm pretty sure all of us passed. Luckily, we were able to repair our friendship with that teacher, and by the time we graduated, we were one of her favorite classes. I was working at Waffle House as a grill operator, read, food doctor, read, cook, when one of my coworkers went out for his smoke break. I wasn't looking, considering that his smoke break made me the only one on the grill, and I had 2 grills to man, but I noticed suddenly that the waitresses are yelling various things from sweet Jesus to what the hell, to bring him in, get him. When they do, he storms through the cooking alley with clenched fists kind of grunting / gasping. A few minutes later I say something that annoys him, like, get back to work, and he actually threatens me. I don't take him seriously, though. I tell him he's already had his proletariat hunger killer, and that it's time for him to get back in his pansier's place, still not knowing what the hell went down, and keeping in mind that he is, in fact, a bandwagon commie. He rounds on me, glowering, and says, I'm really not faking playing with you, I'm about to punch you in the face, at which point I grab a hot press off the grill and tell him to heal or be healed. I'm still not taking him seriously, but I decide I will make him the hound. If he's bad enough to jump, it's either that or be knocked into the grill. A coworker who was also my neighbor sees all this and barrels between us while this guy just starts babbling/yelling. He says, "You know that feeling when you draw blood?" He says, "That feeling, it just gets you high. It just makes you want to kill someone. I'm going to kill that stupid beach." My mouth fell open in shock, and I was frankly taken aback. I was also wicked pissed at this point, having just received a casual death threat from a punk like him, though we had always been on crude joking terms before. But he wasn't talking about me. Apparently his ex had the nerve to pull into the Waffle House parking lot, probably seeking waffles, and possibly knowing that he worked there. I watched from the security monitors later as the assistant manager replayed him throwing his cigarette down, dragging the woman away from her car, and punching her repeatedly in the face for all of us to see. It was the most outrageous thing I'd ever seen from a coworker at work. This is gonna get buried, but let me tell ya about my favg used to work at a law firm, and I got pretty close with some of the junior associates whose cubicle area/things were close to my desk. There was one guy there, let's call him Jay, who was a chronic overachiever. Super smart, super intense type A personality, by the book, and was always right. Actually right, never arrogant about it. He was just literally faking always right. Jay was a great worker and, to my knowledge, billed way over his required billable hours. Only thing is that this place had insane billables, so this meant he basically lived at the office. I shit you not, this kid had a spare outfit, suit, tie, shirt, in his desk drawer and a portable mini steamer to minimize time spent away from his desk. This is important in order for you to truly understand Jay. He was incredibly book smart, but oh my lord, the man needed to be constantly checked on to make sure he was still alive. Jay would sometimes get so into his work that he would forget to eat, or drink water, or sleep. There were some people in that office who were definitely on stimulants, but Jay wasn't one of them. He was just really single-minded. Because my desk was super close to his cubicle, and because I like taking care of people who are better than me in every way, I often dropped snacks and bottles of water at Jay's desk throughout the day. I never really thought anything more of it than giving myself a pet project, and I didn't think that a fully grown, fully functioning adult would actually rely on a, at the time, 19-year-old to provide them with sustenance. I had to have my wisdom teeth removed, so I booked off a few days from work. Got it done Friday evening, was back at work Thursday. I walk into the office, greet everyone, and one of the other girls in a similar role to me pulls me to the side. She tells me that, apparently, Jay made a mistake in one of his pleadings Monday morning, and because it's so out of character, one of his bosses commented on it and a few of the senior associates had been rubbing him over it for the past few days. He's super stressed about it. Oh, and he's been wearing the same clothes for 2 days. The legal field is really faking weird sometimes, in that some people just don't care about their fellow human beings. Everyone knew Jay's behavioral patterns and everyone knew that, even if he was on a work bender, he always changed his outfit. Clearly, something was very wrong. So I go to greet Jay and bring him some Pocky and water, and he looks like hell. His eyes were glazed over, framed by eye bags so bad they cold bean smudged eyeliner. His hair looked gross, I don't know how else to say it, and he had half of the kitchen's supply of coffee mugs on his desk. If you cut his wrist, he'd probably bleed black. Insomnia grounds anyway. Jay is looking at some pleading or another, so I say his name and he ignores me. Say his name again, he ignores me. I dislike being ignored, so I tapped his shoulder. Jay didn't like that very much. He stands up so quickly his chair fell over on my foot. A Raleigh chair, hard to do. He turns around and just screams in my face about how he's sick of this place, sick of this client, sick of the book. This boss can suck his cork, and that boss can tongue punch his ass. Tiffany from ours is a hoe who is faking Tom from accounting, while her husband watches inside her office. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, and fuck you. He rips out the pleading he was looking at, tried to rip his desktop off the desk, but fumbled because of the connected wires in the thing that holds the wires together so that they don't get tangled. I've never seen a man just deflate so quickly. He put his desktop monitor back down on his desk gently, but horizontally, and just began sobbing. He picked up an empty mug and looking at the sludge inside it, guess it was a few days old, and looked at me, then back in the cup, and let out the highest pitch. It's just so gross. And then he put it on the edge of the desk, but it was too close to the edge, so it fell down and broke and the sludge spattered his shoes and he just flumped his head down in the heads up 7-up position and wailed until security came and escorted him out. He was back at work on Monday. I had to shred the paper he ripped up after security escorted him out, and it turned out to be the pleading he messed up on. The mistake, he simply misspelled the defendant's name, which happens so much it's not even an issue. PS. He apologized to me and thanked me for the pocky as soon as I came in Monday morning. I used to work in the same place as my dad. It was common for him and the supervisor and most of the other upper MGMT people to get into shouting matches on the work floor fun times. One morning we clocked in 5 minutes late, though technically for me, it was an hour and 55 minutes early, at 5:05 am. I still lived with my dad at that time, so I carpooled with him, and he was the one running behind, not me. Anyway, our supervisor greets us with a scowl, looks at him, then looks at me. She rips into me, the one that doesn't drive, for being late. Among the things shrieked from her was, "I can fire you right the fuck now." She doesn't have the authority to fire, but W/E. My dad is standing there wide-eyed because he's never seen me in this kind of situation before, but this is a common thing for him and he never responds that well. He's also in a position where the company can't afford to fire him. I honestly couldn't believe that I was the one being screamed at for only being 5 minutes late. She began to wind down and ask me if I thought the rules didn't apply to me. Mind you, I've kept a poker face through this whole ordeal, so I nonchalantly reply absolutely, I'm above the law, then proceeded to my workstation, logged in, and began to work. Apparently, she did not take kindly to my response at all. Surprise, surprise. She then goes into anger hysterics and throws a complete temper tantrum like a 5-year-old flailing on the ground, uncontrollable crying, tears, etc. It was glorious. I just ignored her and kept working. After the morning break she managed to calm down a bit and apologized for losing her temper. I accepted her apology. Behind me, our hours rep snuck up and said, "Aren't you going to apologize?" It was at this point I realized that I had forgotten how stupid people can be sometimes. My response, "For what? I'm not the one so stupidly incompetent at restraining my emotions and threatening others' jobs." It's a surprise to me how the mistake was made to elevate such an immature fool to a supervisory position. I have committed no action that warrants such a consequence. But if you insist, we can talk to our facility overseer about this matter. I'm sure he can arrange a meeting with a corporate hours representative and some of the other corporate managers in order to come to an amicable understanding. They looked at me like an undergrad looks at a doctorate. They decided not to pursue the subject further. My dad had somehow overheard my response and congratulated me after work for not responding the same way he does. TLDR, Kawaka started smoking meth and threatened to kill us and my supervisor's family. Apologize in advance for the wall of text. Probably way too late to the party, but I worked with this guy with family still living in Mexico. He sent back most of his money, only kept enough to pay for gas and rent. We all knew his situation, so most of the time we'd bring extra food and give it to him, saying we brought too much so we wouldn't hurt his pride. Absolutely the nicest guy I ever met. Well, until he found out his wife was marrying another man and had been spending the money he sent her on the new hubby. Man, that guy flew off the deep end. Started smoking ice and his personality did a complete 180. He wouldn't take our food, saying we put poison in it. Stopped talking to us completely. Told our supervisor we were selling fruit to truckers. We worked in the ag industry. Eventually he completed his breakdown when our supervisor figured out we weren't stealing and he was going crazy. So they fired him. He was completely reasonable and left without a word. We were stunned. We thought for sure he was gonna lose it. Then he showed up for work the next day like nothing happened. Supervisor kicked him out, reminding him he was fired and told him not to come back. That's when he lost it. Screamed at all of us. Said he was gonna come back and kill us all. said he was gonna kill myself and a couple coworkers first cause he thought we were stealing and blaming him, and that's why he was getting fired. We thought it was empty threats, but we were still shocked. Then he started calling the office. Entry night. Not saying a word. Just breathing heavily. Sometimes he'd be laughing. Sometimes he'd tell the receptionist that he was gonna kill us. Sometimes giving off my supervisor's home address. My supervisor started coming to work with a shotgun. He finally showed up at around 2 AM during our break, night shift. Drove around the parking lot and aimed his car at us and just started revving the engine. He didn't drive into us, thankfully. He just peeled out and took off. Supervisor was afraid he was heading to his house, so one of the guys drove him there. Shotgun on his lap. Supervisor came back about an hour later. Apparently everything was fine and they lost him during the chase. We never heard from that coworker again. I hoped he found the help he needed and got his life back in order. I know what the odds are of that happening considering how bad it got. Such a nice guy too. Really funny. Never the make fun of someone to be funny type of funny either. Wherever you are, I hope you're doing well. Nothing too crazy. Most stories I have from work wouldn't qualify as meltdowns, but I did witness a meltdown that I was sort of a contributor to. This is way back when I was 16 and worked at a restaurant. I was scheduled off at 8 PM. A girl I worked with was scheduled to close 9:30ish. She apparently had an important project/paper or something that she needed to get done, so she asked the boss to make me close instead. Problem was, I was really excited to go home at 8 and play some Counter-Strike with my buddies. So I did what all obnoxious teens do. I lied. Now, this girl knew me just well enough to know that I had nothing holding me back from covering the closing shift for her. I don't remember the details, but she ended up going off on the manager, throwing her apron at him, and storming off crying while flipping off all the customers. It was glorious, but we had no closer. And since I had allowed things to go this far, I had to stick to my guns. Manager ended up handling the closing duties. I felt pretty bad about the whole during my 15-minute drive home. But then I launched Counter-Strike and all was well again in Cryptoland. Now that I've told the story, I feel bad 16 years later. Hope she's well. I'd take a minute to look her up, but I'm in queue for Overwatch. I worked in a tech support call center for an own brand computer hardware/software company. Passive aggressive coworker got let go because his metrics and productivity is down due to family issues. He was one of the tech guys in our team and probably in the top 10 easy in the whole building. He was always good, solving HW/Southwestern issues that were just coming in the same day. But for the past 2 months he was just not performing like before due to his problems. Like most companies, upper management doesn't care and let him go. They just handed this guy a memo that he was fired for not reaching target productivity. It was his final week and he was absolutely livid because guy was whisper cursing, and I have worked with this guy for close to 2 years. I have never heard him curse even once. So it was his last day. He just came in at 7 AM like he always does. I saw him because I was going home by that time. I had night shift duties. He just went straight to his station, then he was gone by 9 AM. Saw him in the elevator smiling, then we said our goodbyes. He said he was going back to school to complete his masters, then that was it. Came in the next day and it was freaking chaos. Every single agent 125. Supervisor 123. Floor managers, shift managers, team leaders, department head 123, even the hour computers. Files and tons of in-house data incomplete, corrupted, or missing. Hell, even my timestamps for the entire month is missing. Orders, repairs, tech visits, customer notes, even basic customer account informations were all damaged. Deep down I just knew it was him who did this wonderful symphony of chaos. Most customers in the US and Canada who have scheduled a technician to arrive at their house to repair their computer didn't get a technician. Hell, even if they call us back, their system number or account number won't even show up in the system because of all the data loss. Those said files can be recovered from an offsite server backup, but it will take at least a month just to sort it all out. I didn't even bother with it. I haven't taken a vacation in almost 2 years. Time to take an extended vacation. I'll just let them sort that mess out. My sophomore year in high school was fun. Got placed in a filmmaking/editing class, and unfortunately it was a class where everyone needs to use a computer, so of course the delinquents got on cool math games and started playing that balloon tower defense game with the monkeys all day. Got to the point where the teacher had a system to monitor what everyone was looking at through his screen and independently block off your computer if you were doing shit you weren't supposed to. This on kid, skinny AF, baggy clothes, oversized hat, was a faking piece of shit, and was my first experience with a toxic gamer, and would always talk about how good he was at that tower defense game, even though it was made for elementary kids. He constantly refused to do work, would constantly call me snitches when they complained about his obnoxious behavior, and I was unfortunate to be a favorite of the teacher, so he assigned the kid to my group for a project we had to do. Was fun commanding him to do stuff, because as group leader I was also assigned to grade everyone's performances, so he tried to be my buddy. Of course, point of curse, I failed him, since he didn't do shit. So that pissed him off, and threw a tantrum knowing he's going to fail the class now. So the teacher finally had it with him, and demanded he leave the class and report to the VP. So he storms out, but just before he walked out the door he turned to the teacher and told him, "You need to learn when to shut the fuck up." The teacher slammed his hands on his desk and sprung up, lunging at the kid. Door is right next to his desk, and picked up the skinny sheet with one arm and held him against the wall and proceeded to chew him out. And of course the sheety as he ran, almost crying, to the VP, and of course snitched on the teacher and left out all the things he did and said point teacher got suspended but never knew if he got fired. Hope he didn't, he was a nice man and at an advanced age. Point TLDR, class as whole never did sheet. Teacher was done with his sheet, told him to leave. Kid insulted teacher. Teacher shoved kid to wall and chewed him out. I worked at Disney California Adventure in attractions when I first hired, and I was in A Bug's Land. I loved it. Happy kids. Parents were chill for the most part, but overall, I was able to make magic. However, every year there is a cheerleading competition held at the Hyperion Theater, Aladdin show. This particular time of the year was the worst point. On this specific day and time, I was positioned at Tuck N Roll's drive-in buggy's greeter. This is where you interacted with the guests and kids the most, checked heights, talked, etc. A little cheerleader, no more than 4, came up to me with her cheer mom and wanted to go on to the ride. I was more than happy to bring her over to check her height. This is where the meltdown starts. The mom starts yelling at me that her daughter does not need to be height checked and that her daughter is perfect the way she is, but I insisted on needing to check her height. The little girl comes over and stands up as tall as she could, and I tried every trick in the book to help her, and her head still not touch the bar, 36 inches. However, her massive cheer bow touched the bar. Apparently her mother thought that was acceptable, though her head was still 4 inches from the bottom of the bar. I said she was not tall enough to ride, and her mom went on a rampage saying that the bow touches, so it is good enough. She then went on to scream her child is more successful than me and will go further in life than I, along with calling me a beach in front of her daughter, asking for my lead and manager. She threw her daughter's pom-poms, took a picture of my name tag to go complain, and said thank you for ruining mine and my daughter's day. I smiled, nodded my head, and replied, have magical day ma'am. Don't even get me started about the naked child running around Dot's Puddle Park, and the mom felt too entitled to change their child and claimed I was being racist. TLDR daughter wasn't tall enough for ride. Cheer bow touched, still 4 inches too short. Raging cheer mom. Sorry this long, but finally I can contribute to one of these things. About 5 months ago, we had this girl called Emily. She's notorious for being known as having anger management problems and generally being a cookie beach. One night she was on headset, I work at McDonald's, and suddenly she screams I don't get paid, be called a faking beach by you guys. And this point I'm the only one next to her, and wonder what the hell. A customer got annoyed with her. Next thing she starts screaming her head off, slings the headset across the room which would have knocked someone out had it hit someone, and storms off still screaming her head off. Every worker and customer has their mouths hanging open in shock, and then she takes a tray of eggs and throws them against the wall. She went home early lol, and was back at work the next day. The best one in my opinion is Emily's second meltdown. She was running counter, assembling the food for the customers, and she asked my boyfriend, who I work with, if he could make a burger that I could see sitting there, that he literally just made. He straight up says, "No Emily, it's right there," and she loses it. Starts screaming that he's a cunt, and that he's out to get her. I start sticking up for him and she again storms off, in absolute rage. Everyone working is laughing their heads off, and the customers are filming her. She has a quick talk with our senior manager which ends in her getting her stuff, running into the kitchen, going up to my boyfriend, and screaming that you're a faking cunt who caused all this. I hope this place burns down with you and your hoe girlfriend. I must add, she's 16, now on the benefit, and pregnant. Proceeds to go outside, get in a fight with customers, making our senior manager go out and try to sort it again. The customer slapped her in the face with a jangle. She punched our senior manager, screaming she's gonna shoot all of us. We did absolutely nothing to provoke her, and then fucks off. She's now trespassed. She brought in her resignation the next day because she wanted to tell everyone that she resigned and didn't get fired. The story is legendary at work. She's been like that ever since she was a little kid, I've heard, and still refuses to admit anything is wrong with her. The summer I was 16, I worked as a lifeguard at what was basically a country club pool. Somewhere around 3/4 of the way through the season we found ourselves closing the pool at the end of the day. Basically it involved getting all the people out of the pool area and putting our equipment back in a storage building on the other side of the parking lot point. So, as lifeguards are wont to do when they aren't on duty, we were all faking around the pool, pushing each other in, running on the deck, cannonballing each other, etc. A typical lifeguard sheet. Two of the guards, Scene and Rich, decide they are going to ambush and toss a third guard, Kelly, in the pool. This was a prank that got pulled basically every day, the only difference being the people involved and the roles they played. Everyone had been tossed in the pool by this point. Everyone points, so Scene and Rich make their move. Scene sneaks up behind Kelly and grabs her from behind. Rich grabs Kelly's legs and they head to the pool. Only Kelly freaks the ever-living fuck out and Scene and Rich put her down. Before they get to the pool point, Kelly runs off to the office, apparently crying and screaming hysterically. The rest of us just sort of stood there looking at each other like, what the fuck was that? After we got everything put away and locked up, we filled out our time cards and all piled into Rich's car to head home, when we see our manager driving Kelly out of the parking lot in the manager's car. More what the fuck sessions ensued. So the next day comes around, and I was scheduled early with Rich and another guard. Kelly was scheduled to come in at noon with Scene. Noon rolls around and Kelly waltzes in like nothing happened. Scene doesn't show up. I found out a week later during some girl time with Kelly that Scene had been dating Kelly's best friend and that they had broken up, and Kelly vowed to get revenge. So she accused Scene of sexually harassing her and filed a lawsuit against Scene and our employer. She straight up told me about how she was falsely accusing Scene just to make his life hell. Scene got fired, the lawsuit went nowhere, and Kelly finished out the season like it was no big deal. My dad built houses and used a small group of subcontractors for the specialized trades like electrical and concrete. The concrete company foreman was a huge guy with a walrus looking mustache. I picture him owning motorcycles and drinking a lot of light beer. I had known of him for a long time when my dad told me the story of a big commercial job they had both worked on before they both started their own businesses. It was a strip mall and the workers were all non-union, so the unions were picketing the job late 70s early 80s. One protester had pushed beyond the sidewalk where the protest was allowed to be, so that he was in the way of Mr. Musclestache, who was driving a cement mixing truck that he happened to own, and that happened to be polished to a mirror finish. When he nearly got run over, the protester responded by throwing rocks at the truck. Musclestache hit the air brakes and jumped out of the truck and started chasing the guy around, yelling at the top of his lungs. My dad said the entire job and the picketers went silent. The best part was when Musclestache tore a parking lot bumper, those concrete things in parking lots that mark parking spots 6 feet long, 100 pounds, up and ran with it above his head as though he was going to throw it. He was too tired by the time he threw it and missed the guy. He came back and silently poured cement for a while. For a week afterward his voice was gone and had to respond to all questions with head shakes and facial expressions. No one crossed the picket line after that. I was in band when I was in high school, marching, pep, concert, and jazz band, and my band teacher, as much as I adore him, is exactly like Terrence Fletcher from Whiplash. Looks and acts like him. Not a coincidence that he loves that movie. He had some absolutely iconic meltdowns. Like once when we were practicing our marching show for a huge competition coming up. We weren't executing this one part correctly, and he got so angry that he threw his headset microphone on the ground, screamed that class was dismissed, and marched back to the high school. We were all so shocked that we all just stood at attention on the football field for a number of minutes until the band assistant yelled at us to come back inside. Another time in jazz band, we were rehearsing a jazz waltz version of Greensleeves and the trombones could not do this one part right after weeks of my band teacher yelling at them about it. A few days before the concert, the trombones played it wrong again. He cut us off, laid his head down on the podium, giggled loudly for a few seconds, and went into his office. On a different occasion, the trumpets, the section I was leading, unfortunately, misplayed something and he hurled the score at the wall and screamed at us to pack up before going in his office and refusing to come out. He's really a cool guy outside of band, though. Taught me a lot about a variety of things. I used to have the biggest meathead as a manager when I detailed cars. He thought he was the toughest sheet. Let's call him TG. I never saw him without food in his mouth. He was a marshmallow. Anyways, we are backed way up in the washback bay, like all the way down the tech's garage to the back door. It was crazy, like we went from no cars to like 20 in a matter of minutes. All the technicians were getting impatient about being able to get cars into their bays. TG like always is just stuffing his face instead of helping when the lot guy, 80 years old, childhood friends with the owner and suffering from cancer, has had enough. He walks up to my manager and just says, "TG, what the hell, we've got pissed off techs and the boss's 3 oil trucks outside waiting to get in to be washed. How can you just stand there with a sandwich in your mouth?" TG just looked at him and said something along the lines of, "Mind your own business, old man, or cancer won't be your only problem." The lot guy didn't like that and got in TG's face. And he retaliated by cold corking the old guy in the face. He actually hit this 80-year-old with cancer. The best part was this guy was a total badass in his youth and just brushed the punch like nothing and just starts wailing on TG. One of the owner's sons standing right there finally jumps in and breaks up the fight. TG walks out defeated as fuck, cussing, flailing his arms like he did nothing wrong. The old guy just stood there laughing, telling him to come back if he needs another, as whooping guy was my literal hero after that. Mine is a two-parter involving the same 2 people. We will call them Isaac and George. Neither employee is still with the company, but surprisingly, it has nothing to do with these situations. No one at my job liked Isaac. He was annoying, immature, and didn't actually do his work. He would mildly sexually harass multiple employees, but since he was doing side jobs for the owners of the company that only he could do, they couldn't fire him. He was being a nuisance towards George, messing with George's equipment, and being a general bother. Well, George had enough at that point. In what was a very sitcom moment, George forgot the intercom was on and shouted for all the customers to hear, "Isaac, you back the fuck away from me. If I even see you again in the next hour, I will beat the fuck out of you." It went dead quiet. Well, Isaac thought he was joking and kept harassing George. Instead of escalating to violence, George walked away. He handed his office keys to another employee, called the owner, and walked out the door. He was back a week later though. The owners talked to Isaac and told him to steer clear of George. He did not listen. A week after that, while we were doing our cleanup, Isaac decides to push his luck. Begins to rant George about his sex life. George was having a bad day to begin with and runs at Isaac. Isaac giggled and hides behind another employee. George tries to get at him and we have to restrain him. Isaac realizes how serious it is, runs out the door and leaves. George was given another week off. The owners have another sit down, this time with both employees, and they finally work through things. Tensions were high, but never had another blow up point. They both eventually quit and moved on though. The employees who were around for it still remember it fondly, and we sort of regret restraining George. Sorry for any typos or formatting. I'm on mobile also. As I type it, I realize how much of this sounds like. I worked with a girl who had several meltdowns before finally being fired for assaulting a coworker. The meltdowns were kind of what she was known for there. She even had a nickname, Loca, amongst the staff. These are just some of her flip outs. Loca decided she didn't like the new busser for some unknown reason. So she takes a full tray of cleaned utensils, carries them out to the busser station in the dining room, and throws them on the floor. The manager starts telling her she needs to pick the utensils up and rewash every single one of them. So Loca just starts screaming at the top of her lungs about how unfair and mean everybody is to her. Keep in mind, she is out in the dining room, where horrified customers have stopped eating to stare at the crazy beach having a meltdown. The manager did eventually convince her to pick up the utensils and wash them again, before putting them where they're supposed to go this time, instead of on the floor. Loca decided she had a crush on one of our coworkers, who was roughly 20 years her junior, and also my boyfriend, and she would harass him relentlessly. Aside from her usual nonsense, moving stuff around in his station, coming to the front, just to pick fights with him, demanding that the managers make him stop doing his job, so he can help her do something she's fully capable of doing on her own. She one day decided that she didn't want him cutting strawberries up front. So she would take his whole setup for cutting fruit and carry it to the back when he was busy elsewhere. The third time she did it, he grabbed the giant cutting board and went to take it back up front. Loca starts yelling and blocks the door, so he can't leave the kitchen. For some reason, she starts screaming, "Don't push me," super loud, although he never put his hands on her. She then hits the massive cutting board from underneath, flipping it and tons of strawberries right in his face. So now they're both screaming, and the manager is just like, what? She was eventually forced by management to clean up the mess she made. Loca didn't like one of the female cashiers. One night, she decides she has to have a particular broom that she likes, right then and there. But the cashier is using it to sweep her own station. Loca orders the cashier to give her the broom and go find another one, and the cashier's just like, lol no. So Loca grabs the broom and tries to physically rip it out of the cashier's hands while screaming about what a horrible person this girl is. This is out in the dining room where the whole restaurant is staring. The cashier just wouldn't stop laughing. She just couldn't process how insane this woman is. One of the customers came to the register and asked Loca to stop screaming. She told him to mind his business. The manager made Loca go to the back, then tried to mediate between the two girls. Loca stuck her finger in the cashier's face and started screaming. She really likes to scream about how she's the best employee in the store, lol, and how everyone really only hates her because they're scared she'll steal their jobs. It's not because she's a raging beach, no. Cashier just laughed and laughed. The manager gave up on the mediation. She once accidentally ripped a garbage bag open while dragging it through the prep area, spilling trash everywhere. When asked to clean it up, Loca insisted that it was the busser's job, since it had spilled in his station. Busser told her in no uncertain terms to go fuck herself. Manager gets involved, and Loca flips out on him and won't stop screaming, so he tells her to clock out and go home. Cue more shrieking about what a great employee she is, and why is everyone so mean to her. She eventually agrees to clean her mess. Later that same night, she goes into the saute area almost an hour before close and dumps out all the food, because she wants to get an early start on cleaning dishes. There was a lot of yelling involved in that one too, first between her and the cook, and then with the manager. Dispute with the cashier Loca doesn't like. I'm not sure what started the fight, but it drew my attention when I heard the cashier say, "Manager, Loca's real name just hit me." Turns out Loca got mad and kicked the cashier in the back of her kneecap hard. The manager tried to calm her down, but Loca was predictably screaming non-stop, so he told her to leave or he was going to call the cops. Loca decides to change clothes first and comes out wearing faking fuzzy pink slippers. She comes over into my station and starts yelling at me because I guess I looked at her the wrong way or something, and all I could do was stare at those fuzzy pink slippers and try not to laugh. She was finally fired that night, though last I heard, she's still trying to get her job back. I wasn't present when this meltdown happened. I got told by my boss about it. This happened in August of 2017. I'm a bus driver in the countryside with occasional trips into the city. My boss, known as Jay through the story, was sitting at his desk in the barracks. The new bus depot wasn't ready for use yet when he decided he'd get coffee. So he goes over to the other barrack to get his precious coffee. Sitting at the table is a coworker of mine, called MM, is notorious for not washing the plate he eats his lunch on. The plate belongs to the company, and Jay has told M time and time again that M has to wash the plate when he's done with it. M never does this. He leaves the plate in the sink every day and never washes it. There's a bunch of other things M has been told he has to do but never does, which helped escalate this whole situation. This day when Jay went to get coffee, he told M again he has to wash the plate when he's done, or at least before M leaves to do the rest of his shift. M went ballistic, yelling and screaming at Jay, "You're always hounding me, nothing is ever good enough, I'm not washing the faking plate, I'm done, I quit." M storms off screaming about how he won't wash the plate, how Jay is an asshole, how people keep stalking him around etc. Jay just stared at M and sighs. This tantrum was a long time coming. What happened to M? Well, he got suspended until a psychiatrist said he was fit for work. That took months for all I know. The kicker? M was a school bus driver and is a paranoid asshole. He never got to go back to driving kids around. Instead he got placed on drumroll driving city buses. Yep, great. At least Jay was able to pull the "he's not allowed to work here ever again" card. Oh, and the stalking M screamed about? Well, that part was kind of true. But M was the one stalking people, not the other way around. Been waiting for the opportunity to share this. I was in 6th grade. The whole class just sat down for math after lunch. Our teacher was also our coach for track and basketball, which I was one of his best in both, along with being one of his smartest students. He's telling everyone to be quiet, get our books out, etc. I then make a smartest comment. He fires back, "Then I did it again." Sorry, I can't recall actual convo. I distinctly remember him saying as he took his glasses off, "You know what, Matt? Blah blah." I respond again, and this time he chucks his glasses over by the bookshelf and is just beyond furious at this point. "You know what? You're running all practice today, 2 hours. If you do much as stop to puke, I'll kick your ass off the team, alright? I'll run tomorrow too. I bet you won't do it with me. Turkey, he has a gobbler chin, lol. He faking lost it. He threw a maker at me, knocked over the podium as he was screaming, then proceeded to angrily sit down in his swivel chair, and he sat so hard he flipped his chair. The class went completely silent. Everyone went from laughing at the class clowns, I say clowns because I was, and he turned into one almost on a daily basis. We always got into it, to looking at me like a dick. It wasn't funny anymore. I got up immediately and helped him up, apologized and got his glasses for him. That was the end of it. It was very quiet the rest of the period. No lesson. Just everyone sitting in silence. He didn't make me run either. About 3 to 4 years later, my sister graduated 8th grade. My mom is sitting next to me on the bleachers and points to the stage and says, "Is that the teacher that you?" Mom, SHHH, isn't he the one that flipped his? Mom, SHHHHH. He's right behind us. Of course she'd turn around to look. I kinda did too. Surely he heard her. He half smiled. "Hi, Matt." Awkward. He's gotta be my favorite teacher. So many memories. So much shenanigans. Not a big one, but I always found it funny. I had an annoying colleague who had such a short fuse that I referred to him as Cherry Bomb. He would often get mad when customers would call and then stand up and start ranting at me over the cubicle wall, killing my productivity and morale point. I always had Microsoft Excel open. When he would do this, I would Alt-Tab to Excel, and there, on the toolbar, was a new icon with an image of a cherry bomb. I would discreetly click that, and nothing would happen. However, shortly after that I would get a phone call and would say something like, yeah, that sounds bad. I had better take a look. And then I would get up, apologize to the cherry bomb, and walk away. What happened is that we used NetWare, and it had a primitive messaging system built in. When I clicked the button, a small VBA script would send out a netware message to my friends, telling them that Cherry Bomb was at it again, and would they please call me. Cherry Bomb was always so filled with anger that he never realized what was going on. Cherry Bomb had meltdowns every day, so it wasn't a surprising thing. One day when we were all getting our annual reviews, we'd be led one by one into a windowless office, where our manager would give us the review. When it was Cherry Bomb's turn, he was in that office a long time, hidden behind a closed door. At one point, the entire floor went silent as we heard him screaming at the top of his lungs. I do not have an anger management problem. He had a few mandatory days off after that, but still refused to take anger management classes. I worked at Weinstein as my first job after college. Yeah, that Weinstein. Everyone, every day, had a meltdown there. Everyone yells, and it trickled down. Some assistant had a panic attack on the way to work and a few of us had to comfort her before she could get back on her feet. What's funny is that everyone bonded through misery. We were all on AIM, just sharing how we're doing throughout the day. It was our way of venting. I once made a scheduling mistake and my boss called me in and said, "Can you please stop being stupid?" The tone at which he said it shattered me. Lol. But in the end it made you stronger. I went into my next and current job feeling like I could take on anything and everything. I moved into my new job to learn that my boss was leaving in 2 weeks. Lol. It took a good 10 months to find a replacement. I went through 3 bosses before we found the right one. It also helped that during that time, I had a good mentor who previously held my role to help me get through it all. The replacement we settled with happens to share the same day and went to the same school as I did, which is crazy coincidence. And we actually get along really nicely and were like best friends in a way. Haha. Had a guy who was a little awkward but very passionate about what he did. Procurement analysis. Try and stay awake. Knew what he was doing. A go-to for advice and knowledge kind of guy. Mid-30s. Everyone liked him but nobody really hung with him. Anyway, one week he's off sick. Boss won't say what's happening. Turns out the guy had a brain aneurysm out of seemingly nowhere. Events that unfolded as a result of this aneurysm and the split personality he developed over the year I was there shouted at me in my boss's office that he was working in when he wasn't around because I didn't bring him a coffee when a client came to visit. Literally sent me an email requesting coffee get sent, milk and sugars, and be waiting for him in the office. To give a good impression, I forwarded said email to our boss and he said, "Don't do what he's asking." Threatened to get me fired as I was just a contractor. I reported to him, but we both had the same boss. Numerous loud, vocal put downs on employees around me when they failed to notice the smallest details. Emails requesting work to be done, sent a few hours before completion required, collated all the failures, and presented them to our boss to get us in trouble. Personal text messages to staff insulting them after work or on the weekends due to failures at work or failing to praise him for the work he contributed. We were all out to get him. I drove his crush back and forth from work every day as she lived near me, who I developed a massive crush on too as we got on insanely well, but of course she had a boyfriend. He scared her one day by forcefully walking her home from the station when I was off sick and she had no numerous times. He knew where she lived as she never gave him directions on the walk. Got a text from him saying to stay away from her and that he wouldn't be responsible for his actions if I ever hurt her in any way. He had complaints registered against him over 20 times according to our friend, and yet nobody did anything other than a few sit downs and slaps on the wrist for his sheet. This guy was going sociopathic. My boss finally had enough and discussed with ours how to get rid of him. They said they couldn't because he had written in after catching whiff of talks about him getting fired, blaming the company for overstressing him with work, was a tough job for sure, and causing his aneurysm. Well, shit. If we fired him, he could sue the crap out of us, and at the very least we'd be in court, which the company didn't want of course. Lawyers got involved to try and resolve this, as staff members were screaming out loud in the office after calls from him saying that they didn't want that faking psycho in the same building as them anymore. The killing blow? After a big project, he didn't get recognition for his contributions and a thanks email sent out from the project lead. They had known each other for years, and he sent an email to her from his personal email address, cutting into her big time, saying that it's her fault, that he's never got a promotion, never got any recognition. How could she do this to him after all this time? No wonder he's under so much stress and had this aneurysm. It's her fault. She's not stood up for him all this time and thought they were friends. You beach. She should be the one damaged, not him, etc. She took it straight 2 hours. They passed it on to the lawyers. They responded, yeah, you can fire him now. That one email was all they needed. Bye bye, you faking psycho. He was gone a week later. I was working as an equipment manager for a company. We had purchased a new piece of equipment, and I had to come in on the weekend to accept delivery and get the equipment set up. This was an expensive machine that cost a few $100K. So, the company had sent the owner's son to make sure everything was okay and do the initial calibration. He was a bit older than me, in his early 30s, and we got right to work. We got along pretty well, and we were just chit-chatting as we went through all of the procedures. Things were going okay, but not perfect. The shipping had knocked quite a few things out of alignment. Out of nowhere, this guy loses his sheet. He starts cursing at the machine, and then at me. He was in a full-on rage for a good 5 minutes before he stormed out of the building. I was pretty rattled because I was certain that he was going to get violent. I was outside smoking and still shaking. Half an hour later, when the guy shows back up like nothing had ever happened, I told him that he needed to leave and went inside and locked the doors. I called my boss and filled him in and then finished the setup myself. I never saw the guy again and never found out what set him off. I did get to sit in and listen when my boss called the owner to raise hell. He had watched the whole thing on the security tapes after I had talked to him and backed me up 100%. The owner was very apologetic but didn't seem surprised. Not a work meltdown, but I made a school teacher lose his sheet when I was a kid. Let me just preface this by saying I'm a total dick when I was a kid. Like just super annoying and aggro for no reason. Well, probably hormones anyway. Teacher was our physics teacher. Let's call him Mr. J, and he's at the blackboard writing out this long as equation on the board. I'm as usual not paying any attention, and he knows it. I've got a friend, super smart but also a bit of a rascal. Let's call him J2. Now J2 is like a math whiz, right? Like skated through high school without studying, and this is in Asia, where tests are hard. Smart. Anyway, J2 sees something wrong with the equation. Whispers to me, hey man, you should tell him that the equation is wrong. Me, obviously fucking psyched to correct a teacher, puts my hand up, and I call out to Mr. J. I say, Mr. J, there's an error in your equation, right about there. He looks at me, suspicious as fuck, looks at the equation, and then says oh yes, thank you for the correction. Smug as fuck. I sit down. Anyway, J2 behind me leaves it for a few minutes and then whispers to me, you should also tell him that if the first part of the equation is wrong, it stands to be reason that the rest of that sheet is wrong too. The dumbest student gets to show up the physics teacher twice in one class. Fuck yeah. So I let him finish, and he turns around to start explaining the formula, and I raise my hand, stand up and say Mr. J, would it be wrong to suggest that if the early part of the equation is wrong, that the rest of the equation is wrong? Took one look at the board, turned around and charged at me, grabbed me by the shirt, and threw me out of class. Raised his fist to hit me and everything. Best freak out ever. Gonna change it up, as it wasn't in work, and it was me. I like to think myself as a friendly person, and although I get annoyed, I almost never lose it. Then I met a guy called Alex. I was backpacking in New Zealand, and was assigned a hostel room by the travel company. The room had a bunch of other people who had arrived that week. Was a good idea, all in the same boat. Most of them were German. Anyhow, Alex had a big personality. I think he was smart, just really dopey. Was always up for doing fun shit, and would throw himself headfirst into anything. His story was that a few months back, a 5-year relationship had ended. He thought so much stuff was funny. He would always, and I mean always, use the race when talking. We ended up having to say Keen Swars card, no black card, spelled wrong, when he was trying to be funny, but pushed it too far. So in our room we would drink, put on music, play beer pong, play cards and drink some more. Was cool for a week or two. Then one night at about 3 AM, when we'd all decided to bed down for the night, he started playing music from his phone onto the Bluetooth speaker. Sometimes he would play 30 seconds of music cause he thought it was funny. This time it didn't switch off, so I thought he'd fallen asleep. "Alex, you awake? Can you do me a favor and turn the music off?" Giggling Alex. "Mate, can you turn it off, or pop some headphones in? I got a meeting at the bank tomorrow." More giggling Alex. "Dude, there's like 7 people trying to sleep. Can you turn it off?" Giggling, but louder, almost a full laugh. "Dude, seriously. It is funny the first couple of times, but I want to go to sleep, hahaha. Alex, if you don't turn it off, I'll get up and break your phone." "I'm not kidding. Hahahazo." I saw Ed. Was so tired I couldn't be asked to put up with it. This dude was 27 and acting like a rebellious teenager. I got up, took his phone, and chucked it out into the corridor, far enough away from the Bluetooth speaker to unpair. I would have smashed the speaker, but I knew that it wasn't his. He tried to confront me about it. I think it cracked his screen, but I literally didn't care. The guy had no concept of empathy and thought that the trip and the world revolved around him. I ended up traveling with him for a while. In reality, I wanted to travel with his travel mate who was a bro, and we ended up moving around in a big group of like 6 of us, so I thought it wouldn't be so bad. And it wasn't too bad for a while, but it was clear that Alex was a selfish bastard. He'd just go and do stuff, assuming we would follow, and literally sulk if we didn't. One incident, we were in KFC eating and taking advantage of their Wi-Fi. Was nice to sit around a table in the light and warm without getting bitten by bugs. We were in Camp Evans, so we hung out for a bit and were talking random stuff. We'd only been traveling as a group for about 3 days. He finished eating and decided to go. "Let's go," and got up to leave. A couple of us were like, "Nah, we want to use the Wi-Fi and be indoors for a bit." He then made a big show of trying to convince us to leave. The more he pushed, the more we were adamant about staying. Eventually he got fed up, put up his hood, his sign for "Don't wanna talk to anyone," then used the Wi-Fi to video call another guy we met in Auckland while lying on a bench on the other side of a divider. Stuff like this kept happening, and eventually I just snapped. I can't remember what he did, but I got pissed off, and me and my travel mate got in the car and left before I went spare and embarrass myself. Damn. I'm getting angry just thinking about that guy. I was a cop in the Air Force, which for anyone who has been one knows, is the worst possible job you can have in the F. Constant bullshit, terrible schedule, getting treated like shit all the time, etc. Anyway, one day a bunch of cops get forced, on a day off, to come in for resiliency training, likely cause somebody killed themselves. I was on duty this day, so I didn't attend, but I heard this from everyone who was there. Our chief, E9, who is the most despicable, evil, vile human being I've ever known, was running the training and decided it would be a good idea to have people talk about traumatic experiences they had been through to the group. One kid, let's call him Fred, E4, says he doesn't want to share. Now this pissed the chief off. Nobody tells her no, so naturally she goes off on him and says he will share with the group. He goes on to tell a true story of how his biological father was on drugs and shot him in the back when he was like 5 years old and left him for dead in a park. The chief, in her infinite wisdom, thinks he has an attitude and decides to pull him to the side and scold him in the hallway. This is where he snapped. He starts yelling at her loud enough for the entire squadron to hear, calls her an evil bitch, and tells her that everyone hates her, and even the other leadership talks shit about her behind her back. And most importantly calls her the faking cancer of this squadron. It was enough to make that battle-hardened E9 cry, and in fact she had to leave work early, she was so emotionally wrecked. I never liked the guy Frank, but that was faking legendary. And yes, he got kicked out of the military after that. I used to work at a tech refurbishing place. We would test old topics and ThinkPads and stuff like that to determine their eligibility for broker sales. In any case, the job was okay, but the management and working conditions were appalling, as the company in question had just taken over an old IBM building and was picking from a lot of their scraps. They did not take care of the building. On the floor above where all of the testing got done is a recycling/dismantling operation was conducted where any of the electronics that could not get sold got taken apart for scraps that they can sell. I got hired on the same day as another guy, both of us expecting go to test laptops as was described in the job posting. Well, we got put in dismantle operations for a month for reasons I will never understand. Management in that place is a disorganized joke. I didn't mind the work, but my coworker was extremely angry about this, and despite appearing initially friendly and cool, began losing his temper very regularly with everyone. One day, we were taking apart tubbox, and he had a screw that was stripped. Instead of calming down and figuring out an alternative way to get the screw out, he just pressed down with a drill and ended up snapping the drill bit as it was very thin and narrow. He sliced open his hand on the drill bit and just faking lost his damn mind. He started slamming the drill on the table screaming like a goddamn psycho and throwing screws and cheat on the floor. I like to think that I'm reasonably tough and have decent resolve, but I'll confess that cheat scared me a bit. Everyone stopped working and looked at him. In the end though, nobody reported him, management never found out, and soon enough, we ended up getting sent downstairs to test computers. He got better after that, but still, way to act like a faking child when you're supposed to be a responsible adult. This guy was like in his 40s. For the record, I no longer work there either. I found a better job. A few years ago I was working as a tech at car dealership. It was winter time, so work was a little slow and all of the techs were writing up any little thing wrong with the vehicles to try to make ours. We were split into 2 teams, each with its own service writer. They worked up front right next to the showroom for the new vehicles. This is very important point, so I'm up front, waiting to talk to my service writer. We'll call him Jay. There are probably 5 or 6 customers waiting for the service writers as well, plus whoever was looking at the new cars. I hear the other service writer, call him C, mumble, how the fuck am I supposed to sell a $3,000 job a month before Christmas? C was always a little tightly wound, but I'd never seen him like this before. Up comes another one of his techs with a $5,000 estimate. C looks at this, says, no faking way, and proceeds to clear his desk. Everything hits the floor, including the computer and monitor. C then proceeds to sprint out the back door and into the shop. My writer, Jay, told me to follow him. I find C sitting between 2 new cars in our backlot rocking in the fetal position. Dude stayed there for 20 minutes. Needless to say, more than a few customers left after that. C went home early and came back the next day like nothing happened. As far as I know, nothing really happened to him. He worked there for another year after. I used to work at a large corporation performing tech support for our employees around the world. One day I receive a phone call from an employee, never even got to his name, and immediately this guy breaks in about how incompetent our whole desk is, along with several words of profanity. I have done phone support for over a decade, so I was pretty good at handling these type of calls. Using my best apologetic voice, as close as I can remember, sir, it sounds like you did not receive the proper support and respect to get the job fixed. I would like to own this problem and see it through to the end to ensure it is resolved. Would you allow me to do this so as to ensure you receive the support you should have from the beginning? It was way over the top, but I was using a tactic to show the listener you are serious and listening by relaying some of their wording. It shows a caller that you did hear what they said and has worked on every other call in my experience. Well, this caused a moment of pause because the caller didn't expect that. And then he started in again using the rest of the words of profanity he had in his vocabulary, finished up his tirade, and promptly hung up the phone. To which I replied FC and that I was pissed. 2 days later I receive a message from my boss to please see him in his office. When I arrived I was immediately praised for a very well constructed attempt to turn that call around, and then received a backhanded warning about cussing on the phone. My manager was smiling, but serious at the same time. Evidently the call monitoring doesn't end until 5 seconds after the customer hangs up. TLDR, customer calls up, very upset, attempt to turn things around. Customer continues tirade and hangs up. I cuss on phone, got called into manager's office about doing a good job, but caught cussing. since the call monitoring doesn't end when the customer hangs up. After high school I worked a boring office job for a while. Mostly just general administrative work, making copies, that sort of thing. Point anyway, I worked with a few other guys, one of them named Joe. Now Joe was initially a very sweet kid, almost to a fault. Very well mannered, all the old ladies in the office loved him. Somewhere along the line Joe must have started hanging out with some sketchy characters. His whole attitude changed, he was honestly kind of a dick sometimes. Started talking about selling drugs and all kinds of other shit he would have never been into before. His work ethic changed too. He would show up late constantly, leave early without asking, not complete tasks, and argue about it afterwards. It was becoming clear that Joe was going to be on his way out soon, one way or another. Almost a month of this went by. They legitimately tried to work with him and were hoping it was just a weird rough patch. But Joe had chosen his path and time was up. I was in one of the filing rooms with him one day when he got called into our boss's office via the intercom. He came back a couple minutes later. "What's up? Just got fired." "Oh shit, I'm sorry man, whatever, this place is a joke." Now I thought Joe would just grab his sheet and leave at this point. Nope. He made a beeline for the other filing room behind us where we kept information on many of our most important clients. He came back with as many files he could possibly carry and began dumping them into the industrial shredder. Now, this place was pretty old-fashioned. The CEO was old and very anti-technology, computers can't be trusted, viruses, etc. So almost everything we had was kept on paper and did not have a digital backup. They for sure lost a ton of information that day, years worth of documents for clients. Then he just walked out. So I had to go back to my boss and explain that Joe just shredded all the files on a few of our biggest clients. Luckily there was video evidence confirming it, and that I had nothing to do with it. Never did find out what happened to him. If they went after him in a legal sense, it was kept very hush hush. I was a high school student and got to see a teacher basically go insane. So the teacher was an older guy, late 50s likely, who was a new teacher in high school. He taught a science and technology class, but was a pretty terrible teacher. He routinely got information wrong and struggled with math order of operations. The students for this class would be a nightmare for a veteran. Practically every joker and asshole from grades 10 and 11 were here. He had very little control of the students and would throw hissy fits, which to high school students is blood in the water. My own experience with the man was not great. I was an A student and he tried to fail me first quarter. I tried asking him about it and he said, "Your grade is your grade, get out." I went to the science head with my tests and homework and it got turned to an A. So after several rounds of the disciplinary teachers coming in and yelling at us, we got in line, so to speak. Halfway through the class, a student asked him a question about what he was teaching. The teacher lost it, started yelling at him, saying he should have never been born. The world would be a better place without him in it, etc. Now red in the face and everyone stunned, he walked over to his heaviest teacher desk and shoved it over. Then he went into the corner and was mumbling. Another teacher came in, guessing from the shouting and the desk crashing to the ground, and asked what was going on. A different student said he lost it, which caused the teacher to turn, sprint, and lunge at said student. The other teacher held him back and somehow got him to leave the classroom. We never saw that teacher again, and the class became a glorified study hall/detention. I transferred to a second auto class since I was bored and got along with the auto teacher. In high school, there was one English teacher who was just a really cool person. I had her every year, except my freshman year, and by the time I was a senior we were pretty good friends. All the students loved her. She was really chill and funny, but also put up with no bullshit. Since she was really well liked and tried her best to keep her classes entertaining, only the shittiest kids acted out in her classes. When I was a senior, a few students and I would hang out in her room during our free periods quietly doing work. This was a level 2 sophomore class. The rankings go up. Honors. Level 1 college prep. Level 2. That program for kids who never show up to school. So while most of them were only mildly annoying, this one kid was a total sheethead. This particular day, he decided it would be funny to bring a Bluetooth speaker to class, put it on his desk, and play really loud farm animal noises every few minutes. This poor teacher was doing a great job of continuing her lecture and not giving him the satisfaction of annoying her. Now, keep in mind that he did cheat like this regularly, hiding his phone in odd spots around the room with alarms set was a weekly occurrence, so everyone was impressed that she never let it get to her. Until today he started making the animal noises more and more frequently, despite the teacher, the seniors hanging out in the room, and even his fellow sophomores giving him death glares and telling him to knock it off. Then all of a sudden she snapped. She quietly and calmly stood up, walked over to his desk, picked up the speaker, and left the room. Then we all heard a scream, followed by the crash of the speaker being flung down the staircase. She then walked calmly back into the room and picked up her lecture right where they left off. Everyone applauded, and the kid left to go complain to the principal. She did end up having to pay to replace the speaker, but it was super cheap and not a huge deal. She didn't get any other form of repercussions because everyone in the room vouched for her, and this kid was already known to the administration for being unbearably terrible. Back in 2003, when I was in high school, we had to take this written final for math. But the problem is that the room we were supposed to have our final in ended up getting booked, and we had to relocate. So we had to take our test in the foreign languages hall of the school. While they were doing their spoken part of the test, in comes Tommy, a Filipino immigrant student who loved Static X, and blasted them on headphones, so loud that you could hear them from across the hall between classes. Tommy also decided that it was a good idea to smoke a bunch of pot to calm his nerves when taking tests, so we get into the new class, and the teacher hands out the final test packet. Tommy sits down in the corner of the class and says, "I can't concentrate, the guy next door is talking too loud." "Tommy, just relax, don't worry, it's not that bad," our teacher said. Tommy just kept on fidgeting. "I can't concentrate. Can I listen to my music?" The teacher said no, because we all knew it would be a worse distraction. So Tommy goes, "If he doesn't shut up, I'm gonna tell him to shut the fuck up." The teacher disapproves. After 5 more minutes, Tommy gets up and goes into the other room. You can hear the door open from the other side of the wall, and you could hear that teacher's voice go, "Hey, how can I help you?" Our teacher ran out of the room as quick as he could, and it felt like time stood still for just several moments, and then you heard it, "Shut the fuck up," Tommy yelled. Every teacher that could hear it ran out and saw my teacher and the other teacher trying to calm this kid down. We never saw him again after that. TLDR, we had a guy freak out in a staff meeting, screaming, throwing things, stormed out, etc. Long version. We had a guy, we'll call him Fred. Fred was a bit of a dumbass. He'd regularly take 2-hour lunch breaks and would often disappear for hours at other times too. So finally he got caught by management and was written up. During his disciplinary hearing he tried to claim that everybody took long lunches and breaks, so he did too. Fast forward to a general staff meeting about a month later. After all of the usual back-patting and attaboys, the director calls everybody to attention and goes into a speech about how it's come to his attention that people might be taking longer breaks than allowed, and the supervisors need to monitor that better, and that this activity could result in disciplinary action. Fred yells from the other side of the room, "If you've got something to say to me, say it to my face. Don't air it all out in a meeting." Dept head tells Fred that his comments weren't directed to him specifically, but to the group as a whole. Fred says that's bullshit, and we all know who he's talking about. The argument goes on for another few exchanges. Basically DH trying to get the meeting back on track by asking Fred to sit back down and they'll talk after. But Fred wasn't having any of it. Finally, he stands up, walks up to the podium, gets right into DH's face and yells, "I don't have to take this sheet from you fuck all you motherfuckers. I'm leaving." Picks up DH's notes and throws them in the air and storms out, knocking stuff off of tables as he went. I was sitting about 5 feet from DH, and I could hear him saying, but kind of in a low voice, "Fred, don't leave. Fred, you need to stay and finish the meeting." Never saw Fred again. But I heard from our mutual supervisor that he was fired, not for his disruption, but for insubordination and leaving his assigned work location without permission. So, this is actually sad, and was more frightening and weird than a total freakout point. My wife and I were in the line waiting to check out at Target. We had to walk through where someone had spilled a coffee point. When we got to the front of the line, we saw the lady at checkout scanning people's items very quickly and sweating a little. I mentioned the coffee when we got to the front of the line and thought maybe she would call on her intercom to have someone clean it. Instead, she exasperatedly said, "Oh great, fine, yeah, I'll just get that sir," and then proceeded to walk around to the other side of the counter, get down on her hands and knees, and use the bottom of her shirt to wipe it up. I said, "UHH, can't you just call and say clean up on aisle X or whatever?" But she just ignored me and continued wiping. Then she got back up, after having just smeared it pretty much everywhere, walked to the front of the line, and finished checking us out. I'm convinced there was more to this story than what we witnessed, and the lady was clearly at her wits' end, probably from having a bad day. Probably me. I came back to get my master's, so to get a nice little tuition cut I decided to work in the lab on campus, smaller school. They informed me they needed a lab manager during the interview process. Whatever, I can do that. Very easy stuff. I was 24 and been doing it since 17 from the military. After being there a week, they told me they are actually giving the manager job to a 18-year-old freshman. I was like, "You're serious?" Of course they were. After the first week it was really apparent that they had her as the lab manager and she didn't know what she was doing. So within that first week she had called me almost 20x to help her with it work. The second week I kept telling her, "You're the manager, you figure it out." She went to her manager and she called me in and said that I needed to be flexible. And I told her I'm not on call, nor am I the manager. You hired me for that role, then you decided to go to someone else with a bait and switch tactic. Whatever, but don't call me for duties she should be able to do. So they told me she was more than capable handling basic IT functions. So they called her in and asked her what she would do if the computer isn't turning on. She told them that she would reset the router on the back of the computer. I laughed and they looked at me and go, "What? That's correct," I said. "Are you faking kidding me?" "Ha, yeah right." Quit. They were not happy at all. Never wanted to just grab someone by the shoulder and shake them more. I don't know how you get a job anymore. Really think some people are just dumb. Not work, but college. We had a beach teacher that was supposed to teach a practical class. Redacted coding language development, and the purpose of the class was to actually write coding class, ask her questions about the exercises etc. The classes were 2-hour-long lectures where she'd project a sheet-made PowerPoint of screenshots of code, and we were absolutely forbidden from opening our laptops to actually follow the presentation exercise ourselves, a thing that was very much encouraged by other teachers. The teacher also liked to obligate everyone to make the exercises. As in, we had to submit the completed works to the online platform and were not allowed in the classroom the next class if we hadn't sent them in. We had this class 3 times a week or something. After several weeks of this sheet, we are pretty much all tired of the work that just keeps piling up from her classes and others. Suddenly the teacher just pauses her class and calls out a student that had their laptop open but is clearly following the class, as they have the exact same PowerPoint on their screen, side by side with one of the exercises. Teacher starts berating the student, saying she should be paying attention instead of faking around on the laptop. Student retorts that she has better things to do than listen to someone read off a sheet-made PowerPoint, slams her laptop shut and leaves the room. The student came back to class a while later, but only because the teacher threatened to fail people that were absent during her classes. She and that teacher fell out many times over the next 3 years of college. I work at a dog kennel. This story happened about 2 or 3 months after I started. Also, it's semi-important to know a large portion of my job is running doggy day camp, which is essentially what it sounds like. I just supervise groups of up to 15 dogs while they play and socialize. Anyways, I had my group outside when a coworker showed up to take pictures for our Facebook page. This guy is in his 50s, has been a dog trainer for nearly 3 decades, and is 100% a man-child. 2 dogs almost got into it but neither were all the interested, so it ended up just being some growls and showing teeth as one dog walked past another. It was already over for a few seconds before he went stomping up to one of the dogs and smacked him across the hip, causing the dog to yelp and basically fall over. A few minutes later he tried to push a dog back with his foot, but essentially kicked it in the chest. I called him out on it, and he went ballistic. Starts screaming and getting in my face, trying to make it seem like I was the asshole point. That started some very long-lasting hostility between us. He started looking for every excuse to get me in trouble, but since I'm very good at my job, that never really happened. The culmination was when I was at another location one day. He shows up, snaps his pictures and I waved when he said goodbye. He went inside, and a minute later he comes flying out into the yard, screaming about not having to take my sheet and I need to be more respectful and blah blah blah. I laughed in his face and walked away. He complained to the store manager on his way out, and she didn't think I had done anything wrong, so I watched him get in his car and immediately call the owner of the business. It was pretty awesome to watch. Couldn't hear anything but his facial expressions said it all. He tried to complain about me, and she verbally tore him to shreds. Since then he now is barely affiliated with the company, so I almost never see him anymore, but when I do he basically kisses my ass. I think he knows that he ended up giving himself a history of needlessly harassing me, so if I complained to the owner about him, he would get fired instantly. Point at it. For clarification and sake of accuracy, the first part happened shortly after I started. The second part was about a year later. My breakdown is my own. Disclaimer that my bipolar disorder wasn't diagnosed at this time, and my mood swings were pretty severe. Looking back at this, though, is pretty hilarious. It was a few days before Christmas, and all day customers had been being rude to me, and I was pretty frustrated. Usually when I get frustrated, though, I just cry, sob, really point after a bad interaction with an old man, who was notorious for being unkind. I yelled in the freezer. When I came back up, I brought a case of BBQ sauce with me which proceeded to tip out of my hands and spill everywhere. Me, frustrated, begins crying as I pick up these scattered sauces. Finally I calmed down and stood in this little space between the counter and sink. I leaned against the sink, something I do almost daily, and had barely touched it when it ripped off the wall. Ripped off the wall. Point instant tears. I sobbed for an hour, and my manager just laughed at me. She's pretty used to my mood swings and their severity, so this was normal to her. After a while, I stopped crying and started laughing because holy shit, I broke the sink. Point TLDR. I ripped the sink off the wall at work and cried about it for an hour. I had an incident once working in it that was more people related than equipment related, but the outcome was similar to what the another commenter described. I was the SME for Microsoft Office at a Fortune 500 company. I was involved in a project that involved deploying a full Office upgrade to 32,000 users. Office was the vehicle that employees used to earn money for the company, so this was a very high visibility project. I had volunteers from every group in the company test all of the functions of Office they regularly used to ensure that they worked as designed. Many users used custom macros or other automated scripts to complete their daily duties. All these things were checked and signed off on by multiple people in management that each group was a-okay. Point on the last day of the deployment, I begin to get panicked telephone calls from a group of users that they can't do their jobs because a particular feature is missing. I check over all my notes and other paperwork to see if something that large could be so easily missed. I find nothing. Then I get a call from my unit's director demanding an immediate meeting in private to discuss it all. By this time I had an inkling of what the issue was. A custom toolbar in Office, called the Office Places bar, which is attached to the open/save dialog box, had gone missing, and these particular users were keeping custom shortcuts in that toolbar. Microsoft had wholly removed this toolbar in the version we were upgrading to. Point I explained this to the director and told him that I would be attending a meeting with the affected stacker holders to ensure that they were all okay, as they were threatening to end their participation in the project. I departed to attend that meeting point the next day. After a successful meeting with the stakeholders, I get called into a meeting with my supervisor, and I'm asked to explain the situation. I repeated the same set of circumstances that were previously described, and then I left for a follow-up meeting point the following day. I'm called into a private meeting with my manager late in the day, as I was preparing to attend the final meeting on the issue. He angrily demands to know what the problem is with this project. By this time, I had had enough of discussing the problem, and loudly told him to speak with the supervisor and director about it, as I had a customer-facing meeting to attend. I happened to crash into his cubicle wall by accident. I use a power wheelchair for mobility, and left point the next day. I had a previously scheduled day off, so my co-workers all thought that I had quit, or had a mental breakdown of some sort. I assured them that this was not the case, and that I was just enjoying a day off. Happened when I was an undergrad working in an Italian restaurant on weekends. Owner/chef hires a middle-aged lady. Lady spends the whole day doing chores with very little care, asking silly questions to show she's never worked in a restaurant before, and spends an unusual amount of time in the bathroom. Clearly not working out, but the boss doesn't see this until the end of the night, when she's washing dishes 2x too slow. Fine, he says. It's the end of the night. She can still do the communal dinner. When the restaurant closed for the night, we'd pull together some tables and finally eat the food we've been cooking/serving all evening. This lady spends the whole dinner hitting on bossman. Finally, we are done cleaning, and he catches me and another server by the bar with a panicked look in his eyes. Can you guys hang back when you're done cleaning? I don't want to be alone in the restaurant when I fire this lady. We hang at the bar and sure enough, she explodes. Who's going to feed my kids, you piece of shit? Who's going to make my car payments? What are you gonna do about my utility bills? I'm gonna sue you for sexual harassment and discrimination. This continues. We know that she's never met Bossman before today, and she spent most of her time sexually harassing him. Finally, we head over to let her know she's got witnesses, and she storms out talking about how it's Bossman's fault her kids won't be getting anything for Christmas. Me. I did this. I worked in corporate sales, and had a manager who we will call QQ was known to be a thief. He stole hire manager up. We will call her Z's cell phone once despite being very good friends. But that's a whole other story. Liar, asshole manager, sorta sexist, power tripping, and known to have short man syndrome. We got along, but I always was careful as I had seen how mean and all around unreasonable this man could be. It was early July, and I was set to quit at the end of the month as I was starting school in September and traveling beforehand. I came in as per the usual 15 minutes early for 7 AM Monday morning because everyone else is not a morning person, and I loved my job, so I was willing to do this. I'm working away, and he comes in, his office with a huge glass window right behind me. I know, and it turns out I need his head. I head to his office to confirm a price with him as everything is treated differently within this company. He basically tells me to figure it out myself, and he is not one to press, and he would explode. I head back to my desk and ask another manager in a different department I was close with for help. She comes over to my desk, he can see this all, and helps me. The minute she leaves he calls me in and demands to know why I asked her for help and why I did not listen to him. I told him, he said nothing helpful, and he told me to go home. I said no, and went back to my desk. 30 minutes pass, he comes to my desk, in front of a floor of people, and yells at me, and tells me I'm suspended for the day. I went home, and wrote a very well worded email to the CEO and fellow manager Zed explaining what had happened today, and how out of the line his behavior was, and demanding to be paid for the full day. I CCQ on this email, because I have nothing to hide, and that is proper. They respond asking to meet with me the next morning. That night I decided I was going to quit. The office had gone to shit, management was wildly inappropriate, and had weird morals, and hey, I was almost done. The next morning in our meeting for an hour I ripped the two of them a new one demanding to know, and finally the CEO said something that just tipped the glass, and I stood up and said, you know what, I quit. The look on the CEO's face was worth it. Instantly the Z laughed and said, I'm proud of you. For reference, I was 21 at the time, so this was a really big deal, lol. I worked at a truck stop chain, named after the person who flies a plane. Before I left I worked graveyards and there was always one manager on duty and one maintenance worker. Subway kept one person on staff too, and most of us ended up working together, so we all chatted, and the like point anyway. My current manager, at the time, was standing behind the counter when he checked the security footage and glanced outside. Summer's holes were installing a skimmer on the pumps. Usually we are not allowed to do anything, but he's so tired of all the bullshit we put up with on night shift that he literally just goes outside and tackles the guy and starts screaming over the headset to call the cops. So, yeah. They didn't get to install the skimmer also. He was so pissed that we had a Cinnabon counter in-house because the people who had to work it, I was on that list, were always tied up with cleaning, cooking, etc. It was probably the most difficult job on the site because the Subway folks got to stay in their part of the store. We were expected to ring people up and work for the whole store at the same time as Cinnabon. There were a few times where he just lost it and made me close up hours early point, but my favorite Meltdown story by far is the one that came after I left. I'm friends with someone who still works there that gave me the scoop. He hated his job so much and got so tired of it that he started falsifying times for cleaning and inspection without doing the job. So food in the deli wasn't getting replaced before it expired, was out too long, the waste logs were wrong. They didn't find out until the audit. Safe to say he was fired and went out cussing and pissed point he really didn't like his job, but he was one of the coolest managers to hang and talk with on shift. My lecturer at uni point we were in a class and the classroom next to ours was being used as well. I don't know why, but the people sitting at the back of the other class kept puncher or hitting the wall and you could hear it in our classroom. This dragged on for about 10 minutes and the lecturer would stop for a couple of seconds, make a funny face, and then keep going with his lecture. The girls sitting at the back of my class would sometimes hit the wall softly with their elbows, as if saying hey guys, we can hear you as well. It got to a point when the lecturer just stopped speaking altogether, waited for the girls to elbow the wall, and then it was like an aura of uneasiness could be felt in the classroom. The lecturer just stood there with eyes wide open and a half a smirk. We all looked at him, as if we were waiting for something. You could really feel something was about to go down. Then he just throws something to the floor. I sitting first row, so I kind of jumped in my seat and hid behind my notebook. Then he just storms out of our classroom slamming the door behind him, to which we all looked at each other and we hear him screaming at the top of his lungs at the people in the other classroom, lecturer included, which made everyone in my class really jump in their seats. Then he comes back and says, "That's done. Now let's carry on." This was my own little breakdown. Worked third shift for an ISP contractor. Basically one-stop shop for small ISPs end user and high-level network support. I was sort of known for ranting over really stupid stuff that would happen on third shift. The other guys would kick back and eat popcorn when I went off. Never at anyone in office or to customers, just general ranting. Come the time we promoted someone from the customer-facing side to my network team. The guy knew very little network support, which is not a problem as we always trained in-house. He tended to not listen to instruction, however, push back any time he was told something, etc. One night he calls a customer very late for an issue we always wait until business hours to inform on as it was non-impacting. I get the call back from the very angry client and deal with it. As I was team lead I go to the new hire to train him on how to handle that type of issue in the future. He pushes back, says that's not what the policy says, has going by policy, etc. We go back and forth for several minutes until I hit full frustration point. I yell that I know damn well what the policy says as I'm the one that wrote it and every other policy the department uses, and for him to sit down, shut up and reread them. A few minutes later I've calmed down and call him out of the group's room and apologize to him and tell him to take a break. He goes on break, and I step back in the room to everyone clapping as they had had similar experiences with him. Next day boss is in for my annual review and I come clean to him about right off the bat. Turns out the new guy had reported it to him, which I don't blame him. I was out of line and told him and the boss so. I wasn't long for the company anyways, and left sometime after, not because of that issue specifically, just became a toxic environment for me, and I had to get out of there for my own sanity. Mine was interesting. So the story is as such, a production worker on the shop floor was new, maybe a month at the company. She saw the supervisor and thought he was cute. So the senior members of the team egged her on saying, yeah, he finds you cute too, you should ask him out. The other one was, well, he really likes cherry pie. He didn't. So the girl decides she's gonna bake her supervisor a pie and win his love over. A few days before this occurs, the supervisor hears of this issue and switches her to another shift so as to not have to cause a problem. Well, when the girl goes to bring her pie in a few days later, he had to fill in on the shift that he moved her to avoid her. She shows up with this pie, puts it on his desk and says, here, I baked this for you. Well, the goof went on for another 2 days. Then the girl comes in when her actual supervisor is there now, not the one she wants to drip her fluids onto. She says, hey, so and so just told me I'm an idiot. Well, we can't have that. So the supervisor says, okay, give me a minute, I'll speak with them. A minute was clearly too long for unstable little thing. She yells, you know what, fuck this job, fuck you, suck my mother faking dick. Slams the door and never returns. I, all of 5 feet from this incident, roll my chair out of my cubicle and proclaim to the supervisor, yes, you suck that dick good too. I miss that job. I saw a guy overdose on some crazy drugs. I tried to calm him down as he was saying his name backwards, pointing to himself like he needed to reassure that he was really who he said he was. He looks at me and begins to cry, dude, don't faking kill me, man. Please. Don't faking kill me, dude. And he takes off running. He first encounters the side exit door that leads to some railroad tracks from our warehouse. The door was locked from the inside, but he still couldn't get it open. All the while he is screaming and going frantic, and that's when he made the worst mistake he could have. He ran up front to the big boss office where the big wigs hold meetings and greet customers and so forth. As he is bolting up the warehouse, my heart drops and I just yell out, don't do it, man, don't do it. It's too late. He busts into the big boss room while a meeting is going on and he falls into the lap of a woman and he screams, run. Everybody run. They're coming to kill us. As salesmen try to tackle him to the ground, he has the strength to get up and continue to try to run and leave. He flatlined 3 times. The ambulance came and they asked what he was on. He could barely talk and just kept saying synthetic, synthetic. He got fired and came up to the job and I asked what the hell did he see. He told me he was in hell, saw me and the other coworkers as bloodthirsty demons, and he was slowly burning. I still talk to the guy every now and then. Good dude, just caught up doing some crazy shit. So worked overnight at Walmart doing primarily floors, but we also cleaned the rest of the building, bathrooms included. We kinda split the store up to ease the workload on everyone. Well, a few guys on the grocery side had to clean the front restrooms. For some reason one of them, an older guy probably in his 50s, was really upset about it this time. He complains to management and they tell him he's gotta do it. It's fair as we have a larger side of the store and the back bathrooms. So he goes about his night. Around 6ish in the morning he's up there cleaning the bathrooms. Being an unofficial lead, I head up to see how it's going. As I near, I see a broom come flying out of the bathroom. Dude comes out ranting and raving. He's pissed. I laugh and start walking away because I'm not officially in charge of anyone and I'm not dealing with it. A minute later I hear an announcement from the speakers. I cleaned the bathrooms today, but I ain't doing that shit anymore. You can count on that. Needless to say, we had a lot of confused customers and employees. Another minute later, and I hear on the speaker a manager calling the guy back to the office. He gets fired. The next morning as I'm getting ready to leave here, this guy comes back in the store. On his bike. Drunk. He pedals it all the way to the back of the store to talk to the head manager about getting his job back. It didn't work. Maybe not too legendary, but something I always found hilarious. Other than that, in my time there, I saw an assistant manager throw his keys as far across the store as he could and walk out. A girl full blown bawling because she couldn't reach her lunch. Plenty of fights. Two employees who worked there. One guy tried running the other over because they were having a domestic dispute, and probably countless other things I've forgotten over the years. I tend bar at a hotel. There was a bellboy working there for a while who was relatively well known as a guy with a very short fuse. For the sake of anonymity we will call him Chip. He was very quiet, but if something started to get to him, he would start bottling it up. Eventually you would hear something slam or break and you knew that Chip was on a tirade. He would disappear for a bit, then return good as new. After a year or so of disliking his job, it boiled over. We were in the middle of our peak season and the hotel was packed. A VIP guest, a wonderful married couple, were checking in and requested help with their luggage. They called Chip up to the desk and everything seemed business as usual. This is where it went south. The gentleman had his guitar with him in a black hard case and he asked Chip to be careful with it as he loaded it onto the cart. For whatever reason, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. Chip froze for a second, then all of a sudden he hurls the guitar case across the lobby, then removes his radio and keys, and chucks them at the front desk staff. He stormed off, and I thought it was all over, but apparently it continued in the most passive-aggressive way possible. This guy had the nuts to hide in the break room on the clock and collect his pay. Then he comes in the following day, punches in, goes back home, collects a day of pay, then comes back and punches out. Management was off property for those 2 days, so it took a while for anyone to be able to get his termination finalized. So in the mid-90s, I did phone tech support for AOL in Albuquerque. My husband was a trainer there, so I knew the other trainers really well and occasionally helped out in class with quizzes and role-playing. I'd helped out in one of the other trainers' classes, grading quizzes that were on paper, and I ran across one where the quiz taker seemed barely literate. I showed it to the trainer and he nodded and said, "I know." At AOL at the time, training was 6 weeks, and you had to pass at a certain level in order to move on. This lady clearly wasn't going to make it. So a couple of days later, I'm on the call floor and I take a bathroom break, and as I'm washing my hands, I see that lady walk in. I nod hello and go on out. Outside of the ladies' room, I see her trainer and I look at him and ask, "Is she?" And he nods and goes, "Yeah." A second after that we hear the unholiest yelling and screaming we've ever heard, and we just freeze. Another lady scuttles out of the restroom and says, "She's going crazy in there." Banging, yelling, screaming so loud that it carried over to the call floor and everyone standing up and looking over. Security comes running, and this guy runs in there, and a moment later he's dragging the poor lady out in a half Nelson, and she's just kicking and yelling and throwing elbows. She had cracked the bathroom mirror and dented the steel Wasta paper bins. Hands down the nuttiest thing I'd ever seen happen at work. It's probably for the best, crazy lady. It wasn't a very good job, anyway. My first job was working at Subway when I was in high school. My coworker, C, and I were bored and just chatting since the store was empty when we see this one girl and her shitty friends walk up. Well, my coworker and this girl don't get along, so my coworker went to do dishes in the back. So the girl and her friends came in and ordered a sandwiches, chips, and drinks from me. They all sat down with their stuff and started eating, but shortly after called me over to their table. I went over, and the main bitch asked me where C was. I said she was busy, to which Megabyte replied that she and her friends had a problem with their food and they know that C had something to do with it. Now, as anyone familiar with Subway knows, they make the food right in front of you, so it's impossible for someone to sabotage your food. Well, Megabyte decided that she and her friends deserved gift cards for free food to make up for their shitty sandwiches, so I told her that wasn't gonna happen, and if she didn't like it she could leave. Megabyte goes completely ballistic and starts screaming bad service as she takes her chips, crushes them up, and then dumps them all over the booth. Of course her friends follow her lead. Then Megabyte takes the fillings of her sandwich and starts throwing them all over the restaurant. My coworker then comes out from the back with a broom in hand and tells these girls to get the fuck out of the store and try to shoo them away. Megabyte then takes her drink, looks C straight in the eye, and then threw her soda in C's face. Megabyte's friends take their sodas and poured them out on the floor. C was faking pissed by then and started smacking the shit out of Megabyte with the broom until she and her posse ran out. The best part is that we didn't get in trouble for anything when Megabyte called the cops because we attacked her once the cops saw the security tape. Instead, Megabyte got slapped with a restraining order. In the restaurant I work at, to restock the guest bathrooms you had to get toilet paper/paper towels from the employee bathrooms. Now there's only 2, so if someone was in one, you'd have to wait till they got out. Well, one Saturday night I was waiting outside the employee bathroom since someone was inside 10 minutes past, then 15, then 20. I was knocking and no one was responding, so I asked my manager to unlock the door and peek inside, figuring it was jammed, which happened from time to time. Lo and behold, someone was inside, one of the new dishwashers. My manager slammed the door shut and I continued waiting and waiting. One of the cooks had to use the bathroom, so he was waiting too. Eventually, my co-worker/best friend noticed both of us had been waiting for so long, and since we love to give each other a hard time at work, she started banging on the door, telling them to get out, just being extra, but she was just joking around. Well, this new dishwasher, who was built like a small Linebacker, rips the door open, comes out swinging, and starts screaming at the top of his lungs at the both of us, and just for reference, we are both 5 foot women, how he wasn't feeling good, and how he can't even get 5 minutes in the bathroom, more like 30, how we both disrespected him, etc etc. My best friend started yelling back at him, and the entire restaurant stopped and just looked at them arguing. The funniest part of the night was when the chef noticed what was going on, pulled the dishwasher outside, and told him he can't raise his voice like that at small women. In 7th grade we got a new science teacher who had to have been in his early to mid 40s and came from one of the richer parts of town. He was used to teaching middle to upper class students that were mostly white. My school, however, was about 75% Hispanic and in a lower income neighborhood. The behavior of most of the kids was less than stellar, to say the least. He would send kids to the office almost daily and always had a hard time controlling the class. I remember one time getting sent to the office with my buddy, but instead of going to the office, we went to the boys' restroom down the hall and spent the rest of the period in there rubbing soap on the mirrors and sticking gummy bears to it while throwing wet balls of toilet paper on the ceiling and walls. We were little as holes, I know. After a couple of months of dealing with this, one day he just snapped. He slammed his fist in the overhead projector and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Everybody sit down and shut the fuck up." His hand went through the projector and there was glass and blood everywhere. The entire class just sat there in awe with their mouths open. After he realized what he did, he immediately grabbed his jacket, wrapped his hand, and ran out of the classroom. For the next few weeks we had random substitute teachers and was told our teacher was on a brief leave. He eventually came back, but mentioned nothing of the incident. The students, or my class at least, started to behave more because we all felt pretty bad for causing his meltdown. When I started 8th grade he was nowhere to be found, and I never heard of where he went off to teach, or if he even continued to teach. If you're reading this, Mr. Benson, I'm sorry. Third time telling this story. Point just of age kid, hired at my job. Entertainment venue, mini golf/arcade, sheet stirrer. Trying to get others in trouble the second he was on someone's radar for anything like this would somehow distract us from him hitting on the girls while on duty and openly talking smack. I'm not a supervisor, but when one isn't present, the staff pretty much take my word as law because I like to believe I'm pretty reasonable, so sometimes it's me that's given him shit. One day he ghosts a shift because his car broke down, but doesn't think to tell anyone until 90 minutes after he was supposed to be here. Just yeah, car broke down, I'm not coming. Naturally he gets shit for it on his next shift. In his twisted mind he decides he only got in trouble because I convinced the owner to get on his case. Not that the owner would be upset someone just doesn't faking show up or even try to. Nah, it had to be my idea, apparently. So he comes down and starts trying to get a rise out of me in the middle of the floor. I'm not doing it because customers galore are watching. The fact I won't have a screaming match with him just makes him angry, so he punches me in the gut with the swiftest motion he can. No wind up but all the force we can muster. A coworker shot upstairs the second he started making a scene, so the owner was down in time for the hit, and in a miraculous display of actual management for him. I mean, being an actual leader twice in one day, holy shit, tells the guy to get the hell out, never come back, his last check will be mailed to him. Buddy screams all the way upstairs, upends most of the break room, and storms out, then comes back 2 weeks later trying to see if I was on shift, and demand to know when my next shift was, when I wasn't on that day. His milling about and grilling makes them nervous until he's told to leave again, but he hangs around to the point security for the area is called, then the cops say found a gun on him. You can draw your own conclusions. Years ago I worked at a metal refinishing shop. We employed about 45 employees. I was training about a dozen to work the new material we got in. My job was to train, bring in new jobs, and oversee the quality of each department. One of the elderly guys, about 60 years old, that had worked there a year chain smoked. The owner of the company implemented a strict no smoking inside during work hours, but this old fatch just couldn't control his urges. He'd light one up as soon as I turned my back. After the third time of catching him in one day, I told him he needs to go home for the day without pay. He said fuck you and walked out. The next day, same thing happens, so I reiterate the policy and tell him to not smoke inside. We were very relaxed. So long as you were producing and earning the company money, you could take a break or walk outside as often as you wanted. He gets livid and proceeds to scream in my face and throw everything he can get his hands on. The owner saw what was happening, came walking to the production area, and calmly tells the elderly gentleman he needs to clean up his area and go home for the day. Elderly gentleman decided throwing a lit cigarette in the owner's face was a better option. 15 minutes later the cops are dragging the elderly guy out for a trip to jail, and the whole time he's fighting with everything he's got. Manages to lose his pants, hat, and pack of cigarettes in the process. My boss got a free pack of smokes out of the deal, and I got to fire my first employee I had helped hire on. Good times. I don't know if this counts, but I will still post it. So in year 6, 5th grade, I was sat at a table in class with 3 kids who all bullied me. I was a little fat kid at the time who showed major signs of autism and had only just learned how to read, to put it simply. I went from illiterate to one of the best in class in a year. This made me an easy target, and I was sat on a table of 4, me, the class clown, the head boy, and the class bully. For an entire year I was bullied, and this mixes in with the confusion around puberty. I was an early bloomer, and gender identity. I came out as trans almost a year ago. It was obvious to say I was being heavily bullied. These kids made fun of me, my things, my looks, and even my family. And so I told my dad, a good friend of the head teacher, and also a bodybuilder, about it, until finally the head teacher found out. One of the last days of school we were called in there. Class clown and head boy got away, but not bully. Given this head teacher had a heart attack earlier the same year, he screams at this kid. I'm crying while relaying a year's worth of bullying, and the bully is crying because he's being shouted at. It was a glorious victory on my side. At this point I was also scared of the head teacher, who had previously been the nicest man I knew outside of family. Can you please not tell anyone about this? Says the bully. No. My last revenge was telling people about the incident. He was still an as in high school, but he moved. TLDR, I was bullied in 5th grade, and when the head teacher, principal, found out, I say the gates of hell open in his eyes. Kid stopped bullying me. A few years ago I was working as a shift manager at a small retail store. About once a month one of the stores in the chain would get pulled for a drug test, and every employee that was scheduled to work that day would have to go to a doctor's office and have a urine test done. I show up to work Tuesday morning to open the store and see that there was an email saying our store had been selected. One of the employees that worked with me that day was a new hire. He starts to confess to me that he smokes weed and that there is no way he will pass the test. He then starts to plead with me, saying things like, what if I was sick and you tell them I called out last minute, and trying to think of other ways out of the test. I tell him, even if you called out before I got here, if you were on the schedule for this day you have to take the test. The office knows who is on schedule for today and who isn't. I'm sorry. He seemed calm for a bit, but I guess he was just trying to process a way out of his situation. A little while later, while I was helping a different employee do a task, he walks up and says, "You want my piss?" Pulls his pants down, pisses on the floor almost between me and the other employee. He then says, "There is my piss. Test that. Fuck this place." And walked out. I ended up seeing him again about 6 months later. He was a waiter in a restaurant I was going to with my family for lunch. I had to convince them that it may not be such a good idea to eat there because I didn't trust him not to fuck with our food, or at least mine. High school band teacher. Band was at the end of the day, so every so often the whole band is collectively over school and just mentally absent, which drives the teacher batty. Well, one particular rehearsal we kept blasting right through a piano section of a piece, meaning the whole band needs to play soft and quietly, and he snapped. He cut his all off and snapped his baton in half. This was actually routine for him. Then he started looking around the room with a frantic, insane look in his eye and nimbly leaped up onto the actual piano next to him and squatted down, pointed at the piano he was now astride, and with his face beet red yelled, "What is this?" The flute section was trembling underneath him as someone peeped. "A piano, yes." He croaked, sounding possessed as he jumped from the piano to the chalkboard and began to write little P's all over the board, and when he was done he turned, as if to fire the chalk he had in his hand into the band, but hesitated as though he was starting to realize what he was doing. He hadn't regained his senses fully yet though, because he then proceeded to toss the chalk into his mouth and began fiercely chewing it at us. Then reality came crashing back into the picture as he stood there at the podium. He tried to say something after it became clear that the band was in shock and terrified to make the first move, but all that came out was a puff of chalk dust as he began maniacally laughing, which, after a few of us nervously joined him, the whole band erupted. It became known as the chalk incident and is legendary. That was also the day we officially began tallying the number of batons our fearless leader had brutalized because of the mental abuse we put him through on a daily basis. I was in a class in school, and the room we were in happens to be just in front of the stadium-sized football field we had in the school. Soccer for Americans. This is not a problem, because everyone is in a class at the same time, but this time there was this group of kids that didn't have a class, because the teacher got sick, and didn't call the day before to inform on that, so they let them just go out and play soccer. To add to context, this teacher had a rough week. We talked a lot, as if we were friends. I was in the last year of school, and we understood each other well. She always talked about how shitty it is to be a teacher, and how she has to work off work all the time, including the weekends, and how shitty her pay was. She told me that an entire class got shitty results in a test because they were just dumb, and the parents had put the blame on her instead, which got her in trouble. So back to the soccer thing. These kids ended up kicking the ball into our door like 7 faking times, to a point it actually looked like they did it on purpose, despite my teacher telling them to fuck off more than once. And they broke the window. They kicked the faking wall into the window and faking obliterated it, and with it, they also destroyed the projector we had in the ceiling for PowerPoints, and she just lost it. She went out and started swearing all kinds of offensive crap to the kids, like how they had no future and were all retarded, and she took the soccer ball, a pretty expensive one, and it wasn't from the school, but from one of the kids, and stabbed it like 20 times with her pencil, over and over, and she destroyed that thing. Our class was between horror and laughter, like you seeing this sheet looks everywhere. Then she got back to the class, took her things, and we didn't see her for the rest of the day. They fired her in the same day. Now I don't really talk to her other than just a funny reminder of her breakdown when she appears on my Facebook feed every couple of months. This is a long story, but it involves someone who probably has BPD, and it involves 5 people quitting and 1 person getting fired, so bear with me. Worked at a popular video game company for about 5 months. Rhymes with names. Top. 2 months into my time there we got a new boss. Everyone loved the old boss and hated the spineless new one. 3 months and this awkward and quiet, but very hard working guy develops a crush on me. I'm very upfront with him about how I only want to be friends and I agreed to hang out with him once and see a nerdy movie, common for everyone to do at this job. Big mistake. The guy becomes obsessed with me. Like at the peak of crazy he would text me 26 times in a row. I'm nice at first, and then he gets into some creepy shit, talking about how often he would want to have sex if we ever get together just out of nowhere. Also saying that, when he interviews to become manager, that he was going to deny it and tell them to give it to me. Hell no. I tell him to back off, and he freaks out. But he thinks management and everyone else is out to get him. So he starts becoming incredibly unstable and starts yelling at everyone, making every day super uncomfortable. Then he starts skipping out of work occasionally. Does he get fired? No. Then on Christmas Eve he and a couple other guys are working. He makes a joke at the work clown, who of course makes a joke back. This dude flips, starts cussing out work clown and threatening to beat his ass, to the point where the young new guy jumps over to the work clown like they were ready if crazy guy was gonna try to throw down. Instead he gives everyone a good old fuck you and storms out. Boss pretends he doesn't hear any of it and does nothing. Then on Christmas Day, crazy guy sends a picture of his Lexus, his wealthy dad's car, to this girl, and he put a massive dent in it, claiming he punched the dent in with the caption, "This could have been work clown s face." What happens next, you ask? Well, work clown talks to management, and I also send in screenshots of texts from this creep, and management supposedly took it to the district manager and ours. And nothing happens. They just agree that he can't be a manager. But he stays on and gets more hours than everyone else except managers. The guy eventually quit because they started considering me for management, and I came into the store one day off the clock and talked about it to another employee, and he overheard and wasn't happy. This company is horrific, by the way, and their upper management is so shady and awful. I decided to quit because of a number of bullshit things they kept pulling, and the next day the assistant manager quit, then another manager quit, and then a long-time employee quit, and a much-loved manager got fired. He gave friends an employee discount about 5 times. That place started to burn, and it was glorious. In short, crazy guy becomes obsessed with coworker and sexually harasses her, threatens another employee over a joke, repeatedly skips out of work, and then end up quitting after no punishment point. Yet someone else will get fired because he owes the company $45. It was a multi-day adventure. I worked for a non-profit that had its office inside a church. It was just me and my supervisor in one small room. The church had vacation Bible school and used the room next door for music. By the end of the week, she was so tired of it that she got up, walked over to that room, opened the door, and in front of all the kids, told the teacher off, yelling about the noise and how it was so inconsiderate to put the loudest activity on the hall where people were trying to work, etc. She slammed that door, came back into our office all worked up, and said, "Sometimes you've gotta be a beach to get things done." Clearly, they complained to the pastor, and the pastor called our out of stater demanding that she be fired or that the org move their office out of the church. We paid nominal rent to be there, $100 a month, so a really good deal. The next morning, she opens an email from the ed demanding an explanation and says slow and loud, "What the fuck?" and immediately bursts into tears, crying that none of this is fair. She spends the day totally wound up. The next morning, I walk in and more tears. She tells me that she has been reading on the internet and discovered that she has misophonia, which is basically a fight or flight reaction to sound. She claims this explains so much of her life and writes an email to the ed saying she has been diagnosed with misophonia and demanding an accommodation for her disability. Fortunately, I had a vacation scheduled and I accepted another job and was leaving, but they did fire her about a week after I left. Hot mess. Took a 0/1st hour aviation class in high school. Instructor was straight from the Muni Airport Flight School, no affiliation with the high school. He refused to allow drinks or food in the class. Class started at 6 AM by the way. On multiple occasions he would grab a classmate's, or mine, coffee we thought was hidden, and proceed to open the door and throw it outside. One day we decided we had enough. We knew that he left the room religiously for the full 12 minutes between 0 and 1st hour, so we decided to make breakfast for everyone in class. He didn't catch on to the smell of the griddle heating up behind the desk of the teacher who occupied the room the rest of the day, so we knew we were golden. Once he left the room for break, we had exactly 12 minutes to make pancakes and coffee for the class before shit hit the fan once he walked in. It was like a shitty Mission Impossible remake. We proceeded to make the smallest, shittiest pancakes for everyone, along with distributing cups of coffee we poured from 3 stashed containers hidden behind the desk. It was glorious. Every kid in class stuck around because they knew what was going on. When the instructor opened the door, he was greeted with the entire class eating breakfast. He lost it. Started screaming. He pointed at a friend of mine that regularly stood up to the instructor's bullshit and told him to go outside. When he refused, the instructor slapped the coffee cup off his desk and grabbed him by the neck. He quickly remembered we were all watching, and that was not okay. He stormed out, and we had a replacement instructor the following day. His replacement was timid and weak, but he respected us, and he allowed us to have coffee at 6 AM in class. We were respected, and we treated him with respect. After college, I found work as a secretary at a prestigious law office. It was just something for me to hold on to and get by while figuring out my next big move in the game of life. Now, 2 of the head honchos were brothers. One of them was their cousin and the other one was some guy that through some complex business exploits found his way into being an associate. The thing about it is that the 2 brothers didn't get along at all. Think Puma versus Adidas kind of rivalry. One-upsmanship was a common thing in between them, and it led to a very stressful workplace, not to mention office intrigue. Well, brother A, the cousin, and the mysterious stranger all got along amazingly well. They were friends even, always golfing and stuff. Brother B did not like this at all. In fact, he was convinced the brother A's friendship with the cousin and the stranger was just a dastardly, backstabbing move to try to and get them to buy him out and see him ruined. One day they were having a meeting, something about renovating the office or moving to a bigger, better office. I think it was right after brother B had divorced, and he had been kinda on the edge since then. He stormed out of the meeting shouting profanities and squealing like a pig. After running upstairs, he locked himself into his brother's office and proceeded to trash the place. Seriously. Law books, files, documents, papers, even his brother's $2,000 chair went out the window and into the parking lot. That day, deciding he wasn't done, he also proceeded to listen to nature's call and proceeded to urinate all over his brother's desk. At some point he also tried to rip out the carpet, but when he couldn't do that, he settled for breaking apart the computer with the desk lamp. Needless to say, the cops were called, and he was escorted out of the office in handcuffs. Later that week we found out he had mild schizophrenia, so, not completely the guy's fault. Oh, and they decided to renovate the office. TLDR, 2 brothers have a law office with their cousin and another guy. The brothers don't get along well at all. One of them walks out during a meeting about renovating the office, trashes his brother's office, gets arrested, is diagnosed with schizophrenia. The office was renovated. I'm not one to really comment on here often, but working at a company that hires pretty much anyone, I've seen quite a few meltdowns in the 2 years I've been here. This was about a year and a half ago, and I was still an unloader doing unloader things in a Staples trailer. You would assume a Staples trailer would consist of things like binders, staplers and other light items. Nah, this was no ordinary Staples trailer. This hoe was nothing but 50 to 60 pound paper boxes that were only tied together with 2 very thin pieces of plastic and all stacked on top of each other on pallets. So of course when you would slide one paper box on top of another to upload it, either one of the straps would break, or if you were smart about it, you would just lift the box up, thus alleviating the chance of this happening in the first place. Well, like I had said, before we hire anyone who stumbles into the door, at the time that I was in this trailer I had another unloader with me. We'll call him Al, who I had gotten along with and never had any issues with, so I was to assume we wouldn't have an episode on our hands. Well, I was wrong, horribly wrong. After unloading with Al for about 20 minutes I see him getting more and more aggressive. I try to ask him what's wrong, but he ignores me. I shrug it off and know that maybe he didn't hear me, but looking back at it, I can guarantee he did. Well, after only about 5 more minutes he picks up this paper box, which let me remind you probably weighed 60 pounds, and whips it as hard as he can against the side of the trailer. The box explodes and sends papers flying everywhere, the walls, the ceiling, you name it, and somehow paper found its way there. After seeing this, I was on the ground crying, because not only did I never see this coming, but he went right back to work like nothing had happened. With a stroke of luck, our supervisor just so happened to walk into the trailer to see if we were almost done. She looks around for a few seconds, sighs very loudly and just leaves. Definitely the first time I fired someone. I work in it. We needed someone for help desk and junior network admin work. We interviewed for 3+ months. At the beginning of the process we interviewed John. He was an okay candidate, but he didn't wow us. Fast forward 3-ish months, and we still haven't found anyone. I call up John and tell him if he's still interested, the job is his. Well, he already took a different job a couple of months ago, but ours paid a bit more, so he quit and joined our team. 90 days later, it was very obviously not working out. His most atrocious crime was using his company computer to solicit hand jobs on Craigslist in full view of other coworkers. However, the final straw was when he decided our DNS server was too messy and proceeded to delete every faking entry from our server. We were a small shop that was a shit show, and backing up DNS wasn't a priority. It took me hours to get everything back up and running. So I fired him. The dude starts bawling his eyes out and screaming at me as I walked him out. We got to the front of the building, and he slams the door open as hard as he could. Broke the handle clean off, put a hole in the wall. Then instead of going home, he sits in the parking lot for an hour, continuously calling and screaming at anyone he could get to answer. The police were called, and that was the last I saw of John. Journalist here. First job out of college, I was working as a sports reporter at a tiny chain of weekly papers. Our company was infamous for not investing in equipment, and I was there to watch this happen live, and it still comes up regularly among my friends in the industry. Sports editor at the time was the guy who hired me. Super chill dude. Not much got to him, but he was a pain in the ass on deadline and couldn't handle the stress. We've got a 3 PM deadline for one of our biggest papers. His work consisted of 3, maybe 4 pages of content. All he had to do was take the stories and photos, which were all ready, and lay them out properly on the page point. So he did point, and maybe a half hour before deadline, just after he's finished everything and is getting ready to hit send, the computer program he was using for design, corks press, crashes. He loses everything. At this point I'm expecting him to fly into a rage and lose his shit, as I've seen him do this before. But he doesn't. He says something profane, but not above normal room volume, throws his hands in the air, gets his cigarettes, and goes outside for a cigarette break. He never came back. Dude walked out of our office and right out of the entire profession. All over a computer. Last I heard he was working as a cook. I've always wondered what set him on that path, and why he didn't throw a desk or at least a chair. The calmness of the freak out was what stood it to me more than anything else. It still unnerves me. I had this boss who was the most laid back, easygoing person ever. She was Japanese and didn't speak perfect English, but good enough, and enough to catch most nuances and bad vibes. We had this Canadian lady working in the office. She had been there for 1 or 2 years. One day she comes into the office, but there was some kind of scheduling mistake. Nobody was sure exactly what happened, but she wasn't needed there that day. Not a big deal. From time to time this kind of thing happened, and we got paid when it did, so no biggie. The boss was out of the office, but the lady calls up my boss on her cell and starts getting short with her. We can't understand why she's getting so worked up. We wonder whether or not our boss can understand the lady is kind of dissing her on the phone, and we are kinda hoping she'll cool it, and the whole thing will blow over. It was not to be though. The whole office entered into deep cringe mode as this lady dug herself a grave over the phone. We can all imagine the total befuddlement our boss must be experiencing over this lady's sudden, needless tirade. It goes on for like 5 minutes. We can all understand the boss has offered her a day's pay for the foul up, which only cost her an hour of her time. But the lady wouldn't have it. She starts yelling at the phone, "You need to take responsibility for this. even though it's clear to everyone the boss has made an offer to pay her the equivalent $200 for the day's work and to just chill out. That is far more money than she would have received, even if there hadn't been a scheduling mistake. She didn't seem to have any other important plans for the day that would have set her off either. But she got even more heated up, belligerent, and finally slammed down the phone, turned to all of us and says yeesh, that lady, then leaves. Obviously she was not welcome back. So weird. The only other problems we ever had at that place was with people who turned out to be losers, skipping work several times a week, showing up drunk, etc. Normal people got on with that boss very well. Never understood what was going on in that lady's head. It was especially weird because she'd been there 4 years without any issues like that, and everyone at the company was paid quite well and taken care of. Had a customer come in asking for some headphones. I work at a semi-well-known second-hand business. Pulled up a list of what we had in stock and gave her a brief range of what we had and asked her price range / if she had any particular ones in mind. This is when she states she wants them for free. I kindly stated that unfortunately I couldn't do that as it has to be processed, but we have some very cheap ones in. She then goes into full kickoff mode, yelling that she's got free headphones from us before, and how dare I call her a liar by suggesting we don't give things away for free, basically going the full mile to try and pull this off. I wasn't having it and just got my manager before she could yell for one, as she clearly wasn't going to tackle the word of a girl. I consistently get customers who say, oh, I need someone who understands what I want. Ick now, one of the lads. She then screamed some more that I was talking about her behind her back while I explained the situation to my manager, claiming I was laughing at her. I definitely was not, as this was the first proper kickoff I'd had. My manager, who was Czech, explains that everything I said is correct and we couldn't give stock away for free, but that we had some headphones in for £5. She kicks off even more, saying he can't speak English and obviously wasn't understanding her. We ended up having to get another guy to serve her because she wouldn't take the word of a girl or a foreign guy that she would not be getting something for free. When she finally left, after purchasing some headphones, she banged along all the windows and swore bloody murder at me, saying she'd complain and have my job for this. My manager took me aside and made sure I was okay, and then laughed at her being so ridiculous, and since then I've had probably hundreds of similar circumstances where people think they are owed the world and can try this. Oh, I can participate in this one. So I have been a director at a news station's various areas for several years now. Basically our job is to herd cats, the anchor/reporters, and deal with lots of people telling me how to do my job. But in reality my job is actually just 85% show prep, 10% dealing with people, and 5% pressing a couple buttons when I need to point. So I had a director who was the definition of perfectionist. Been in the news industry, as he puts it, since the dawn of time. The morning started out fairly normal. One anchor was late, one was in a bad mood, and the last didn't have makeup on until 30 minutes into the show. None of the anchors were listening to his cues because they would be looking down at their phones. He would say stand by, no reaction. On camera one, the anchor would jump, drop their phone, and frantically start reading, like they had no clue they were in a show. This was on and off all morning. The final straw was when an anchor thought they weren't on camera and stood up and walked off the set, and soon as he took them, the man turned into a ripe tomato and started pounding the table/desk with his fists, screaming for her to get her ass back to the desk. The table is made of the cheap wood, and you can feel where the table is slightly deformed. There is also a chunk missing from the table that he apparently did at another point before I was there. I worked for at a fine dining restaurant for 3 years and I watched numerous employees meltdown. On 2 different occasions employees came in high as hell and had mental breakdowns. The first was a former dishwasher who came into work to beg for his job back. However, he was so incredibly high, forgive me for not knowing what drug, probably meth or heroin, but I don't know much about hard drugs. He ran through the restaurant screaming, puked in front of the bathroom, then passed out in the kitchen. We had to call an ambulance for him. Apparently he was an addict whose baby mama was about to give birth and she wouldn't allow him to come to the hospital, So he instead decided to get high and go to his old job instead. The second was a bartender who came in late for his shift. He came into the front door skipping and singing in front of all of the guests. He was extremely paranoid, and when he saw all of us, he immediately started crying. We brought him up to the office upstairs because we had customers. We tried to make him drink water and ask what was going on. He babbled something about Christmas decorations making him so upset. It was April, and he then began violently shaking. Out of nowhere, he sprung out of his seat and began jogging around the room. He started laughing and screaming, telling us all he needed some food. After a few minutes of us trying to reason with him, we were begging him to go home before our manager found us all. He broke down crying again. Our manager ended up finding us all upstairs, also tried to reason with him, and resorted to calling his parents. He's 46. His parents asked us if we could keep him safe because they were coming to get him and take him to the hospital. We found out later he was a recovering addict who relapsed hard. He told us weeks later that he did so much meth the night before his shift that he didn't remember anything that happened at work the next day. He's doing great now, though lots of crazy stories from that place. I think we all had meltdowns there, including me. So glad it closed down for good. My original 5th grade teacher went on sabbatical, so our class got Ms. Taylor instead. Ms. Taylor was a lot of woman, and my class was filled with 9 and 10-year-olds. Let's say that kids are cruel, and leave it at that. I was worried about my own reputation at the time. See, I was bullied pretty regularly since 3rd grade, and the previous year, I confessed to a girl I liked. Unfortunately, around the same time she found out why I was bullied and joined their side. I didn't want the same thing to happen again with the cute new girl next to me. Maybe that's why I wasn't paying much attention when the kids around me were making fun of Ms. Taylor so bad that the whole class had their attention, including hers. She proceeded to yell and scream her as right off in my direction, getting into some really deep-seated inner pain she felt. No adult should lose it like that in front of kids, her own students. I felt for her. That is, before I realized she just wasn't talking at my direction. She actually said my name, and there it was. The beginning of the end for my 5th grade career. I wasn't even saying anything. The moment that sparked the biggest temper tantrum I've ever seen from an adult. I wanted to argue more so badly, but she was literally already in tears. Even the whole students started feeling bad for her. I mean, she was definitely a new teacher, but she was still a teacher, right? I contemplated life on my way to the office. A guy who had come on through a grad scheme, but apparently had failed to get where he wanted, without warning sent round a company-wide, so that included offices in about 5 countries, email with a 200-page dossier on how the company and his immediate bosses were racist, and he had not progressed because of racism, and had made notes all throughout his meetings and attached them, and attached every single email exchange they had. The entire place went into hysteria, and it scrabbled to have it deleted as soon as possible. As far as I can tell, I had played football with him and been on friendly terms, but didn't know him too well. But he was a sound guy, and he was black. He mainly accused 2 other guys. One of them had a black wife and a mixed race kid. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still possible to be racist in that scenario. It just seems doubtful to me. The other dude I knew almost well, as we played football together a bit at company functions, but he was also a really good guy, so it seemed hard to believe as well. So yeah, it was mega weird, and apparently the dude was getting paid by the company for some time after that point. Some say he is still being paid till this day. I work in a car service department. People explode all the time. Here is one good, completely irrational explosion. I was in the drive, waiting for customers to roll up, when to my left, coming out of the tech bays, one of our guys starts screaming about everyone smoking cigarettes. I am sick and tired of all this secondhand smoke. I am trying to get my work done and all you guys are puffing blah blah. Now mind you, this is a car service department. He is a technician. He is breathing in brake dust and gas from exhausts and other incredibly harmful chemicals and stuff, but cigarettes is what he chooses to get mad at. If you know anything about car dealerships, you know that damn near everyone smokes cigarettes, so our boss pulls everyone Hoss smokes aside, which again is just about everyone who works there, and says, "You guys can only smoke in these designated areas from now on." Yup. The guy who yelled got what he wanted. The only reason is because he's our one and only transmission guy. It sucks because our management bends over backwards for the guy and will give him whatever he wants. He once complained about me because when I go to find cars out in our lot, I press the panic button like everyone else. But it bothered him, so I got a good talking to about it. I had a coworker go apeshit working at Domino's. He had been known to have some type of anger issues, but it never got out of hand until that day. The GM, who was always a dick, got in a heated discussion with coworker. They ended up yelling and ending it on a bad note, with GM going to top pizzas and coworker on the oven with me boxing food. GM said one last thing under his breath, forgot what it was, and coworker heard it. He put down the pizza cutter and spatula on the table in front of me, so it caught my attention, and just walked right over to GM, who had his back turned, and right hooked him in the side of his head. He then proceeded to just beat the shit out of GM, pounding him like some world star shit. Everyone started yelling and screaming, even the customers, as they ran out like the place was getting robbed. I ran over and pulled coworker off of GM to stop the fight, and GM yelled at me to let him go, "It's not worth it." So I let him go, and coworker goes right back to beating the shit out of him. Feeling stupid, I pulled him off again and put myself in between them, and the whole incident ended. We kept the store running and called the owner down. He interviewed us all on what happened and even told coworker if he just explained what happened and admit he was wrong, he could still work there. Coworker responded with "Fuck you, fuck him, and fuck this sheet," and left. On a side note, not that I would wish it on anyone, but seeing our GM, who was a total dickbag, get his ass handed to him was kind of satisfying. Not at work, but in school. In 7th grade science, there was a kid in my class. We'll call him M. He was always causing problems, just acting out in general, talking loud, being disruptive, and he was always being sent to the office because of this. Everyone went easy on him because he had a rough life and was also just a little off in the head. In science class, he sat right behind me. He was actually pretty nice and really smart too. During this class, for some reason, he was asking everyone to pass their science books his way, so we all did. He was just building towers with them, no big deal. Anyways, we weren't doing much in class that day, but our teacher told them to give everyone their science books back and to stop building towers with them. He says no and continues as he was. The teacher then tells him to go to the office if he doesn't want to redistribute the science books. He stares at her for a split second and then karate chops his book towers in half. After this, he picks up a few of the books and throws them around the room one after another. Nobody got hit by the books, one ended up landing on top of a shelf, kind of comically. He then walks up to the front of the classroom, hits the intercom button to the office and says, "We need an escort to the office now," and then he turns around and says to our teacher, "You're just an old hag that needs to get laid." After this, he calmly walks out the door and waits for his escort. The room was silent for a good minute after this, and our teacher just didn't know how to react. This is one of those times that it was incredibly hard not to bust out laughing. You could see the entire room trying not to laugh about this. Most unexpected thing to happen during middle school, most definitely. I used to work for a transport company, and there was a guy that worked in a department covering freight or freight items that were damaged, held in a special part of the warehouse, until you got a response from the shipper saying what to do with the product. There was a woman that didn't like him much. She used to also cover his work if he was off, and whenever he went on his lunch break she would go out and move around some of the freight, organizing it properly, as she put it. Now he's been crapped on by the boss many times because he's tried finding stuff, but it wasn't where he originally put it and had it written down. So he's been threatened to get his sheet together or he'll get fired. One day the woman goes out, moves things around, and takes a picture of how disorganized his stuff is, shows the boss. Boss pulls him in, shows him the picture, and tells him he has one day to get it organized or he's gone. Guy is talking to another coworker that works on the dock and finds out that they saw the woman out there moving things around earlier. He goes into the office and, very calmly but sternly, tells her to stay out of his area and work unless she's covering his vacation/day off/ECT point because he's getting in trouble for stuff she's doing. He says this in front of about 4 other people. She goes to boss exclaiming how he's threatening her and was shouting at her. The boss is half an office area away, maybe 20 feet. You would hear the shouting from his office if it happened. He pulls the guy into his office and fires him on the spot, yelling at him that he has 10 minutes to collect any personal things and leave. Point. When we all hear wind of what happened, we go to the boss and tell him what actually happened. His response was, "I don't care what the true story is. Wanted the bastard gone for months now. Woman's name will take over the position." We tell our boss what all happened and filed our stories with ours so at least his employment record will be correct for reference calls, but he was never hired back. For the last years that I worked there, the woman still ran that position and very badly. More screw ups than he had. That was caused by her, and her boss wouldn't do anything about it despite multiple complaints. Even years later she continued to brag that she got the last guy fired so she could get the position. No sense of regret or anything. Forgive me, not work, but a teacher. My senior year of high school, I was in first period percussion ensemble. For context, some friends of mine and myself just really did not like our band director. He was just irrational and was mad all the time, specifically at us, and he would constantly yell at kids for minuscule things. I believe the meltdown that follows is a combination of both our bad attitudes and his short fuse. For percussion ensemble, we had to pass off rudimental snare solos after we had practiced them as a class. They were just these easy pieces of music that the juniors and seniors could play just fine, so passing them off was mainly for freshmen. Because a few of us could play these super easily, we were just sitting back waiting for everyone else to get done. I was leaning on the back legs of my chair, and reasonably my band director saw me and asked me to put 4 on the floor. I did as he asked, but I respected that and did as he asked with no remorse. Apparently he took this as attitude and told me he could do without the attitude. So I was genuinely confused and had no idea what was wrong about this. So I asked my friends what did I do, and I could tell he knew he was in the wrong and they laughed and said, "You're just being yourself," and not 30 seconds after he continued back to the freshmen. This one girl across the room quietly said, "He was just sitting in a chair." This was the final nail in the coffin. He completely flipped out. I won't say exactly what he said because it's been more than a year, but he told us how he never gets any recognition and how he built the program from the ground up, which is not all true. He only taught 1 percussion class, and how he was trying his best and everyone was always cheating on him and he never got any respect. All saying this while walking to the trash can to throw away a bottle, stopping in the middle of each sentence. He then locked himself in his office and everyone looked at each other and saying stuff like, "What the hell just happened?" After about 3 minutes passed, some kids decided to show they cared or something and started practicing, while others were just talking about the situation. A friend of mine and I were saying how we couldn't believe he would overreact like that, but not 10 seconds later, and he 180'd and told me the whole thing was my fault. Eventually he came back to class like nothing happened, which was really strange. I'd like to say it ends there, but the story continues. See, this was indoor drumline season, and contrary to the name, we were practicing outside. It was probably close to 24°F when we were outside, and everyone was freezing because no one thought to bring jackets. Our head percussion tech said, "Okay guys, let's run this set well one final time and we can go inside." So everyone went back to the previous set, and we stood there for about 5 minutes doing nothing. Turns out the headband director was talking to one of the students about those jackets that folds up into the pouch. Trying to speed things up, I said out loud to no one in particular, "Alright guys, let's have a good run so we can do this inside." And even though the director had finished his conversation and was on his iPad doing whatever, he looked up and said, "Jonathan, shut up. I'm trying to talk about, I won't use his name, S jacket." I was so in shock that he was actually mad that I just left as soon as we were done practicing. I don't like to think myself a disrespectful guy, I just want to be respected at least a little less equally as much as I respect my teachers. I can tell you mine. I was working for a restaurant in a hotel. I can't say the name, but it rhymes with Marriott, sheet. I'm terrible at rhyming. Anyway, they decided to replace the tile floor in the kitchen and shut down the front half of the kitchen, which included the serving line, steam tables, ovens, flat tops, grills, and stove tops. This left me with the back half of the kitchen that was normally used for prep. Essentially, one 6-burner flat top, one oven, a tilt skillet that they wanted me to use for a steam table, and a Queen Mary, large-wheeled banquet cart to hold plates in for the server. Sundays were usually very slow, so these were my heavy prep days, and I handled the kitchen solo. It's around 7:30 p.m. and suddenly the FOH manager runs into the kitchen and says that we just had a busload of 60 elderly people pull up. The hotel was next to a scientific research park and not some place tourists ever came to, so this was very weird. It had been practically deserted until that moment. The orders started pouring in. These people wanted to eat. The limited equipment was quickly overloaded. The servers couldn't find their plates in the banquet cart and took the wrong plates. A lot. I lost my sheet and started throwing skillets and food. I screamed at the FOH to get the GM on the phone right now. He was responsible for wanting to keep the kitchen open during a major renovation, so he was going to be there and see what he had done. Ultimately, he arrived and was able to coordinate between the FOH and me, so the food got out very late and many people were unhappy. I quit about a week later when they closed the prep half of the kitchen and wanted all the banquet prep to be done on the serving line during dinner service. My first job as a teenager was at an overpriced newsagent store, a huge chain store in the UK. This particular shop was inside a hospital which, in turn, was in a bad area of town. Our manager was the most lazy, apathetic person I've ever met. She had a reputation for treating her customers like dirt and just did not care about anything or anyone. No matter what went down, she would just sit back, sip her coffee and let her poorly treated staff take all the slack. One incident changed all that. I'd had a typical shoplifter interaction at the till. Customer came up to buy a small item, but obviously had larger items tucked in her clothes. She pulled the coins out of her pocket and threw them down, and in the process, dragged out a load of white powder. It was all down her and all over the till and she insisted it was talcum powder. It was not. She was quite clearly an addict and not in a great place, so I just let the whole incident slide and she turned to walk away. Then it hit me. This primal scream that must have bounced off every wall in the building. My manager seems to fly across the room, coming face to face with this woman who's trying to slip away like a dastardly kids movie villain. She lets off another round of screeching. I hear something about security and a jacket and police, and I'm expecting the windows to shatter at any minute. Then the shoplifter reveals that she's been hiding a 1 kilogram jar of jelly beans up her top. Not any of the more expensive items we sold like headphones or razors. A kilogram of jelly beans. It clatters to the floor as she backs away. She's spotted the security guards. It's then that my manager starts the ungodly screeching again, her arms flailing as she tries to illustrate the utter devastation this shoplifter has caused to her stock. Alas, the security guards also have a reputation around the hospital, oft being touted as an example of the overweight, donut-eating stereotype associated with professions like this. Their response to this fiasco? What should we do? All hell breaks loose. My manager erupts into a flurry of expletives, stomps her feet and rams her foot into the reception desk. Once more, she throws her head back and screams like a goddamn howler monkey before pushing past everyone and locking herself in the staff room. And then it hit us. The shoplifter snuck out amidst all the chaos. The security guards just shrug and wander off, and I'm left in stunned silence at the sheer absurdity of the situation. That same manager was later fired because she's been stealing money from the company for over 3 years. Gotta love a bit of irony. I was a valet parker at a very popular and busy restaurant with a lot to comfortably fit maybe 18 cars, and we'd get a couple hundred a day, so we had to get creative with our parking, and there were only 2 of us. This place is also in a really small town where everyone knows everyone, and this one guy was running around like a chicken with his head cut off. It was so busy. and all that transpires happens in front of customers at the restaurant and people waiting for us to take their cars. He had to move one car onto the street to make room for another car to get out, and the car he put in the street was blocking one of the lanes for an ambulance to pass by. No lights on, just passing by. The guy driving the ambulance yelled to him to ask him to move the car. He told the guy to hold on and wait, and they start yelling back and forth to each other like they are almost ready to get into a fight in the middle of this. The guy in the ambulance then walks out and into the restaurant to report him to the owners, which we don't work directly for the restaurant, but a service that's hired by them, and they walk out, and the owner tries to talk him down and make him apologize, and he absolutely rips into the owners. He calls one a raging bitch who treats us like shit, and called the other one a faking midget and storms off. She, needless to say, said he's never welcome back. Then he starts walking back over to keep cursing them out, and at this point I'm yelling at him to just go home. Finally he does walk away, and the first car sitting there is just giving me this look, and I just say I'm really sorry for that and completely understand. If you don't want to hand me your car right now, just put it in this front spot. I get things going again, and he shows up 5 minutes later to start kicking and throwing signs and cones around, and I sternly tell him to leave before they decide to call the police. He kicked a few more cones into the middle of the street, then he finally does leave, and for good point. The sad part is he wasn't even fired from the company, just relocated to a beach club in the next town. Talk about job security. Oh, I have one. So last year my office hired this new guy. Okay, well, he didn't last 1 year. About in the middle of his tenure here, I moved offices, so mine was closer to his. Well, his supervisor was always stopping by his office questioning why his work wasn't done, or not done well. This happened every so often. Well, near the end of this past year, it came to a head. He was let go. So his "you're fired" meeting happened in our conference room, which is on the other side of the office, and I knew he was back there. Well, not 5 minutes later, he comes back to his office. Now, I can see his office from mine, but I'm diagonally across from his. Anyway, he comes back in and starts throwing stuff in his office, like taking pics and stuff off the wall and throwing them. He's having a fit. There are 2 other people back here besides myself and him. At first, I thought someone had knocked over something, because there was a pile of stuff sitting out in the office, and I thought someone knocked into it. So I shout, "Is everyone okay?" No answer. Noisiness is still happening. The person directly across from me gets out of her chair to check and see her office is right next to his, and realizes what's going on and sits right back down, giving me the no pies. My next door neighbor comes out of her office and sees one piece of what's going on and nopes it back to her office. I'm sitting in my office like, if his fit had gone on any further, I would have gone over there and told him to chill. Anyway, his hissy fit took all of 2 minutes. He put stuff in a box and took it to his car. Didn't finish out the day and left. Our head boss came around and apologized for it. I didn't like that guy anyway. He creeped me out in a way I can't put a finger on. Glad he's gone. I have another one, though I'm not sure this would count as a meltdown. This is when I worked for the same company as detailed in my other meltdown story. See here. So, we had a marketing manager. Super professional, very much an in charge, type A personality. Her boss was one of the VPs, and they had worked together for years across a variety of companies. He was super demanding, kind of an asshole, lots of pressure, etc. But she was very good at her job, always super composed, etc. One day, there are about 8 of us in a meeting, including me and this woman and several people who work directly for her. She's going through some changes that they need made to our CRM application, and we are talking through them, etc. Things seem to be going smooth, for the most part. At one point, I asked the question, so, if we make these changes, how are we going to be sure that the salespeople actually populate all of this data and keep everything up to date? Reasonable question, no? She looks at me and says, I don't know, PM 1966. I don't know how we are going to make them keep everything up to date. She then bursts into tears, gets up, and storms out of the room. We all just sat there in stunned silence until one of her employees proclaimed, "Well, I guess that means meeting's over," at which point we all got up and left. Used to be a lifeguard at an indoor pool. One of my co-workers, we'll call him Jack, despised little kids because of the constant screaming, running, general rule breaking, etc. Typically we tried to avoid stationing him at the kiddie pool to avoid any problems. One day, we ended up being understaffed, so Jack had to guard the kiddie pool near the end of a long shift. He was already naturally irritable because he was exhausted from working for a few hours, but the little kid set him off. Normally, we were told not to blow the whistle at the toddlers. Instead we were supposed to vocally instruct them that they were breaking pool rules, but not today. Jack blew the whistle as hard as he could at a group of little kids who went down the water slide backwards. He proceeded to berate them about how they were violating the rules until one of them started to cry. By this time, the mother of these children had overheard what was going on, and the conversation proceeded something like this. "Hey, stop yelling at my kids. Maybe if you were supervising your kids I wouldn't have to. That's your job. You're lucky I don't punch you in the face right now." Jack's face gets really red and proceeds to ball up his fists. Luckily, I had seen/heard this entire situation unfold as I was guarding the pool directly next to the kiddie pool. I jumped down from the lifeguard stand and ran over to Jack to make sure he didn't do anything stupid. I tried to console the mother, however she proceeded to argue with Jack, so I sent Jack back to the guard shack and called out the manager. Long story short, Jack wasn't around at the pool much longer. Working in a factory paint shop, we used to get new boots issued twice per year. One friend never used them, just hoards them in his locker. I won a bet with him, and he superglued the £1 coin he owed me to a part of the machinery. TLDR guy plays joke, giving green flag for some, admittedly persistent, amusing payback. He used to arrive to work early, step either side of his boots, undo his shoes and step into his boots without touching them. Then read a trashy newspaper before doing his laces and standing up. He didn't appreciate much finding out that they were glued to the floor as he tried to walk off, but he took it in the spirit it was meant in and got a new pair from his locker. He was much less impressed the next morning on discovery of them being glued to the top of his locker, much less so that pair number 3 was glued to the bottom of the drive-in oven, which had been on for an hour before he found them. He was one of those guys that are alright, but seemingly accidentally capable of beachiness or inflicting awkwardness at times. The anger in his eyes was matched by the boom in his voice. But the thing I remember noticing most was the veins in his neck. He looked like an Olympic athlete in the clean and jerk. He didn't talk to anyone all day and everyone knew not to approach him from sight at a distance. TLDR, I'm scheduled out at midnight. When we close I stayed late to help with one of the larger cleanups, the fryer, while my normal coworker on our grill had to clean the rest of the station like she normally does. After we closed then proceeded to have a mental breakdown, crying, lying, screaming, and threatening me because I wouldn't stay later to help her, then tried to get me fired after I left. For me, it actually happened to me the other day. So I go to work at 4 PM and leave at 12 AM, and my coworker that works the grill with me, we work on a short order grill in a food court kind of deal at a college, comes in at 5 PM and leaves at 1 AM. So I get to work and do my thing until 5 and the pizza station cook comes in and leaves with pink eye. He's actually a crackhead, making my coworker have to go work in the pizza/pasta station all night with the other pizza worker, leaving me alone with another coworker unfamiliar with the grill, which was fine, and they did great all night. Come 12 AM, when we close I get ready to leave, but before I do I decide I will stay and clean the fryer, because my normal coworker has to come over and clean the grill. This is where it all goes to hell. I'm cleaning the fryer now. Understand I didn't have to do this, because I could have left at midnight. Now that it has come and passed I probably should have left. My coworker decides to tell me not ask me to clean the flat top, to which I say no. After a moment of silence she literally loses her faking mind on me screaming and actually crying because I'm only cleaning the fryer and not helping her clean any more than that, and how she always stays late, not because she has to, but because she asks to, and how I never stay late, which is also a blatant lie because I'm always staying late if need be, but I don't go out of my way to ask because I get up at 6 and for other things I have to do. But this goes on for about 10 minutes of her screaming in front of all our other coworkers, and I'm just answering her honestly and calmly, trying to finish the fryer so I can get the hell out of this situation as soon as possible, because she is still crying, yelling, complaining, and threatening a various amount of things. I finish the fryer and just leave without saying a word more as she is yelling at me, walking away still, and clock out. This whole time my managers just stood in awe at the situation. After I clocked out I talked with them in the office for about 5 minutes about the situation and left. The next day, her day off, I come in to find out. After I left she told the managers a bunch of lies about me trying to get me fired. Thankfully they know me well and just took it all with a grain of salt. Kind of late to the party, but I will share mine. Point: I worked at a Chick-fil-A in a mall for 9 years. Started when I was 14 and worked there till I graduated college. Throughout my time there, I saw a variety of interesting people who worked there. The following stories are about one of my favorite crazes that worked there. We will refer to him as Bill. Bill was a 30-year-old who came from some old money parents. Bill reminded me a lot of Chris Farley in many ways. Anyways, Bill usually had some interesting stories which made work go by quickly, so he usually was pretty calm and kept everyone laughing all shift. Well, the first sign of an underlying issue came on a Saturday night. He showed up late to his shift, and when he got there he seemed out of it. He kept saying he was fine, but I'm pretty sure he was drunk and popping pills too. Well, he was tasked with working the fryers, so I tried to keep an eye on him. He was having issues cleaning one of the machines, so I got someone to cover my section so I could help. As I was walking over he tries to scrape the inside of the pressure cooker out. Normally that's fine, except this time he didn't drain the 300 plus oil out and dipped his hand in it. That sucked so bad. I felt bad and we got him fixed up. Next story is, after he comes back from his hand burns finally healing, Bill is no longer allowed to work on the machines, so he has to work the register. Bill hates dealing with people, but puts up a very positive front when working register. This one particular night ended up being Bill's last shift at our store. Bill had a few issues with customers changing up their orders, or he had miskeyed an order on the system. He was growing increasingly frustrated after each customer, but when actually working with customers he seemed to act even nicer. The last customer he had was a sweet old lady. She came up and ordered an ice cream cup. Bill was chatting with her about her night so far and proceeds to head to the ice cream machine. Bill makes an ice cream cone, and when he turns around the old lady calmly says, "I'm sorry sweetie, but I ordered a cup of ice cream." Bill locked up. He just stood there for a few seconds before turning and throwing the cone across the store. Scream God faking damn it. He walked back to the back slowly while steaming off with various profane one-liners and began punching holes in our sheetrock walls. My manager and I were able to calm him down and get him to sit down and chill. We sent him home for the night with his parents, who came to pick him up. Our operator fired him the next day, but man, I really worried about him after that. Nevertheless, him melting down after being so nice with that sweet old lady was so shocking, but you could see the look of sweet release on his face after blowing up. So back in the day I used to work construction and we were working on a house that was not built yet, and we are working on the second story of the building putting up walls. One guy on the crew was named Chip, and Chip was the most annoying human being I've ever met in my entire life. Everybody hated him on the crew with every fiber of their being. So one day the crew had finally reached their limit and just snapped, and so as he was just being more obnoxious than he's ever been, they held him down collectively and nailed him to a piece of drywall. Like they didn't nail his person to the piece of drywall, but they nailed his clothes and his shorts and his shoes and his tool belt and literally went around nailing every single part of clothing he had to the wall. And then they actually placed the wall. They freaking put up the wall with him on it, so he was suspended 2 feet off the ground. He screamed and cried for like 30 minutes before one of the workers had the heart to give him a ladder. Now he didn't help him down, he just put the ladder at his feet so he could get down, and then they all left because the job was done for the day. So this guy sat there and tried to peel himself off the wall that he was nailed to, and he ripped all of his clothes and his shoes and he fell off the ladder trying to get onto it, and he went all the way home screaming and crying, and we never saw him ever again after that. He never came back, and we never heard from him again. That day will live in infamy forever. I still think about it at least once a week.